Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Cursed Prince? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Half seated in his bed, Naruto yawned openly, not bothering to cover his mouth, making his boredom obvious. Unable to move his body, his eyes went to the window. On the palace lawn he watched his elder brother Nagato courting a princess from the land of Earth while his younger brother Kanemaru chased their dog, Kurama. He longed to be with them, to run between the hills and trees, to go faster and faster. But his legs would not carry him. He could not run, leave the room, or walk. Jealous of the picture his brothers made, his cloudy eyes turned back to the rope dancer who was supposed to entertain him. Kakashi, his guardian, saw the expression and understood what would happen if the fanfare continued. With a quick gesture he stopped the music and had the musician led out of the room, then called for someone else. Naruto had already looked away. He was tired of the same repetitive tricks. He wanted his father to teach him war strategies, his mother to speak of the princesses he might meet, his elder brother to stop treating him with pity, and his little brother to share the spotlight. He wished he had not been sick. A sudden cry drew his attention. Two enormous lionesses with soot-streaked fur swept into the bedroom, moving freely and sniffing the room. Kakashi signaled for everyone to remain still and to protect the prince. While most guests froze under the animal's gaze, Naruto noticed that one of the lionesses carried a large box. The animal placed its paws on the mattress edge and inched closer to Naruto. He slid back against his pillows, heart pounding. Just as tension peaked, confetti burst into the air. A clear, sweet melody rose and seemed to calm the beasts as if by magic. A young girl stepped out of the box and stretched, holding the flute to her lips. The music slowed the lionesses, and one of them moved away from the bed. Naruto, still stunned, raised a hand to signal the servants to stand down. The girl continued the performance in a simple, well-worn costume. Though younger than Naruto, she moved with practiced confidence. Her long dark hair hid the edges of a pair of earrings, and the modest costume suggested she came from the poorer districts. Naruto wondered how she had managed to enter the palace and reach his room unnoticed. He watched, surprised and intrigued, as the guards and attendants watched her in turn. When the flute's tempo quickened, the lionesses began to circle. The performer bounded between them with graceful, athletic moves, never taking the flute from her mouth. Naruto marveled at her breath control and agility as she slipped and sprang between the animals without missing a note. Slowly, the contents of the large box spilled onto the floor. The girl dropped her flute, snatched a small box, executed a forward somersault past the bodyguards, and landed lightly on the prince's bed. Her cheeks were thin, her hair unwashed, and dark circles lay beneath her eyes. She asked him to pick the card he wanted. He tore his gaze away from the purity in her expression and, returning to the present, looked at the cards she held in her small hand. After one last look at her, he selected a card depicting a tree bursting with vivid colors. He did not know what it meant. He looked up at her as she explained happily that luck was on his side and that he had picked up the tree of life. She sat back on her heels and kept her hands to herself beneath the silk blankets. He could still feel nothing. Their eyes met again and a tightness rose in his throat. He wondered if she was even real, whether he was dreaming of her presence. Kakashi stepped forward and demanded who had allowed the woman to touch the prince, pushing her hand away to protect his sovereign. Exhausted from her performance, she did not resist and was pulled back. Naruto ordered Kakashi to stop and Kakashi released her instantly. Naruto looked down at the young woman kneeling on the floor, flanked by her two lionesses, and hesitated, searching for words. Naruto asked her softly to answer his question. Hinata explained that she read the future with her cards and that she could say without hesitation that he would overcome the pain that ate at him. The room fell silent as everyone waited while Naruto absorbed her words. A small spark of hope grew in him. Images of running, feeling the wind on his face, and grass under his feet made him grin, surprising his subjects. Kakashi announced that the performance was over. The lionesses bristled at Kakashi's proximity. No one was allowed to handle their mistress so roughly. Naruto then declared that he did not want to see the other performances that day and that he wanted to be alone with the girl. The subjects bowed, said their goodbyes, and left the room. Once the door was closed, Naruto looked at the young woman who remained still. He told her that she had brought him good news and asked for her name. Hinata replied that she was just an entertainer and that her name was Hinata. Naruto asked her to look at him and admitted that he liked her and kept the people he cared for close. One attendant began to object that the prince was being too kind, but Naruto interrupted, insisting that he would not change his mind. He warned that she could be useful to him sooner or later and that if she tried to deceive him he would see that she faced consequences. Hinata, whose face he still could not see, nodded silently. Naruto then declared that she would be his one and only entertainer and ordered her to stand. She obeyed slowly. When she finally stood, Naruto saw the most beautiful smile he had ever seen on the girl's face, the girl who had chosen to stay with him. That day had been another windy day in Uzushio. Hinata knew it from how cold the palace's stone walls felt. She was not used to the palace yet. She had never gone outside much, since the prince had ordered her to stay indoors and she had willingly obeyed. After all, without his protection she might have been back on the streets under Hayashi's control. She shuddered at the thought of what her father might say if he found her. She had completely forgotten the mission her father had given her, to live with Naruto and report. Since their meeting, the prince had changed so much, becoming warm and bright, and she had allowed herself to fall for him despite the danger. How could she not soften at his kindness? How could she not feel alive at the sound of his laugh? How could she not imagine a brighter future when he kept saying she was the one who had changed him? She knew it was wrong. It was a lie that had helped. Naruto stepped out of his bedroom again. It was not entirely her truth. Looking toward the street where she had once lived, Hinata's thoughts grew more agitated. A knock at the door interrupted her worry. When she answered, Kakashi stood there. Kakashi apologized for disturbing her and said that His Majesty wanted to see her earlier that night. Startled, Hinata wondered why Naruto would request her sooner than usual. Their appointments were normally after breakfast or dinner and the sun was only beginning to set. She nodded and moved to gather her few belongings, but Kakashi stopped her at the doorway. Kakashi explained that she would not need her attendants or her things and that the prince only wished to speak with her. Panic flared in Hinata's mind. He had discovered her secret, she thought, and because she had lied, he might have her punished. He had warned her from the start and she had remained silent. She felt foolish. With a dry throat from worry, she followed Kakashi and waited for him to announce their arrival and for Naruto to ask her to enter alone. When she entered, Naruto sat in the wheelchair he had requested so he could be more independent. The prince was focused on a quill that moved over a scroll. Sitting near the window, the rays of the setting sun touched his recently cut blonde hair, softening his features. His hands, once unblemished, bore small scars now, a sign of his return to practical work. His arm movements were more limited and slower, but what Hinata loved most was the steady smile that had not left his face since she had told him the meaning of her card. The card was on the desk. Hinata told the prince she was there, keeping her voice steady though fear consumed her. Naruto instructed her to sit on the bed. As she sat, dread made her willing to comply with whatever he asked. Hinata asked why he had summoned her. Naruto looked at her, startled and denying any such intent. His face flushed and Hinata, misreading it as anger, felt her lips grow dry. She pressed him further, asking if he had wanted her there for her music or to be a distraction. For a few seconds they simply stared at each other. His cloudy blue eyes cleared, and she could not hold his gaze. Her cheeks warmed and her heart raced. Naruto understood. Hinata froze and felt cold, convinced he had guessed her purpose and would punish her. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes as Naruto wheeled closer. He asked, with an unusual softness in his normally bright tone, why she was avoiding him, whether she was unhappy, whether the servants had disrespected her, whether her room was too cold, whether she wanted to return home, and what she truly desired. Unable to hold back any longer, Hinata dropped to her knees before him and confessed, sobbing. She admitted that she was not a true entertainer and had learned her tricks by copying others. She revealed that Hayashi had ordered her to assassinate the king, to infiltrate the palace and send attackers into the parents' chamber. She said she had planned to perform before him and then leave, but when she saw his hopelessness she could not go through with it. She had rigged her setup cards so the outcome would always lead away from harm, intending to say what he wanted to hear and continue her mission, but his care had changed her. She had not taken advantage of his kindness because she did not want to cause him sadness. She regretted not telling him sooner. Naruto cut her off and, instead of condemning her, took her hand and gently pulled her closer. On her knees, Hinata looked down at their joined hands and felt his heartbeat under his chest echoing her own. Naruto said he was hurt that she had only confessed now, but acknowledged from what she had said that she had not really had a choice. It had been kill his father or be killed. Hinata nodded silently, more tears falling. Naruto wiped them away with a soft thumb and demanded to know who Hayashi was. Hinata answered that Hayashi was her father and that he was a rebel. Naruto's jaw tightened, but he did not lash out. Hinata, voice trembling, asked what he intended to do, uncertain of her future after all she had suffered. Naruto replied that he would protect his family and her. He squeezed her hand and, speaking plainly, told her she had not entirely lied. She had promised to ease the pain that had been consuming him, and she had done that. Because of her, he had found a way to accept what life would bring. He said he had once relied on the card to live, but now he no longer needed it because he had found someone loyal, kind, and caring. Hinata took the card back hesitantly, expecting him to retract his words, but Naruto reached out, brushed a strand of hair from her face, and spoke his feelings. He drew her into a gentle embrace and told her he loved her. His breath warmed her face, and she shivered with the sudden, overwhelming happiness of being cared for. Naruto asked what she felt in return. Hinata admitted that, day by day, she had learned to love him and that she was ready to stand by him no matter the cost. Naruto promised that no one would be allowed to come between them and called on her to use his name. Hinata answered that she loved Naruto. Again, what made him skip his afternoon class? When inspiration came, he had to write. When inspiration came, his fingers grabbed the half-used pencil tucked behind his ear and marked words on creased paper. He wrote angry lines about a world that did not listen and hummed the melody as he tapped the rhythm with his finger, then crossed out the last sentence because it did not fit. He paused, set the paper against the wall, and bit the tip of his pencil. Footsteps came from behind him. One of Kabuto's men called out to Naruto. Naruto cursed under his breath, shoved the paper and pencil deep into his dark jeans, and slipped into a narrow alley trying to shake off his pursuers. He ran straight into two large torsos. Strong hands grabbed him and he struggled, then Kabuto himself appeared. Kabuto accused him of hiding again. Naruto answered that he was not a coward and glared at the three men before backing away from them and straightening his black leather jacket. Kabuto said he knew Naruto claimed to be a man of honor and demanded payment for what he said Naruto had taken. He spoke down to Naruto, repeatedly calling him a kid. Naruto grimaced at the insult. Naruto told Kabuto to stop calling him a kid and told him to get lost. Kabuto smirked, slipped his hand into his pocket, and nodded to his two men. The beating started again. Naruto's jaw hit the ground and boots kicked his sides and stomach. He tried to roll and defend himself, but Jugo held him down. From that low angle, all he could see were the man's polished shoes and Kabuto's smug face. Kabuto taunted him while spitting on his shoe. One of the boots pressed down on Naruto's hand and he yelped, but nobody seemed to care. He had always been invisible. He was an orphan that no one wanted. Kabuto reminded him that he had smoked Kabuto's weed and that he would have to pay and clean up the mess. Naruto said nothing, meeting Kabuto's hateful gaze. He had hoped to avoid Kabuto until the concert the next night, when he would have the money to settle things. Now the plan had changed, but Naruto refused to surrender. He had been through worse at the orphanage. At Naruto's silence and defiantly fearless expression, Kabuto whistled and the beating resumed. Naruto shielded himself and tried to take the blows, but adrenaline surged when Kabuto paused to wipe his shoe. Naruto seized the chance, grabbed Kabuto's ankles and made him stumble backward to the ground. Kabuto yelled in pain and the two other men stopped. One of Kabuto's men shouted that no one should hit someone who wore glasses, protecting Kabuto. Naruto's face hardened and he prepared to strike, but a memory stopped him. Hinata's smile flashed into his mind along with her quiet words reminding him that his hands were important and that he had promised to take care of them. The memory cleared his head. Because he hesitated, one of Kabuto's men grabbed him by the shoulders. Naruto twisted free, struck the man below the belt, and sent him down. He turned back toward Kabuto, who was trying to calm things and to offer another deal, but a fast knee struck Kabuto in the nose. Kabuto swore that there were always 3 of them, and his nose began to bleed. Nearly dazed, Naruto pressed his fingers to his own nose as Kabuto staggered and got away. As he reeled from the noise and the sudden spinning of the world, Naruto realized the trio had picked his pockets while Kabuto fled, taking the few things he had. Kabuto's men warned him that they were not finished with him, then they turned and left, laughing. Naruto vowed to find them and take back what had been taken. Revenge would wait. First he needed to recover. He rolled onto his back in the alley and watched clouds move across the sky. He felt the stickiness of his own blood on his skin and cursed softly. He imagined how Hinata would react if she saw him like this. Once he found his balance, he dragged himself to the main street, stood near a parked car, and stared at his reflection in the window. He squeezed his eyes shut, pinched his nose, and ran his hand through his hair to calm the trembling anger. Clearly, he would not be able to see Hinata today. The next day, with half his body bandaged beneath his clothes, Naruto walked to the bus stop in the city's wealthy neighborhood. He was late, but a smile stayed on his face because he had his pencil and paper back. At the thought of Kabuto's likely reaction, he laughed. At that moment he saw her. Each time she appeared, she seemed more striking, and he had to stop as his heart quickened and a nervous flutter rose in his chest. Hinata sat on the bus stop bench, fidgeting with her fingers while the wind moved her long hair. She radiated a quiet contentment, the same calm he remembered from the first time he had seen her. He remembered that day well. He had skipped his boring math class again, and because no one was waiting for him at home, he wandered the city hoping inspiration would strike. Without quite knowing how, he had found himself in the wealthy neighborhood of Konoha, and the symmetry of the place had stirred ideas in his mind. He sat on the bus stop bench and stared at his surroundings until a teenage girl caught his eye. She moved like someone exploring, head up and taking in every detail as if afraid to miss something important. Intrigued, Naruto watched her until he recognized who she was. She was Hyuga Hinata, the new girl at school who never spoke much even around classmates. She didn't appear to be wandering because of unfamiliarity. She clearly lived in one of the nearby luxurious houses. Not wanting trouble with someone like her, Naruto looked away, but from the corner of his eye he saw her stop, take out her phone, and begin to write. Then she crossed the road and came closer. She showed him her phone screen without giving him time to react. Surprised that she had approached a boy who often scared passers-by with his glare, Naruto met her gaze and was struck by the intensity of her lavender eyes. For the first time, he felt truly seen by someone, and it made him uneasy. He wondered if she could see through him and, if so, why she did not seem afraid. Back in the present, he realized she was asking for help. The phone showed the address the GPS had found. Before he fully understood what was happening, he found himself offering to go with her to the house he had noticed earlier. She bowed a few times with a grin until he made a clumsy motion to stop her because he felt awkward. They walked in silence to the large house and rang the front doorbell. A man opened the door after only a few seconds. His gaze fell first on Naruto and widened at the teenager's rough, bad boy appearance, but his expression shifted when he saw the young girl. The man thanked Hinata, expressed relief, and told her that her father was worried and upset that Niji had not picked her up from school. Naruto watched and understood that Hinata lived in the house they had reached. He wondered why she had come to him for help if she knew the neighborhood, and why she was smiling at this tense, worried man. He also wondered why she had been writing on her phone. Hinata raised her hands and answered the man's questions with quick gestures that seemed to calm him as if by a small miracle. Naruto realized she was deaf and that signing was her way of being understood, gestures made with small, precise hands, much like his own. Ko translated for Naruto that Hinata thanked him for bringing her home, explained that she had wanted to take a walk but had gotten lost, and hoped he would understand that she appreciated his help. Hinata watched the blonde speak but could not clearly understand his words. He spoke in a way that was not easy to catch. The man, however, began to pull her gently inside the house. As she allowed herself to be led indoors, she glanced at the teenager and saw him already heading down the stairs. Naruto regretted that he had to leave so soon. He turned at the corner of the street and their gazes met once more. Still grateful, Hinata smiled, and he returned the gesture with a small, awkward nod before disappearing from view. The next day he was not at school. Hinata searched for him from afar whenever she saw him with the 3 members of his music band, but she did not find him in his usual spots. She skipped a meeting with Niji to walk home in the hope of seeing Naruto in the neighborhood, but it was as if he had vanished. The quiet world she lived in provided no clues to his whereabouts. After weeks of searching and another scolding from her father, she stopped her escapades, though her worry for him did not fade. A few days later, while sitting in the back seat of her father's limousine, she saw him. He was sitting cross-legged on the bus stop bench, writing something on a scrap of paper in his lap. She was sure it was Naruto under his hood as they passed. Hastily she pressed the stop button. Ko pulled the car over, and without answering her father's questions, she opened the back door and ran toward the bench. When she reached him, she took his hand, which had been tapping the bench to attract his attention. For less than a second, Hinata brushed his ink-stained fingers and felt the brief warmth of his skin before he pulled his hand back quickly. His sudden reaction made her bite her lip. She worried she had done something wrong. Then his blue eyes widened with surprise as he recognized her. He stood and removed his earphones. Face to face and relieved to see him well, Hinata took in his sun-blonde hair, messy on top and shaved on the sides, which emphasized his hard features. Among his piercings, she noticed faint scars on his cheeks that hinted at past fights despite his youth. Most fascinating to her were the tattoos that covered parts of his arms and neck, their designs making her wonder whether they told stories meant to be shown or hidden. He signed clumsily but clearly, and Hinata understood. Naruto introduced himself by signing that his name was Naruto. Her heart fluttered at the sight. It was the first time anyone outside her family had used sign language with her, and the person was Uzumaki Naruto, the boy rumored to be a troublemaker. Naruto flipped back his paper and wrote a quick apology that it was the only sign language he knew. Hinata nodded to show she understood, and his tentative smile took her breath away. He offered her his pencil and paper. She had just enough time to read the few lines he wrote before a hand on her shoulder turned her toward her father. Hayashi's sharp expression made his displeasure clear even without sound. He glanced at Naruto, measuring him, then looked back down at Hinata. She touched her father's arm and signed that this was the boy who had helped her get home before and the one she had told him about. Hayashi was taken aback for a moment, then bowed slightly toward Naruto to thank him. Hayashi asked if Naruto was waiting for the bus and offered them a ride. Naruto shrugged and indicated that he was just there, not waiting for anything in particular. Hayashi excused himself, told Hinata to hurry, and guided her back to the car. Left alone, the 2 teenagers exchanged shy looks. Hinata offered a small smile in greeting. Naruto responded with a casual goodbye sign. Without thinking, Hinata reached and gently took his hand to adjust the shape of a sign he was making. When she felt his gaze on their nearly touching hands, a bright thrill passed through her and her heart sped up. She let go, cheeks flushed, waved goodbye and ran to the car. From behind the tinted window she looked back, but he was already gone. In the days that followed, they kept running into each other at school and around the neighborhood. Their exchanges were mostly glances and small, shy gestures, but those moments made Hinata's days feel brighter. Her father noticed the change. Gradually, after she practiced walking home with Niji, Hayashi allowed Hinata to come home alone on foot. Free from chaperones, she began to explore and discovered that Naruto was often sitting at the same bus stop. He never seemed to board the bus when it passed. Curious, Hinata approached him one day to ask the questions that had been on her mind. Did he live nearby? Why did he always sit here? Was he really in a band? How did he know some signs? And what were the stories behind his tattoos? She sat down beside him quietly so as not to disturb his writing. He did not move away, and the quiet that had followed her since childhood felt strangely comforting. After a few minutes, she felt a small vibration along the bench. Naruto had begun tapping the rhythm of a song with his hands against the metal seat. The pattern was strong and accompanied by soft clicks that resonated in Hinata's chest. She placed her palms on the edge of the bench and the vibrations intensified, filling her with a fresh, vivid sensation. She closed her eyes and let her head move to the rhythm, wondering if this was what listening to music felt like. Then everything stopped. Hinata opened her eyes to find Naruto watching her without embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed at being caught. He smiled, gave her a playful shake to steady her, and flipped back his paper to write a question asking if she wanted to see something cool. Her curiosity won out and she nodded. Naruto stood and gestured for her to follow him. They walked for a long time, moving away from the wealthy neighborhoods and the school until they reached a part of town Hinata did not know. Dozens of rail tracks converged nearby, with old trains stored off to one side. Walls were painted in 1,000 colors. Teenagers played basketball on a neglected playground, elders chatted on the pavement, and at the center of it all a battered bar called Sabretooth seemed on the verge of collapse. Naruto pushed open the door without hesitation and Hinata followed him inside. The sparse crowd made it easy for her to see the stage at the far end of the room. 3 microphones, a large drum kit, and heavy speakers dominated the space. Afraid of losing him, she scanned the room and noticed Naruto greeting a blonde woman with an earring and a scar by her eye, and a tall man with long brown hair and intense features. A man with brown hair and a scar on his nose emerged from a back room holding clean glasses and went to the bar. Hinata wondered where she had landed. She was not easily frightened, but being next to Naruto in this environment, surrounded by those 3 men, left her uneasy. Naruto signaled for her to follow, and while she shyly greeted the 3 people at the bar, she soon caught up with him and they slipped through a door into a sound-insulated recording studio. Amazed, Hinata moved to take everything in, but Naruto guided her inside the soundproof room and gestured for her to stay still. While he stepped out briefly, she used the time to look around. Her father certainly would not approve of the decor. Posters of rock and heavy metal bands lined the walls. Shelves were sagging under trumpets, triangles, tambourines, xylophones, headphones, drumsticks, and guitar picks. On one side a piano, an electronic keyboard, and a drum were part of the clutter. The guitars were the only instruments that could be moved. A standard guitar lay on the table before her in front of a worn vintage couch. Empty milk and beer bottles and several ashtrays gave a sharp scent to the air, and pizza boxes were stacked in a corner. What captured Hinata's attention most of all was the scattering of crumpled paper ball across the floor. Curious, she picked one up and smoothed it open. The paper contained rough song lyrics that compared the singers to demons, suggested their names were assigned to Satan, and declared they would drive people crazy. Music notes were sketched around the words, many of them crossed out and rewritten. She flipped the paper and found other unfinished lines, then picked up another scrap that read like a personal declaration of rebellion. The writer was tired of being shaped by others, determined to rise to the top, prove everyone wrong, and become a warrior. Hinata recognized the handwriting as Naruto's. He returned at that moment, took the paper from her hand with a shake of his head, leaned on the table, and scribbled something of his own. He then leaned back and left the note on the table. Naruto had written that they were not there for that. Frowning, Hinata took a fresh sheet of paper and a pen and wrote a question, asking whether these were song projects and if this was what he did when he was not at school. She set the paper down and watched him. Naruto did not answer with words. He made her sit on the floor and then sat down beside her. He put on a pair of headphones, pressed a button on a remote, and the room filled with loud music. The floor vibrated with the heavy bass, and Hinata instinctively placed her hands on the floor. Her heart hammered and a deep pulse of sound seemed to move through her body. She watched Naruto as he closed his eyes and lost himself in the rhythm. He moved his head to the beat, lower lip tucked between his teeth, and his fingers mimed playing an invisible guitar. Where Hinata felt overwhelmed and out of her element because she could only sense the music through vibration, Naruto seemed to be living the moment relaxed, passionate, and completely absorbed. For the first time she saw a different side of him, one focused entirely on the music. Abruptly he opened his eyes and, as if she were not there, darted across the floor to a crumpled paper. He opened it, read it, and tossed it aside. He repeated the action 2 more times before finding the scrap he had been searching for. He grabbed a pencil from his pocket and wrote furiously. Proud of the result, he returned to his seat in front of her and showed her what he had written. He explained through his notes that he had been struggling with writer's block for weeks on a particular song, but listening to the beginning of the demo had helped him break through. He wanted to tell Hinata that she had given him the idea, but he hesitated, searching for the right words. After a long pause, he took out his phone and placed it on the floor. Hinata noticed the sign language icons on the screen and realized that the small gestures he had used with her were ones he had taught himself in order to communicate. A brief bridge filled the space where conversation might have been. She did not have to adapt to him as she usually was expected to. The sight of him unsettled her more than the vibrations from the floor that traveled through her body, and although she had never imagined Naruto as a bad boy, his small attentions made her admiration grow. Despite their many differences, she felt comfortable with him and hoped he felt the same. If he had shown her this place, she told herself, it meant he trusted her. The thought made her blush, and when she saw him struggling, she took his hands in hers to get his attention. Since that day, Naruto learned sign language and Hinata liked to lie on the basement floor to listen to the different pieces the band created. Little by little, they rarely left each other. They spent entire afternoons in the saber-tooth basement. She helped him through writer's blocks and ran into the rest of the band, whom she began to know. She loved watching them create something so powerful that it connected her someone who had once stood on the sidelines because she could not connect with the world to everything around her. The atmosphere at the bar on concert nights was proof enough of their talent. Living in that reality, Hinata came to admire the 4 teenagers, and in particular the songwriter and second guitarist. She wanted to help him, to show him that with his passion for music he need not envy others. But she did not know how to confess her feelings to him when she had never heard the words "I love you." Back in the present, Hinata and Naruto had not missed an afternoon together since, and if one of them could not make it because of family or work they would let the other know. Yesterday, however, Naruto had not shown up and had not informed her. Though she told herself over and over not to worry, she could not stop fidgeting. Suddenly, 2 strong arms hugged her from behind, making her jump and cry out in surprise. She recognized the tattooed hands she had spent hours watching right. He placed something on her lap. Naruto apologized, explaining that he was late because Natsu had held him up at the bar. Narrowing her eyes, Hinata caught his hands as they started to withdraw and noticed one had a large bruise on the back and fingers that were reddened and scabbed. Concern made the small hairs on her neck rise. She moved away from the embrace, stood up from the bench, turned, and stared at Naruto. It was clear he had been in a fight again, but she did not expect what she saw. A large compress covered his nose and, along with cuts and bruises on his skin, one eye was badly bruised. Despite the evidence of the scuffle, Naruto smiled as if nothing were wrong and he gestured, asking if she was unhappy to see him. Hinata pressed her thumb gently to his lips and tried to smooth his stubborn smirk. Knowing she was tactile, Naruto did not stop her as she examined his injuries. Her hands moved over his face and the areas she could see, checking carefully as if searching to make sure he was all right. Her steady, lavender gaze made him feel alive, and he never tired of it. He waited under her concern, but Hinata grew angrier with every passing second, and Naruto could feel it in the pressure of her hands on his sore muscles. Naruto caught her wrists and acknowledged that she was right to be upset about him missing yesterday and about his injured face. He asked if they could move on and go to the studio, saying he had to practice with the band that night. She did not let him off so easily. Hinata freed her hands and pointed out that he could not play like that, reminding him that he had promised to take care of his hands. Naruto said the other person had deserved it, implying the fight had been provoked, but Hinata rejected that as a poor excuse for risking his ability to play. He bit the inside of his cheek and turned away, but Hinata kept going. She tried to be gentle with him, but if pushing him to recognize that only through his own choices could he change things required tension, she would do it. She asked him to think about the consequences. If he hurt his fingers, he could not play, and all the band's work could be lost. If he could not move his hands, he could not speak to her through music either. Did he understand what that would mean? For the first time since they had met, an awkward silence stretched between them. It wounded Hinata, who had expected an immediate reaction, and it hit Naruto, who had never considered losing the person who made his heart beat. He could still hear everything even when staying quiet, and despite that, he needed her to breathe, to see, to touch, to live. How had his life been before Hinata? It felt like a forgotten memory he did not want to recall. He begged himself to say something. Hinata signaled again that she wanted him to explain what had happened, offering him a hand and making it clear she was the one he could take hold of. She wondered if Kabuto had been involved and reminded him that she thought he had stopped seeing that person and had settled things. Naruto reacted defensively, insisting he had not lied and that the other man only wanted to be a constant nuisance. Hinata told him he should press charges. Naruto pushed back, refusing to involve the police, and snapped that he did not need her father's money. She warned him to think about what he would do if someone threatened him with a gun. Naruto said he would manage on his own like he always did and demanded she drop the subject, his voice booming. Hinata, who had been surrounded by family and professionals since her birthday so she could live a normal life despite being deaf, read his words on his lips and felt them cut deeper than she expected. For a moment they glared at each other, but when nothing could be resolved, she let go and turned away. Naruto realized he'd lost his temper and chastised himself silently. He knew that whenever he let angry words out they hurt people. He had never intended to hurt Hinata. He usually tried to be careful, but when she became anxious around him he spiraled. Between yesterday's events, today's argument, and Hinata's worry, the weight on his shoulders had grown until he had snapped. He cursed under his breath. He stepped in front of her and showed his palms in a gesture of peace. She stopped but did not return his apologetic smile. Naruto apologized, attempting to explain that it had not been his intention to hurt her. Hinata signed with her small hands and looked at him with tearful eyes, saying she wanted to end the conversation before it turned worse and that she was going home, but they might see each other that night. Naruto remained silent and watched her walk away. After a few seconds she returned, and he felt a flutter of hope. Hinata gently told him, with a voice full of feeling, that she understood his wish to change things on his own, but help would not hurt him. When a wall was too high to climb alone, it was okay to ask someone, even a person with a disability, for help. With a painful throat she left for good, hoping the conversation would lead to something positive. Night had already fallen when Hinata checked her watch and headed toward the Sabertooth. She thought Naruto might need space to think about their earlier exchange. Her cousin Sasuke being in town and a welcome dinner had distracted her, but as she and two others exited the car, a knot of worry tightened in her stomach. Inside the building the music thundered and lights flashed. The crowd surged and pushed, hearts pounding with the beat. Huge red letters formed the band's name, MS. When the lights came up on stage, the performers embraced the energy and the audience roared. Gray kept a frantic rhythm on the drums while Sakura's powerful voice rode the melody. Natsu and Naruto played off each other on guitar and keyboard with fierce energy, their stage presence like playful rivals wielding instruments as their tools. Seeing Naruto like that eased Hinata's nerves and brought tears to her eyes. She let the music fill the emptiness she had felt. After telling Neji and Sasuke she would meet them at the bar, she moved into the crowd. Despite her small frame, she worked her way to the speakers, placing a hand on the rough surface and closing her eyes as the vibrations ran through her. She didn't need words to understand the message the teenage band conveyed. When the solo shifted, Hinata knew who was playing. Her gaze fell on Naruto, fingers flying over the strings as he delivered a blistering guitar solo while Gray and Natsu supported him. The crowd's euphoria intensified as Sakura stepped forward to finish the last verse and bring the concert to a close. The lights dimmed for a moment, then bright colors washed over the band as they bowed and left the stage. Applause and whistles continued as some fans exited for fresh air and others lingered, hoping to meet the performers. Hinata moved back toward her friends and saw Neji and Sasuke talking with Sting and Rog. A hand caught her wrist and she started, then realized Naruto had gestured for her to follow him from behind the black curtain beneath the stage. She intertwined her fingers with his and slipped under the stage. They crossed the metal supports and reached the recording studio door. Inside, Naruto closed the door and led her into the sound-insulated room, making room for her on the couch. Hinata tried not to stare at his back and at the recent injuries he had concealed with makeup. He sat down beside her, now wearing a t-shirt, and began to speak, but for a moment they fell silent and shared the quiet between them. Naruto said he was glad Hinata had come. Believing his gaze to be shyer than usual, Hinata blushed when Naruto produced a red rose for her. Despite her racing heart, she accepted the flower to free his hand. Naruto apologized awkwardly, admitting he did not know how to express himself and that he had brought the flower as atonement for his earlier behavior. He acknowledged he had been thoughtless and overconfident, failing to consider the consequences or the meaning of his words. He scratched the nape of his neck, then looked at her. Hinata smiled shyly, showing him he had her attention. Naruto explained that, with Gray's father, he had gone to the police and they would help bring Kabuto to justice. He vowed he would stop looking over his shoulder, focus on school, and try to have the band send a demo to a label. He hoped it would be a good plan. Hinata told him she was glad he had shared his resolutions, but that he should discuss some things with the others. Naruto insisted that her opinion mattered as much as anyone's and that he needed her. He reached for her hands as he spoke. She froze, heart pounding, and quietly asked if he truly meant her. Naruto placed her fingers on his throat, directly over the fox tattoo there, then gently lifted her chin with his inked forefinger so she could see his lips. He confessed that he loved her. Caught off guard, Hinata let her hand fall but could still feel his pulse and hear the resonance of his voice. Realizing what he had said, her lavender eyes filled with both joyful and hesitant tears. He moved closer until their foreheads touched, wiped away her tears, and waited patiently. When Hinata returned her hand to his throat, he repeated his confession softly until she felt reassured. Hinata answered with the universal gesture of her hands, tapping her heart to indicate the same feeling, then reached for his face. Instead of a kiss, they shared a quiet, shy embrace, foreheads resting together, both smiling through tears. Later, laughter, whistling, dice and cards, clapping and the stamp of boots on wooden deck faded into the soft sea breeze as the sun set. The last rays painted the sky in fiery colors and glinted on the small salted waves that lapped against the galleon's hull. Most of the crew were absorbed in games and dancing and paid little attention to anything else. One pirate did not join them. Hinata, her long violet hair plaited under a hat, uncorked a bottle of rum and drank alone, elbows on the ship's rail as she looked out over the water. Her boots shone and her sword hung at her belt alongside a knife and a pistol. She kept her clothing plain to hide her feminine curves under a white shirt, black trousers, and a heavy coat. The horizon had always pulled at her, promising freedom more than any land ever had. For years Hinata had dreamed of sailing under her own flag, commanding a crew feared across the seas. But when she had tried to leave her previous crew, her captain had stolen her treasure and disappeared. Since then she had felt bound to him until she could find the most notorious pirate, Kyubi, whom she believed held what was hers. After months spent moving among different crews to continue her search in secret, she finally heard a rumor that Kyubi had been found in a biardal in Kiri and that Tonari Otsutsuki was going to deliver him to Queen Kagura in exchange for a letter of marque. Hinata had disguised herself and followed, knowing the thief was cunning and that she needed to be careful. Now her plan was in motion and she would soon learn whether the rumors were true. A smile tightened her mouth, adrenaline clenched her stomach, and hope made her heart beat faster. As night fell over the ship, she took the last swallow of rum and, pretending she would drink more, turned on her heel. Her hat cast shifting shadows across her face as her lavender eyes moved to the upper deck and found Captain Otsutsuki and his right-hand man deep in conversation over a bottle. They were so drunk they did not notice that one part of the crew was missing. Hinata left her observation spot with deliberate, fake heavy footsteps and threaded her way through the crowd of pirates who were still partying instead of organizing the mutiny. She had heard that a man called Kiba Inazuka wanted to take Tonari's place, and she had encouraged him. If he led the rebels into battle, the attention would be on him and she could vanish. Before any of that could happen, she had to go down through the multidecks. As soon as she closed the galleon's door, the party atmosphere faded and silence settled heavily around her. She hurried. She moistened her lips, set down the empty bottle, and moved her hand into her trousers pocket. The key ring she had stolen from Tonari came out and she walked toward the cells, holding a lantern. The deeper she went into the ship, the more the wooden hull creaked and the thicker the darkness became. Her breath was harsh, her hands sweaty. Impatience and the fear that the cells might be empty knotted her stomach. Perhaps it was also anticipation of seeing him again that made her uneasy. At the cell door she took a deep breath and slid a key into the lock. She reminded herself she would not fall into the same trap again. She was no longer the weak sailor she had been years ago, and she had ambitions to fulfill and a treasure to recover. She pushed open the creaking door until it rested against the hull. A final flight of steps descended before her, and she stepped down, letting the cold and damp penetrate her bones. The lower she went, the higher she raised the lantern, but there were only empty cells and the faint squeaks of rats. Her throat tightened. Had she come for nothing? Before her last spark of hope could die, a metallic clatter ran a shiver up her spine. Naruto's voice, deep and familiar, came from the darkness and hit her like a memory. The sound brought a rush of recollections of nights they had shared, but she blinked to push them away and focused on the task. She found him behind barrels of rum, a man in worn clothes, looking battered, his ankles and waist chained to the cell bars. He was the one she had been searching for. Naruto Uzumaki, known to some as QB. Naruto greeted her with a crooked, signature smile and teased that he was glad she had come to keep him company. He made a light joke about the cold and the state of his clothes, adding that she still looked as striking as ever. His tone was playful, masking pain and fatigue. Hinata took her pistol from her belt and aimed it at him with a calm expression. She told him that she had come for the chest he had taken from her before leaving her on his island. Naruto tilted his head and pretended not to understand, acting amused and lighthearted, reminding her that it had been she who had started their rivalry. She tightened her grip on the pistol and insisted that she had been desperate when it happened and would not apologize for what she had done. When she demanded the location of her chest, she threatened that if he did not tell her she would use force and deal with him right then. Naruto feigned wounded hurt, then looked at her with his familiar, hypnotic blue eyes and asked if she had come only for the baubles. He suggested a bargain. If she freed him and kept him alive, he would tell her where the chest was hidden. He argued it was fair, since a dead man could not help her. Hinata asked whether, after the chest was returned and he was free, they would never see each other again. Naruto said that they would still cross paths now and then, trading blows and words like true pirates. He spoke with a smirk that mixed challenge and affection, and Hinata felt a flicker of relief at seeing him still alive and still himself beneath the hard circumstances. She lowered the pistol. Conflicted, she had to choose between caution and the pragmatic opportunity in front of her. She took the key ring from her pocket and moved to start unlocking the chains. Naruto, hopeful and suddenly more restrained, watched the motion and went very still. Hinata told him she would take time to think about his deal. She smiled and moved away from him, taking the small amount of light with her. Naruto called for her several times, asking her to wait, but there was nothing he could do. She closed the door behind her and Naruto sighed, admitting to himself that she had character and that was part of why he cared for her so deeply. Flashback. Hinata remembered the day the boat she worked on sank and she was washed overboard. The ocean's eddies, uncontrollable whirlpools that no captain could cross, carried her to a fine sandy beach on Yuzushio Island. When she woke, relief at being alive came first, then the terror of the shipwreck flashed through her mind, and finally panic when she realized she was lost. She sat on the sand for a while, shivering in her wet uniform, and when she accepted that no one would notice her absence, she decided to explore the island. To her surprise, it was inhabited. The island had several small wooden cabins, hammocks, a meat safe, cooking and grilling tools, and even a small boat sheltered by large leaves. Unsure what sort of people she might meet, Hinata kept her guard up while she took food and clothes from one of the messier huts. Among the scattered belongings she found a red and gold hat. The colors had faded and the edges were worn, but the fabric was clearly fine, the kind worn by a high-ranking privateer. A deep, husky voice demanded to know who she was, and when she turned around a saber blade was pressed at her throat. At the other end of the cabin stood a tall blonde man in a coat that matched the hat, his red eyes fixed on her. Under the threat of his weapon and gaze, Hinata froze. When he noticed the item she clutched, he caught her arm and pulled her closer to inspect her. He studied her doll-like face, wide panicked eyes, trembling body, and sailor clothes, and recognized that she did not belong. He frowned. She felt a flutter of anxiety. He smelled of alcohol and tobacco, and his skin was pale from lack of sun, but his pupils held a curious spark. He observed that she did not look like a thief. He dragged her outside the cabin to where his crew had returned after fishing. The crew halted at the sight of their captain standing before a woman instead of with a bottle of rum. Fu announced excitedly that she was someone from the outside, and the crew gathered around Hinata. They helped her to a seat by the fire, offered her water, food, and a listening ear. Surrounded by unexpected kindness, she relaxed and told them what had happened. Rashi remarked that the eddies were deadly. Yugura said it was surprising she had survived. Gaara muttered gloomily that it was one less life lost to the sea. Han suggested it might be luck. Killer Bee reminded them that only the captain could safely sail those waters. Yujito added that they would likely have to sail again to return the girl home. Hinata asked, voice trembling, if they would really bring her back. Yudakata assured her they would, but suggested they think about it after a good meal and a night's sleep. The prospect of a new expedition energized the crew, and while they spoke, Hinata glanced back at the cabin where she had taken the hat. Naruto did not emerge, which made her feel relieved. He had made her uncomfortable earlier, and she did not want to spoil her newfound hope. The next day did not go as Hinata expected. Naruto refused to cross the eddies at that time of year, announcing that the whirlpools were too dangerous and that they would wait for the currents to calm as they did every year. He made his decision clear to the companions who had tried to argue, disappointing the crew and Hinata alike. During a quiet moment while some of the women plaited palm leaves into baskets, Hinata asked why he refused to leave the island, why he rarely left his cabin, why he did not help with the work, and why everyone obeyed his orders. Fu and Yujito exchanged looks and then quietly explained the island's history. Yujito told her that the Uzumaki had once been a formidable family of pirates, with many ships and thousands of sailors under their command. Fu added that Naruto, like others in his family, had joined the main crew as soon as he could wield a saber, following the orders of his maternal grandmother. Hinata asked in surprise if women could really be pirates, and Fu confirmed that they could, noting that Mito and Kushina had been among the most renowned until Naruto revealed his power. They explained that Naruto could influence the ocean currents, a talent that had made their ships far faster than others and that had altered the sea itself. His skill and reputation grew quickly, but on their return from a world voyage he had lost control of that power, and the resulting eddies began to ravage the waters around the island, isolating them and making travel dangerous. A hush fell as the crew remembered how those events had changed their lives. A short, reflective pause followed in the conversation before they moved on to make plans for the days ahead. The whole fleet was in shock, but the worst was the main galleon carrying the Uzumaki family, which sank. A shiver ran down Hinata's spine as she remembered flashes of herself tossed and powerless beneath the water. Her heart tightened at the thought of how much worse Naruto must have felt. Here, where he had always been able to control the currents, his whole family had been lost. Fu smiled and explained that Naruto, like Hinata, had been the only survivor and had continued his pillaging to honor his family's memory. He added that each raid had grown harsher and that more and more pirates left him, calling him bloodthirsty. Yujito confirmed that they had realized he was still traumatized by the loss. Yujito added that when Naruto recognized what he had become, he released the other crews from their oaths and withdrew to his island. Because they had nowhere to go and did not want to leave him alone, the 8 of them stayed with him, but even with them around he rarely smiled. Fu noted that even when Naruto permitted them to sail again on calm winds, he no longer resembled the great Kyuubi. He had lost interest in nearly everything. Hinata crossed her fingers against her knees and felt deep pity for the pirate who had suffered so much. She knew the ache of losing family, and she also knew she needed to go back home. Hinata asked when they would be able to leave. Fu answered that they had just arrived and that, optimistically, they might return to the Kurama in 6 months, though sometimes it took longer. The thought drained the color from Hinata's face. Her life had never been luxurious, but this camp was worse than her old situation in Kumo. Her hammock was uncomfortable, her clothes itched, and bathing once a week was maddening. She felt like dead weight among people who could fight and knew the island's every corner. After gathering her courage, she tried to speak to Naruto to explain how she felt, but every time she went to his cabin he was drunk and snoring loudly. Day after day, despite the camp's attempts at good spirits, homesickness stole her sleep, the lack of freedom made her morose, and being trapped on the island drove her nearly to madness. One morning she screamed in frustration toward the horizon. A rustle behind her made her jump. She grabbed the small knife she used to cut wood for the fire. The crew had advised everyone to stay armed when near the shore. Hinata had never used a weapon in her life, so without thinking she threw the knife. It spun several times before vanishing into the greenery. The noise stopped and Hinata gathered her things to leave, but as she reached the trees she recognized Naruto stepping out. For once he seemed sober. Relief washed over her until he drew closer and frowned. He put his hat on the pile of wood in her leaf basket and, catching her by surprise, returned the knife, the point buried in the fabric. Naruto handed it back and told her the knife was hers. Hinata felt panic dry her throat as she prepared to apologize, but Naruto interrupted, telling her she had damaged it and must fix it. She stayed still for a moment, then bravely tried to speak. Naruto refused to listen until she completed the repair, and he turned to walk away. Hinata watched him go and could no longer hold back. She dropped her things, strode forward, and stopped before him. She pounded his chest with her forefinger and refused to be spoken to like that. She made it clear she was not part of his crew and would not take orders, that she had been kept with them against her will, and that wind or no wind she would not stay. She demanded payment to be taken back home. If he refused, she challenged him to a duel. Naruto's expression shifted, something like amusement and curiosity sparked in his blue eyes. Naruto drew his saber from its scabbard and, with a cold seriousness that sent shivers down Hinata's spine, offered her the hilt. He said he would give her a chance. If she could manage to scratch him, he would take her back to Kumo the next day. He waved off any notion of using his own weapon and made it clear he believed she could not touch him. Hinata paused, hands trembling as she took the hilt. The brief brush of their fingers had left a warm sensation that she could not ignore. She hefted the blade and felt its weight. Her arms tightened with effort as she prepared. Naruto advised her to widen her stance for better balance and more power in her arms. Hinata steadied herself and readied to prove she could be heard. He urged Hinata to follow his instructions, noticing her uncertain expression. Slowly, she put one foot in front of the other and felt more comfortable with the saber in her hand. Naruto shrugged off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. When he stepped back in front of her, Hinata tightened her grip on the hilt and rushed toward him. She took her time to accept the idea of holding a weapon, but once she closed the distance she attacked. He easily dodged, and she tried again and again. Naruto did not comment. He watched in silence while Hinata panted, out of breath. The saber, the wind at her back, and the weight of her clothes made movement difficult, and sand scattered with each rotation, slowing her down. On instinct she attacked once more. Naruto shifted, and taking support on her foot, Hinata kicked a small sand dune. Grains of sand flew toward him from upwind. Surprised, Naruto had no time to protect himself and shut his eyes. Hinata seized the moment and struck, but she lost her balance. Her wrist was caught, yet that did not prevent her from falling hard onto the sand. She hit the ground and for a moment stars danced at the edge of her vision. A pleasant sound pulled her back to awareness. She turned her head and realized Naruto was laughing beside her, hand on his stomach and the other rubbing his eyes. His grin softened his features and made him look almost boyish. Hinata felt her heart flutter and her cheeks warm, unsure whether it was adrenaline or the tropical heat. Naruto sighed and praised the strength of her kick, admitting that the sand had momentarily blinded him and that he had not expected such risk-taking. Hinata thought that he had been trying to help her. He then remarked that her low blows and throwing knives were likely what had helped her survive in Kumo. Hinata began to protest that she had never held a weapon before coming here, but Naruto interrupted, insisting she had held one every day and simply lacked the perspective to see it as such. He trailed off, already back on his feet. Hinata tried to rise as well, but the world tilted and she swayed. Once more her wrist was caught, and she found herself upright with a bottle of rum in her hands. Naruto offered it, saying it might ease her headache, and put his coat back on. She noticed he took a swig from the bottle, and the sight made her feel unexpectedly weak-legged. She told herself it was only from the knock on her head. Naruto told her he would see her tomorrow, adding that she had missed him today. Hinata, taken aback, watched him glance at her once more before walking away. Speechless, she remained still, then remembered the bottle. She brought it to her lips. The smell and taste were sharp and made her cough, but a warmth eased in her stomach and she found herself trying it again. The following mornings followed the same pattern. Hinata always found Naruto in the same spot. She would spar with him and often end up on the ground. Since his sudden fits of laughter, Naruto was more relaxed and less withdrawn, which helped Hinata gain confidence. The more she watched him looking at the horizon or casually eating fruit with her at his side on the sand, the more she found him fascinating and less intimidating. During the day she returned to her tasks, quietly wondering about the change in his behavior. She could not explain why his laughter felt like a secret she kept, why the crew saw him outside his cabin more often, or why he chose to sit beside her at dinner. Their duels gradually became lessons and she did not know why, but whenever he was near her she felt increasingly unsettled. As she improved, their training intensified. One day Naruto bought 2 sabers, one for each of them. They stood face to face, having removed coats and belts for better movement. No words were needed, the clash of steel was enough. Sometimes Hinata tried to throw a knife or land a kick, but Naruto repeatedly intercepted, catching her wrist or her thigh to stop her strikes. Those brief, enforced touches distracted her and she often lost focus, ending up on the sand. Still, she kept returning every day, allowing herself to grow more comfortable with the warmth of his hand when it rested to steady her. In her dreams his touch lingered and left her confused. Naruto urged her to focus. Before she could recover, he kicked her support leg and exhausted, Hinata fell to the ground. Shivering with fatigue, she remained still to catch her breath and clear the dark spots dancing before her eyes. Naruto approached, repositioned their sabers, and then squatted beside her. Naruto asked what had gotten into her and why she seemed so distant. Hinata pretended she could not go on, and Naruto asked if she was ready to give up. Hidden behind her long, disheveled hair, she bit her lip and pushed him, sending him stumbling back onto his butt. Naruto said nothing and continued to watch her. Hinata spoke next, asking why he had never asked why she had wanted so badly to return home. Naruto murmured that they were the only 2 survivors, and that was what mattered. He turned his head and fell into quiet contemplation of the horizon. The sight tightened something in Hinata's chest. Hinata stood, adjusted her clothes, and walked toward the sea for a moment of relief. The warm sand stung her soles, the cool water made her shiver, but she kept going. The cold washed over her and calmed her racing thoughts, easing the memory of his touch and the frustration she had been holding. Seeing only the sea relaxed her and a small smile appeared on her lips. When she was ready to bathe, a hand wrapped around her wrist and her solitary moment ended. Naruto steadied her and reassured her that there was nothing to fear. He gently held her arms and she fell silent. They stood motionless in the calm water, close enough that Hinata reached up, cupped his cheek, and they shared a brief, tender kiss. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hinata nearly faltered. They held a quiet, empty moment before separating and returning to camp. Flashback. The sea breeze carried the first rays of sun into the cabins while most of the crew still slept. The camp was free of activity, waves washed toward the beach, smoke rose from the fireplace, and birds were already singing. The captain, not yet used to waking so early, lay on his bed with his eyes on the ceiling. His free hand brushed the arm wrapped around his torso, and he felt her breathing against his side. The shared warmth beneath the sheet relaxed him and prompted a cascade of thoughts. He remembered how he had once been a brutal pirate and a grumpy alcoholic, and now held the lifeline that kept him afloat. He wondered whether losing everything had been necessary to understand his place, his power, and his destiny. He thought that meeting Hinata, despite his faults, might have been meant to help him heal and regain confidence. He had watched her from afar since her arrival and at last worked up the nerve to approach her. He had not done so perfectly, he admitted to himself, but he would not change anything. His main worry was how she truly felt, since reading people had never been his strength. He feared she might see him as someone to pass the time with, leaving once they reached Kumo. Hinata asked if he was already awake, and the sight of her sleepy smile made his heart quiver. He admired her and wondered how someone like her could exist in a world with men like him. When he remained silent, Hinata rolled onto her belly and used her arms to bring her face level with his. She offered a quick, affectionate kiss that woke something in him. She moved away and he felt a longing to be close to her again. She gently eased his tension with a light touch to his forehead and encouraged him to talk, noting that he seemed unusually quiet that morning. Naruto grumbled that he did not want to talk, then pulled her into an embrace and they shifted together on the bed. Her fingers threaded through his blonde hair and kept him close. He breathed in her scent and felt comforted and at ease. Hinata admitted she had always wondered how he had known she no longer felt so eager to go home. Naruto explained that she had not said, "I want," but "I wanted," and that distinction had told him everything. Hinata laughed softly. He thought it was the gentlest sound he had ever heard. To warm his heart. He felt close to her as they exchanged shy smiles and shared a quiet, affectionate moment. With several river fish in their leaf baskets, Naruto, Gaara, Han and Utakata walked back to the camp in a light, joyful atmosphere. Their wet clothes stuck to their bodies and clung to the grass, which would make changing later more troublesome, and they deliberately wandered off the beaten path to see who would end up with the most ferns stuck to their clothing. They laughed about Han's slip from walking on the wet grass when Fu suddenly burst from the foliage, breathless and wide-eyed, spoiling the camaraderie. Fu appeared panicked and told them that Hinata was not well. Naruto's expression turned serious as he urged everyone to follow. Guided by Fu, the four men hurried to the camp. The rest of the crew stood in worried circles outside the captain's cabin, and Yujito was nowhere to be seen because she had stayed by Hinata's side. Naruto dropped his basket and pushed past the others into the small wooden house. Yujito met him at once with a bucket of water and explained that she had been with Hinata when she fainted, that her temperature remained high, and that Hinata had awakened once she was placed in bed. Yujito had kept everyone away because Hinata had complained of feeling sick. Naruto thanked her and asked what she thought it could be. Yujito admitted she did not know, but feared it could worsen if they waited. She suggested that Hinata's body might not be accustomed to life on the island and that exposure to unfamiliar animals or plants could be a factor. Yujito urged that they take Hinata to a medical center and pledged to do everything she could, though she warned she might not be able to manage it alone. Naruto squeezed Yujito's hand in gratitude and left for the sleeping quarters. He removed his coat and boots, then sat on the narrow bed feeling the weight of the decisions before him. He brushed Hinata's fringe back with the back of his trembling hand and wiped the sweat from her pale skin. Hinata offered a weak, reassuring smile, and Naruto pressed himself forward, unable to pretend that everything was all right when his heart thudded painfully in his chest. When Naruto asked how she felt, Hinata admitted she did not feel well and that Yujito had suggested seeking medical care. He considered waiting a few more days to see if she improved, but each passing thought returned to worry, the fear of losing someone he cared about, of failing to protect those close to him, of being unable to steady himself again if tragedy struck. The weight of those possibilities pressed on him. Hinata reached out, took his hand, and told him she would respect whatever decision he made. Her calm voice steadied him enough to pull her close and hold her through the night. By morning, after a restless sleep, Naruto had made his choice. He would not lose Hinata. The day they departed for Kiri, the closest city on the continent, rain came down in torrents, but it was too late to turn back. Still in quarantine, Hinata had been moved from Naruto's private cabin to his sleeping quarters aboard the Kurama for the journey. The crew loaded the vessel as quickly as the rough sea allowed. The flag bearing the fox emblem and the ship's sails slapped in the wind, which only tightened Naruto's grip on the wheel as he summoned his courage. He hoped the medical facilities on the mainland could provide answers for the illness that had steadily worsened. From the edge of the island, Naruto gave the order to depart and Killer be called that everything was ready despite the storm. At Naruto's nod, The crew sprang into action and the ship edged toward the swirling eddies off the coast. The closer they sailed, the wind further mussed Naruto's hair, the deck grew slicker, the visibility narrowed, and the waves rose higher, but he held the course steady for Hinata. But for Hinata, he was going to confront his fears. With that in mind, his eyes became red. Flashback. Despite her exhaustion, Hinata managed to stay awake at times. Sometimes she needed to step away to throw up or because her muscles ached so badly she could not sleep, but at least she could touch reality now and then. She remembered the storm that had lashed the boat on the day of departure. At first she had thought it a dream, but when the sun rose the next morning she realized they had really left the island. Locked in the captain's sleeping quarters, she had assumed no one would visit her during the voyage, but to her surprise the whole crew came by to distract her or to tell anecdotes about life on deck. She would have loved to be outside, but she was too weak, and her determination was no longer enough to keep her from relapsing or to push away the growing feeling of being trapped. That feeling worsened when they dropped anchor in a small cove of Kiri and reached the continent in no time. Seeing the continent from her window but not being able to land on it was deeply frustrating for Hinata. She wanted to explore it with the others. Pushed by the need to do something with her days, she searched the sleeping quarters. In drawers and cupboards she found several logbooks, drawings, and maps updated by the Uzumaki themselves. She waited for Naruto's permission to look through them. He often sat with her to read or to tell a few memories until the dust accumulated, and then he would help her out onto the balcony for a breath of fresh air. He held her close and let small waves of seawater lap their hands. She was always impressed. It was the life of adventure and friendship she wanted. When Hinata saw the eyes of the man Naruto brought into the sleeping quarters, she shivered. In addition to a faint sour smell, his long white hair and dark clothes offered no reassurance. She said nothing when Naruto nodded. Behind them, the 8 pirates held their breath. Narrowing his eyes, the old man watched Naruto for a moment, sighed, and crossed his arms. Jiraiya introduced himself and told Naruto that his services would cost him, calling Naruto his dear little client. He warned that what Hinata suffered from was not something he was supposed to heal, and that it could have consequences for the future. Naruto assured him that his secrets were safe with him and, speaking with the authority of a captain, asked only that Jiraiya heal her. Naruto's eyes fell on Hinata and she felt her heart race. It all felt unreal, but she had heard stories of a pirate who could control the sea and knew such things could happen. Suddenly her bleeding started again. As Naruto moved to come closer, Jiraiya stopped him. Hinata wiped her nose with a handkerchief and watched the old man bend down to study her for several seconds. Then he extended his hand and asked to see the handkerchief, and she complied without asking questions. Under the crew's watchful eyes, Jiraiya spent a good 15 minutes at Hinata's side. He examined each limb, checked her pale skin, took her temperature, and collected samples of her sweat and blood, mixing them with a foul-smelling mud from a small bottle before finally listening to her heartbeat with his ear. He then took a black-petaled flower and plunged it into a glass of salted water, setting the glass gently on Hinata's forehead. She recoiled at the cold. Naruto grew impatient and Jiraiya explained that the culprit was Aedes aegypti, the yellow fever mosquito. He diagnosed Hinata with the fever from that bite and congratulated everyone that she was still alive. Not many survived that virus. He advised the crew to watch closely, warning that since they had all been in contact with her in an environment infested by the mosquito, they might fall ill too. The 8 comrades trembled with fear. They found Jiraiya strange and not very sociable, but his expertise was clear. He asked Hinata how she felt, and she confessed that she felt better with a frank, relieving smile, which eased Naruto and everyone else. Jiraiya took Hinata's hand and held the glass against her forehead before standing and extending his open hand toward Naruto to indicate his work was done. Hinata was surprised at how quickly he had declared her out of danger. Naruto handed over his purse without hesitation, and Jiraiya accepted a bunch of the black flowers in return. He instructed that every day for a week Hinata must hold a glass of salted water with 1 flower against her forehead, that she should not travel during that time, and that when her skin returned to normal she would be healed. 7 days later, when Hinata stepped onto the deck, the whole crew welcomed her with warmth. Music, dance, food, and laughter filled the last night they would spend together at Kiri, and for once everyone was smiling. Naruto joined the festivities but never let Hinata out of his sight. She felt his steady gaze on her back, and seeing his joyful face made her happy. She reproached herself quietly for having caused him so much trouble. When the party ended, it was time for apologies and acknowledgments. Hinata sat on the bed and straightened when Naruto entered the room. He grinned broadly. She waved at him, and after he closed the door, she jumped to her feet with a gift in hand. She approached him and began to tell him that when she searched his sleeping quarters she had found some threads and then trailed off, unsure how to finish. A brief, neutral pause followed as the moments settled between them. Hinata thought she had time to sew it. She did her best to fix her mistake, but his hat was no longer as elegant as before. Naruto murmured that it was perfect and thanked Hinata. His honest eyes made her heart race. Fidgeting with her fingers, she mumbled that she was welcome as he set the hat back on his head. It was the final touch. He had everything back now, yet his gaze held a sad light. Naruto handed her old marine clothes and told her to get dressed. Anticipation gave Hinata goosebumps. She dressed, followed him to the bark, and by the time they reached the beach her excitement threatened to overwhelm her. The closer they drew to the port, the faster she walked. He took her hand to keep her close. His face was shaded by his hat, and the expression he wore made her blush. With him at her side, Hinata discovered a new side of the night. Disguised among the crowds, no one paid them attention. Bars were open, music filled the air, and laughter spilled into the streets. Some pirates carried animals on their shoulders, others sat with friends at tables. Drunk fighters stumbled through their contests, drawing crowds and bets. Hinata gushed about the beautiful, colorful dawn and thanked Naruto for everything he had done for her. She told him how proud she had been when they left the island, how surprised she had been that he crossed the eddies for her, and she apologized for her clumsy words. Naruto told her she was drunk and to watch her steps, then quietly said that he should be the one thanking her. She thanked him again for the night, marveling at how they had avoided capture despite his reputation and vowing that next time they would show everyone how they fought and tell their adventures. Hinata reached up and touched Naruto's cheeks with her cold hands, noting how flushed he was. Naruto laughed loudly at her innocent confusion, then tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and wondered aloud when he had fallen in love with her. They stopped in the sand. Naruto covered his mouth and looked panicked, trying to explain that it had not been supposed to happen that way. His warm hands gripped her arms, and as Hinata waited for him to continue she sensed someone behind her. Instinctively she turned, and a blow struck her temple. She fell into darkness. She woke from the flashback dizzy and disoriented. Waves of heat and nausea washed over her until she surfaced from the fog. Her hands dug into the wet sand as she saw her reflection in the salted water. Gusts of wind cleared the haze from her mind. A headache rose and she pressed a hand to a tender spot on her head. She called Naruto's name, but memories and reality did not match. She realized she was back on Uzushio Island and panic rushed in. The thought that he might have pretended to care made her chest ache. Tears fell as she felt manipulated and betrayed. She struggled for breath as the knot in her chest tightened and she screamed his name over and over. A shout of mutiny aboard the ship jolted her fully awake. Hinata sprang up in her hammock as the boat pitched. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had been dreaming of the past, reliving the same nightmares from her first nights without Naruto. She pressed a hand to her heart and tried to steady her breathing. The atmosphere on the boat was chaotic. Tonari's crew fought fiercely, two factions clashing across the deck. At the center of it all, Hinata did not know what to do. She dodged a few attacks and regained her focus. With her saber in hand, she went upstairs to Tonari's sleeping quarters and searched the office for keys, but found none. She assumed they were still below. As she closed a door with a kick, an assailant lunged. She blocked the blade, used his momentum against him, and incapacitated him without causing a gruesome injury. Taking a lantern, Hinata moved back toward the cells as she had days before. The crew was split, one group defending the ship while the other attacked the captain. At the last door a guard stood with the keys at his belt. The lantern light revealed her, and a blade fight began. Her opponent was taller and stronger, but she weaved between roof beams and used quick footwork to tire him. When he faltered, she struck decisively and sent him stumbling into the doorway. He tumbled down the stairs and she followed. She knelt beside the fallen guard and heard the jingle of the prisoner's chains. Once she held the keys, she turned to the cell and looked at the man inside. Naruto was speechless, his gaze flicking between the incapacitated pirate and Hinata. Hinata accepted the unspoken arrangement as she set the lantern on a barrel. Naruto stammered that he understood. His eyes never left her as she opened the cell and stepped closer to him. Her sword lay on the floor to be more efficient. She first moved to free his ankles. He stretched his legs without a second's delay. Once on her feet, she released his wrists and prepared to pick up her weapon, but Naruto's hand caught her throat. SBMSV to his strength, Hinata felt herself pushed backward until her back struck the opposite bars. Breath short, skin burning from the contact, body pressed against his, she readied herself to break free. Naruto's blue eyes were suddenly turbulent with emotion. In less than a second his grip loosened and softened. His hand went to the nape of her neck and his thumb brushed her cheek. Hinata's heartbeat fluttered with confusion and anger. She told herself she was supposed to hate him. A charged, silent moment passed. Naruto appeared stunned to see her there. He admitted, voice raw, that he had feared she was gone and that he had missed her. Hinata fought to steady her breathing as his presence overwhelmed her senses. She forced herself to step back and push him away. The contact shocked her, and she struggled to regain control. Summoning her knife, she pressed it against her stomach and blinked to clear her head. Hinata warned him that she would not tolerate another advance. Naruto retreated, close enough to stay in sight but far enough for her to recover. Her feelings and the weight of the past collided in a rush of questions and fury. Hinata accused him of leaving her and demanded to know where the chest was, insisting on the terms of their deal. She would free him and he would tell her where to find what she needed to leave. Naruto gripped her shoulders and told her that he had thought she was dead. Hinata shot back that he had been the one who had attacked her that night. Naruto insisted that he would never have done such a thing and pleaded that he cared about her and had believed he had lost her forever. The truth in his tired eyes made a painful knot in Hinata's stomach, but memories and the blank in her mind fought against trust. She asked how she had ended up on the island if not taken there by him, and how she had survived. As she thought, she remembered the eddies of Uzushio. Naruto, she realized, might be the only one who could control such currents. He confirmed that he had considered that possibility as well. The revelation was much to take in. Hinata needed time to think, but the urgency of their situation forced action. Without a word, she hung her knife at her belt, picked up her sword, and pushed Naruto out of his cell, then out of the room. As they moved closer to the desk, battle cries reached them. A group of men in front of them were not on Kiba's side. Hinata drew her saber. Naruto, unarmed, relied on his fists. They had never fought as a pair in combat, but years of training had taught them to read each other's movements. When she stamped her foot, Naruto anticipated a kick. When he accelerated, she saw him disarm an opponent. Working in concert, they quickly subdued the attackers. After the skirmish, Hinata checked her weapon and dismissed the threat of another hidden assailant. A pirate emerged from a blind spot, and Naruto fired, taking the enemy down to protect her. He gave her a wry, reassuring smile. Hinata retrieved her weapon and, after a clumsy nod of thanks, climbed onto the desk with him. The two dove back into the still-raging fight together. At the sight of Naruto, some attackers faltered and were driven back. Despite herself, Hinata found she watched him often as they moved through the chaos. He must have noticed it too. He told her that on the night on the beach at Kiri he had wanted to propose to her. She reacted with surprise as she knelt to avoid a blade attack. He repeated that he had wanted to ask her to marry him. She called him crazy as she stepped next to him to lend him a hand in the unfair fight. He admitted that he was completely crazy about her. One by one, their enemies were knocked aside by the gale of attacks. The wind grew more violent but the boat began to slow against the waves. Hinata understood why when she saw the intensity in his red eyes as he steadied her by the waist. Her feelings rose up within her. She asked softly where her chest was. He explained that he had left it on his island, thinking burying it would help him move on, and that after clearing the attackers he had gone there only to miss each other. She answered that she had left as quickly as possible to find him. He said he had no doubts about her resolve and admired her before giving a sad smile. He told her he knew she could take care of herself but that he would have loved for her to avoid that life. She said that traveling, discovering, and sailing were what she wanted, and asked him to let her go. He confessed that he did not want to lose her. She reassured him that she would not die and that she needed time to think before she could return to him. He nervously asked whether she would come back to live with him or to kill him. She said only time would tell. At that moment, the Kurama joined with the Tensigan, startling the fighters with a sudden display of power that revealed them. The crew realized the identity of the woman and called out that it was Hinata, confirming his words. He promised that no matter her choice, he would wait for her and released her from a heavy burden. He waved as he got to his boat and sailed away. Around a happy Hinata, the rebels celebrated their victory. Later, Naruto paced aboard the strange vessel that had entered Yuzushio's waters. His crew split to search for intruders, but when they came alongside the frigate they found no one. Naruto pushed open a door with his saber and stepped into a room with red wallpaper, a large bed, a chest, maps and papers. Curious, he approached a detailed study of the world. Frowning, he looked up and was suddenly toppled onto the mattress as an opponent moved quicker and pressed a blade to his neck. His heartbeat became unsteady in a way that felt both alarming and strangely pleasant. His blue eyes widened as she threw away her knife after taking his hat and placing it on her head. She announced that the captain of the Byakugan had crossed Yuzushio's eddies and that they had arrived at their final destination. After years without hearing from her, Hinata, the keeper of his heart, was on top of him. He wondered if he was dreaming, but her arms wrapped around his neck as he sat up were real. Her weight in his lap was real between his hands. He smiled to ask if she was back. She told him she loved him and showed her affection. Next to the welcome card signed by all their friends, a CD he had composed for Hinata sat unwrapped in lavender paper. That night he had made up his mind to confess his feelings, but even with his good intentions his hands trembled and would not let go of the letter he had written. He nervously rubbed the nape of his neck, hesitated, and pinched his lips as he played with the piece of paper holding his confession. Doubt crowded his thoughts. He worried that she would find his gift old-fashioned. After all, who listened to CDs anymore? He feared that even if he found the courage to speak, there was no guarantee she felt the same. His breathing hitched. He feared making a mistake and risking their friendship. Anxiety tightened his stomach and his fingers brushed old scars on his wrist. He wondered if this was the wrong time to confess, and whether he could bear rejection and the look of pain in her lavender eyes. A knock came at the door. Lee asked if he was ready. Despite his friend's presence and the steadying hand on his trembling shoulder, he felt no better. Closing his eyes, he pressed the letter to his chest where a painful knot had formed and placed his forehead against the paper. He admitted that he did not know if he could go through with it. Lee reminded him that he had promised to give the letter that night and encouraged him, pointing out that the 12 songs he had composed were not lame and that Hinata would love them. Lee urged him to have a little faith in himself. His difficulty expressing his feelings was not a secret to his friend. Complicated family relationships had contributed to a deep lack of confidence. But gradually, through moving in with his godfather, playing the guitar, and composing for the people he cared about, he had made incredible progress. The most important factor in his recovery had been Hinata. Her support had driven away his darker thoughts. She was the light in the dark tunnel he had built around himself like a hard shell. Lee understood his anguish, but he would not let him step back and lose the confidence he had gained over the past 3 years. Lee reminded Naruto that Hinata was a sweet and simple girl who would be touched by anything he gave her because it would come from him. Naruto pinched his lips, dried from his habit of biting them whenever anxiety struck, and took a deep breath. As he exhaled, he let the letter fall on top of the CD. He continued wrapping the gift carefully, tied the perfect bow, and held it in his hands. He could feel Lee watching quietly, and he recognized pride in his friend's dark eyes. The sight of Lee's steady support almost moved him. Naruto took one last breath and straightened, telling Lee that he was ready. The proud look on Lee's face warmed Naruto's heart and steadied his trembling. He returned the smile before Lee directed him toward the door. They put on their shoes, informed Lee's parents they were leaving, and closed the door behind them. The walk to the Hyuga residence passed quickly with cheerful, light conversation, and Naruto's anxiety eased for a while. But seeing the number 2 on the front door made it return, and when Lee pressed the doorbell, Naruto rubbed the nape of his neck. He nearly stopped breathing when the door opened. Lee greeted Hinata warmly and kissed her cheek as he welcomed her home. He also called for Gaara, his boyfriend, as he entered the hall. When Lee stepped aside, Naruto's legs went weak. After 3 years he could finally see her again. She was beautiful and radiant, just as he remembered. Hinata offered a warm greeting to Lee as he hurried inside to meet others, then turned to Naruto and hugged him tightly, telling him how excited she was to see him and inviting him in. She took his hand, guided him inside, and accepted the welcome back card with thanks. Naruto felt overwhelmed with emotion and kept his gift hidden in his backpack. Facing her expressive lavender eyes, Naruto blushed to the tips of his ears. Too much was happening. Her steady gaze held him in place and made the crowd and his nerves fade. Her small hand brushed his and reassured him. Her voice and breath were close. He, who preferred to take time to observe his surroundings, felt unmoored by the rapid pace of conversation, clinking glasses, laughter, and smiles. Still, he felt whole again. Hinata had left a void in his and their friends' hearts, but today her cheerful presence filled it as she told him about her years at Tokyo University. He was carried away by her pure laugh and listened closely to every word. Lee observed that Naruto was still as quiet as ever and expressed surprise that he had not changed. Naruto thought he could not believe it himself. Hinata, unchanged in her gentle energy and small stature, practically skipped around him while speaking with other guests. He missed spending time with her and seeing her smile. Caught in her warmth, he admired her, feeling soothed as her brightness eased his doubts. Then another person he did not know appeared at her side. They had reached the kitchen, but Hinata was no longer beside him. Instead, she stood with a dark-haired man holding a glass. Naruto, stunned, watched as Hinata placed her arm around the man's biceps and smiled broadly. The stranger introduced himself as Shino and said he was glad to finally meet Naruto, explaining that Hinata had spoken of him so much he felt as if he already knew him. Naruto felt suddenly displaced. Hinata's attention seemed focused on Shino, and Naruto's confidence wavered. The man continued to compliment Hinata, praising how funny, kind, and caring she was and saying she was the best girlfriend he could have hoped for. Naruto's thoughts spun. He did not want to accept what he seemed to be seeing. His palms grew sweaty, his tongue felt heavy, his legs unsteady, and his head throbbed. Hinata asked if Naruto was all right and noted that he looked pale. The hand she had placed on his forearm felt wrong now that she was also touching the other man. Feeling as if he had been struck, Naruto stepped away, unable to reconcile that reality. He lied to avoid worrying her. He smiled to appear natural. He walked away, weaving through the dancers and moving deeper into the shadows. He closed a door behind him, let himself slump onto the floor, and pressed a hand to his chest as if to hold himself together. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. Seeing Hinata look at Shino with such bright eyes and a radiant smile made one thing clear to him: she was happy without him. Her smiles no longer belonged to him, and that understanding hurt beyond what tears could express. A lavender-wrapped package in his hands caught his attention. It was his gift for her. With trembling fingers he opened it, but he could not bring himself to give it to her or to destroy it. He simply held it, unable to break it in half. In the end, he rummaged through his backpack for the old CD player he had bought in case Hinata did not have one, but the letter caught his eye instead. He could not give it to her now. She must not read it. He could not accept the reality. He tore the letter into pieces without shedding a tear. Dizziness washed over him, and a sharp headache grew until he felt sick. The pain was unbearable and he wanted it to stop. Hinata called his name in a worried tone, and her voice snapped him back as if time itself had frozen with his pain. Her earlier joy and the current concern in her voice brought him fully awake. It was her welcome-back party in Konoha. She should have been laughing with her closest friends, but instead she stood at the doorway, shy and hesitant, as if afraid to intrude. He did not want her to feel that way around him. He wanted her to be happy. He blamed himself for letting her leave without telling her how he felt, without admitting how deeply he loved her. It was a spring afternoon at a chateau with a French elegance, its flowered gardens alive with an eagerly awaited event. White decorations and lilies, roses, and lilacs complemented the Renaissance architecture as another wedding took place. Tradition required every Hyuga descendant to pronounce their vows on the lands their ancestors once tended. A light gust of wind cooled that sunny May day, a small relief for the many guests already seated in chairs trimmed with violet silk ribbons and for those still arriving beneath the cherry trees. Naruto glanced at the crowd and counted how many people he knew. Aside from those on the groom's side, he recognized very few. The observation tightened the knot in his stomach. He had to be perfect for his future in-laws. With a practiced smile and good posture, he looked neat and tidy. He wanted to be the ideal man. Unable to fuss with a lock of his golden hair, he adjusted his burgundy silk bow tie, the final touch to his tuxedo. The soft, kind look of his mother soothed him. Since childhood, her calming blue eyes had encouraged him and marked the end of boyhood and the start of responsible adulthood. His father, however, remained distant and stern. Minato Namikaze embodied success, never a misstep, and he expected his son to follow that same path and honor the legacy their family had built. Despite his father's strictness, Naruto could not help admiring him. Minato was a respected figure in the business world and a devoted husband to Kushina and a caring father to his sons. He was an example Naruto both respected and sought to emulate. Naruto had always been a dreamer, like his mother in her youth. He preferred simple pleasures and was not naturally competitive. But his status, ambitions, and his parents' pride had pushed him toward one inevitable duty: marriage. Barely an adult, the idea of engagement terrified him. Yet there was one detail that lifted his spirits. The one woman who made his heart race and made him believe in the love his parents had found was marrying him. Hinata. The families had been business partners long before Naruto and Hinata were born, so they had known each other since childhood. He remembered his first impression of her. Beneath a fragile, innocent exterior, her gaze was a soft lavender, frank and resolute. Years only enhanced that beauty, transforming the timid girl into a gentle, courageous woman who was always attentive and loving toward those she cared for. She combined tenderness with determination, and that was why Naruto Namikaze had fallen in love with Hinata Hyuga. She was the only woman he had ever loved. His heart thudded and his legs trembled as he smoothed the blue silk peak lapel of his jacket with his right hand. Excitement had kept him awake the previous night. He could not wait to make her his wife, but doubts gnawed at him. Would he be a good husband? Could he honor his commitments? Could he make his father proud while balancing the demands of a business career and family life? Would he be able to make everyone happy, or would the marriage end in divorce? For Hinata, he wanted to be flawless. For his future, he had to be beyond reproach. He forced himself to take several deep breaths and calm his nerves. His thumb brushed his lower lip as he smiled with a little uncertainty when Konohamaru approached. Konohamaru, his younger brother and the best man, instinctively patted Naruto's shoulder to encourage him. Konohamaru told Naruto that he was doing great and that he should change nothing. Naruto stammered, asking if that was true. Konohamaru assured him that their parents could not stop talking about him and urged him to stop worrying. Naruto looked at his smiling parents and noticed Hayashi Hyuga, the family patriarch, calm and relaxed. At Hayashi's right, Niji, a friend, colleague, and soon-to-be brother-in-law, gave a thumbs up, prompting Konohamaru to snicker. Konohamaru teased Naruto to relax and poked his whiskered cheek, making Naruto mutter in embarrassment. The teasing eased some of his anxiety, but he still tried to hide his nervousness. Everything was fine. This marriage was beneficial for everyone, he reminded himself. For the companies, the families, Hinata, and him. So why was he so worried? Once they exchanged rings, they would be married and share every moment from then on. He was ready. In health and sickness, in happiness and sadness, he would do whatever he could to make her happy because she was the one who made his world brighter. He needed her presence at his side. For better, for worse, that was the promise. A flash dazzled him and pulled him from his thoughts. Shikamaru, the photographer, captured this candid moment of surprise and, most importantly, the two brothers' perplexed faces. They soon asked for another shot and then posed. That image was the last sign before the ceremony. Late guests hurried to their seats and others returned to theirs. Kushina walked Naruto down the aisle, her thumb tracing gentle circles on his arm to calm him as his legs trembled. One last meter. A breath in. After a kiss on his cheek, she left him standing alone. He rolled his shoulders to keep himself steady, aware of Konohamaru behind him and his parents in the front row. The master of ceremonies arrived beside him, and when they exchanged smiles, the wedding march began. Everything was ready. A breath out. She was the only one missing, and his anxiety rose. Why was she taking so long? What if she had changed her mind? The guests turned and a hush fell over the room. He felt breathless until he saw her at her father's arm, cheeks faintly flushed and smiling shyly at the guests now standing. Her dress, with a duchess neckline and delicate lace, framed her figure, and the soft fabric moved gracefully with each step. She looked radiant. Her jasmine scent reached him and, quietly, stirred his emotions as she came closer. Everyone was taken with her, but none more than Naruto, who once again found himself transfixed by the lavender of her eyes. Time seemed to stop. He could see only her. Hayashi, with visible emotion, gave his daughter's hand to Naruto and squeezed his shoulder in a reassuring gesture. The father offered one last warm smile, and Naruto met it with a look that conveyed his promise to care for his wife. It was a passage from childhood to responsibility, and Hayashi felt that his little princess had become a woman and would entrust her life to another man. Naruto tried to keep his composure as he helped Hinata with the few steps. Ino, the chief bridesmaid, adjusted the long lace train. Floating on a cloud of happiness, Naruto blinked several times to steady himself against the overwhelming sight of her. Hands intertwined, he lost track of time. Events moved quickly from the speeches to the vows, which nearly overwhelmed him, to slipping the rings onto each other's fingers, and finally to their vows of commitment. When Hinata spoke her promise in that captivating voice, his anxiety melted away. He was moved to see her smile and later to see her laughing and enjoying the evening with family and friends. Under the lights, the garden shone, but none of that matched the happiness he felt. He was married to the woman who brightened his heart. Everything seemed perfect. The celebration lasted through the night, and then they departed for their honeymoon. He looked forward to being alone with her and strengthening the bond that now made them husband and wife. For better, for worse. Naruto leaned on the Parisian hotel's front desk and told the clerk that they were on their honeymoon, smiling like a child. The clerk checked their passports and offered her congratulations. Hand in hand, they headed toward the elevator, which was as luxurious as the reception room. Although only 24 hours had passed since the splendid ceremony, Naruto still glowed with euphoria, his blue eyes sparkling. That fabricated happiness crashed as soon as they were alone, and reality hit with a cold edge. Hinata quietly let go of his hand and stepped away, creating distance between them. The atmosphere turned heavy and tense, the elevators suddenly too small. Naruto swallowed and felt his throat tighten as he tried to meet his wife's gaze, but she kept a neutral expression. Her eyes began to shine. When the elevator bell sounded, it broke the awkward silence. Hinata moved ahead to unlock the hotel room door and went straight into the bathroom, closing and locking it without a word. He stood alone in the honeymoon suite, surrounded by red and gold tones that felt too bright and a view of the Eiffel Tower that did nothing to restore his smile. He told himself she might just need time to accept that their lives were now bound together. For better, for worse, was that really true? The thought left him heavy and unsettled. After 15 long minutes, the bathroom door opened and Hinata stepped out, having removed her makeup and changed. Her eyes were still red and puffy from crying. She did not look at him as she walked to the bed, and he bit the inside of his cheek. When their eyes finally met, her expression was clear. She did not want physical closeness. She would not let him hold her or touch her tonight, or in the nights to come. Hinata spoke in a detached tone and wished him good night. The fall was brutal, but it was the hard reality of their arranged marriage. Naruto loved Hinata. Hinata resented Naruto. Papers sat to his right and his left, piled high on the desk. Naruto wondered why important contracts were still printed on paper when technology could have avoided so much work. A fresh stack of files landed in front of him, dragging him back into the present. Minato, now freed from his duties for the moment, unbuttoned his jacket and took a seat in a leather chair opposite him. Naruto felt buried under work, and his father's presence did little to help him focus. Every time Naruto was in the same room with Hinata, a small voice told him he had to admit, once and for all, that his marriage was a disaster. All his attempts to please her had failed. They had gone to Paris, the city of love, and despite night strolls, rides on the Seine, visits to Montmartre and the Eiffel Tower, and dinners at nice restaurants, nothing changed. The honeymoon ended on the same note it had begun, if not worse. Back in Konoha, Naruto did not give up. He arranged cinema, opera, and ballet dates, candlelit dinners, anything that might make her happy. She refused most offers. The simplest activities together seemed to disgust her. He invited Niji and Tenten, Hanabi, and Ino to join them, hoping family afternoons would soften her. Those gatherings helped a little. For a few hours they looked like a couple and a fragile hope returned. But it was never enough. He left notes and bouquets of lilies, her favorite, every day when he returned from work. She did not seem to care. The flowers wilted, and so did his hope. For months she left the villa he had bought for her and returned only late, when he had already fallen asleep on the living room sofa. It became clear that she avoided him. Still, perseverance was his motto. He grew anxious, clinging to public moments as chances to stay close. During appearances she allowed small, public gestures, brief touches, and staged poses for the press that looked affectionate but felt calculated. Those moments increased their popularity, but the praise from newspapers and readers meant nothing to him. He wanted her genuine smile, the light in her lavender gaze to be because of him. He wanted one sincere sign that she cared, but every attempt felt hollow. Others were fooled by her performance, saying they were so cute and perfect for each other, while his heart kept breaking. At a social event someone asked if something was wrong, and Naruto grew even more mute. Fear knotted his stomach. He did not want to disappoint his father. He remained silent and shook his head, trying to banish the memories that were dismantling the picture he had built of his marriage with Hinata. He loved her deeply and wondered if he was strong enough to carry the weight of that love alone. As planned, his marriage had quickly advanced his career. He became CEO of his father's company and gained standing with the Hyuga family as well. He remembered the congratulations in the meeting room, the board proud of the choice. People finally treated him seriously. Yet a real husband, he thought, should provide strength and stability for his wife. To Hinata, he feared he had become the opposite. A burden, a consequence that bound her to a marriage she had never wanted. Mrs. Namazake made no effort to make the union easy. Naruto could not blame her. Neither of them had chosen this path. All he had that she did not was feelings. One afternoon, aware of his father's piercing stare, Naruto lifted his eyes from his phone. His father asked about how things were with Hinata. Naruto tried to deflect, saying nothing had really changed. His father did not accept that answer and pressed him about whether he had done everything to make his wife comfortable and happy. Naruto explained that Hinata's new job consumed most of her free time and that it was hard to find moments together. His father reminded him that a husband should know how to make time for his wife. Naruto admitted he had tried, but Hinata refused many offers and seemed to blame him for their situation. The conversation turned colder when his father mentioned the practicalities of marriage and responsibility. Naruto, frustrated and defensive, refused to be placated by formalities. He told his father he was not naive. Minato remained composed and then asked Naruto a pointed question about what a woman desired most. When his father answered that many women desired to become mothers, their identical blue eyes met, and Naruto realized his father was already considering a course of action. From the beginning, the conversation had only one goal, reminding him that everything was about business. A blunt, transactional proposal had been made, and Naruto wondered if the man had been serious. Minato disappeared without waiting for an answer, leaving him alone with his reflections. Hunted until the end of the day, Naruto kept thinking about that conversation even when he arrived home. Hesitating to enter, he knew the house was empty as usual. The silence pressed on him, leaving only his father's words running through his head. He was afraid to hear them again and again once inside. This situation felt oppressive. As a stranger in his own house, he entered the entrance hall feeling exhausted. A surprise waited for him. When he opened the front door, he immediately noticed the noise and a suitcase under the coats. The suitcase was Hinata's. He wondered if she was leaving and where she might be going. Cautiously, he stepped into the shared bedroom, the room where Hinata slept alone. Even though they were bound by outward ties, Hinata could still decide to live elsewhere, and he could not stop her. The possibility that their life together might end one day kept Naruto on edge. Knowing she was near him still offered some comfort, however cold. The room was not in disarray. Only a few drawers were empty, and 1 or 2 pairs of shoes were missing from her closet. Looking for her, he saw her long dark hair swinging in the bathroom as she searched through her drawers. Standing in the doorway, Naruto felt nervous. Naruto called out and Hinata tensed before turning around to face him. Their eyes met, showing that she acknowledged his presence. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and returned to her search with a toiletry case in hand. Hinata told him she had left a note in the kitchen and that she was leaving for the weekend. Naruto, thinking of the conversation with his father, asked why she had not mentioned it earlier and whether it was for work. Hinata answered that it was not for work. When he pressed to ask what it was for, she checked a bottle of shampoo, placed it in her toiletry case, and took her bag. She walked past him toward the exit. Hinata said she was leaving for Hawaii with Ino, Tamaki, Kiba, and Deidara. Hearing Deidara's name irritated Naruto. He had seen Deidara act flirtatiously around Hinata on several occasions. Powerless, he had never known how to react. Why was Deidara behaving that way around Hinata Namikaze, his wife? Naruto said he did not want her to go. Consumed with jealousy, he could not hold back. Hinata looked at him again, their eyes meeting with frowning brows. She told him that he did not have a say. He suggested they go together and that he wanted to have a serious conversation with her, but Hinata said she had nothing to say to him. Naruto accused her of always being absent. Hinata told him not to put the blame on her. She then declared that she was not going to go alone with a single man and walked into a nervous laugh that betrayed her anger. Hinata asked if he was jealous. He was. She reminded him that even if she now held his family name, she did not belong to anyone. Naruto understood the point without further words. He demanded that she tell Deidara that his intentions were not honorable, because everyone could see from his eyes that he was pursuing her. Hinata struck him across the cheek. Silence returned to the entrance hall, interrupted only by her quick breathing. Outraged, she took her bag and suitcase and moved around him, determined to leave him with his remorse. Naruto asked when she would see that he loved her more than anything. He heard her stop for a moment, and then he told Hinata that he truly loved her. Silently, he wished his words would hold her back. He wished he could stop the sound of her heels on the marble as she walked away. He wished she would understand that, for him, this was not just business. It was real love. The love was unrequited. He was in pain, his sadness making him feel hollow. Alone in the huge house once more, silence settled around him. For more than a week, rain had battered Konoha. Buildings blurred beneath a brutal succession of huge drops. Violent gusts of wind swept through the streets, and dark clouds swallowed the light as a relentless storm built. The city wore a gloomy coat under the harsh weather. Roofs were pelted and people locked themselves indoors to wait out the deluge. Lying alone in his way too large bed, Naruto was no exception. His breathing matched the rhythm of rain against the window. On his right there was no warmth. The empty place had felt cold since the beginning of his pitiful married life. The storm outside matched how he felt inside, empty, cold, broken. Despite the thunder and rain, he kept hearing the second hand on his watch tick through the quiet room. He had never imagined he would live in such loneliness, imprisoned by his own expectations and failures. Now it was clear to him, Hinata would never fall in love with him. He wondered what Deidara had that he did not, what qualities made Hinata respond. He saw himself as flighty and disrespectful to the values she had been raised with. Had his name become the only thing tying her to him? Without that name, he felt he had nothing left to offer as she continued to break his heart time and again. That very same heart still beat for her lavender eyes. They were one of the causes of his insomnia. For the umpteenth time, he changed position. One flash of lightning tore the sky, creating a crash that failed to mask his thoughts. They screamed inside his head, threatening to give him a headache. It was impossible to get rid of them when all he wanted was to sleep and end another disastrous day. Oddly enough, he found himself dreaming about better days when the sun would shine again. 2:28 a.m. His eyes were wide open. 2:29 a.m. Counting sheep did not help. It had never helped him. 2:30 a.m. A tour of the villa would remind him of the gloomy atmosphere inside. 2:31 a.m. His heartbeat matched the rhythm of the seconds. 2:32 a.m. Hinata had not come back yet. With the rain, he was worried. Maybe he should ask Ino if Hinata was all right. The thought of calling her his wife sounded hollow. 2:33 a.m. Working in his office would not be enough to distract him from his reflections about the marriage. Each time he entered that room, his father's words came back to haunt him. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn earlier when Minato had mentioned Naruto's trouble with his relationship. Naruto had insisted he would not touch Hinata without her consent. That was his line in the sand. He would stand his ground, regardless of pressure or status. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. During Kushina's birthday party, Kanomaru had announced his family news and the celebration had been loud and bright. The young couple's happy news revealed the possibility of a child, and the mood at the party shifted. Naruto and Hinata's forced smiles faltered. His mother's blue eyes had held him for a moment, brief but enough to make him feel sadness and disappointment. He was not a father. He was not happy in the marriage. Neither was Hinata. The rest of that day had not gone well. 3:09 a.m. Maybe reading would distract him. 3:18 a.m. A text from Ino said Hinata was not with her. Another lightning flash rumbled through the house. Wait a minute, what did she mean by that? Anxiety rose up. Naruto sat up and tried to take deep breaths to keep from panicking. Despite the long night, he thought through all the places Hinata might be. Inevitably, Deidara's flat crossed his mind. A sound came from outside his door that was not related to the storm. It caught his curiosity. He hoped it was Hinata. Kicking the blanket aside, he moved to the door, intending to check on her, but he froze when his hand found the handle. Hesitation and doubt paralyzed him. He heard more noises. Keys, shoes kicked off, tentative footsteps, then silence. Did she go to her room? Curiosity nudged him again. As he reached to open the door swung and met his forehead. Pain flared and he cursed, rubbing his brow. A soft gasp behind the door pulled his attention. Hinata stood there with her hands pressed to her mouth. Rain had dotted her long dark hair, making it shine against the night. Her eyes were wide and wet. Naruto felt momentarily dazed by the sight. Hinata apologized and moved toward him with a worried expression. A faint scent of alcohol accompanied her. She cupped his face to check the place where his forehead had been hurt, her fingers gentle and concerned. Naruto realized how small she was in the absence of heels and how close she had come. Their eyes met. Hinata's lips trembled and her cheeks were flushed. Naruto's heart quickened. The rain had made her face wet, and after months without real closeness, seeing her like this unsettled him. Hinata urged him to stay awake and stay with her. He let her guide him to the bed where she had him sit. She brushed his hair back with a careful hand, focused on calming him. The proximity and her steady presence made him feel unexpectedly relaxed. He felt like he could let the exhaustion take over and sleep beside her. When she reached for a plaster to cover what had become an imagined wound, her expression changed. Her lips quivered and the light in her eyes shifted from mischief to sadness. Naruto asked what was wrong. Hinata said she felt she was doing everything wrong and that she felt awful and selfish. She buried her face in her hands and let herself slump beside him, shoulders trembling. Tears flowed as she repeated that she was awful, clutching his shirt and rocking on her knees. It was heartbreaking for him to watch. Hinata explained that her father had spoken to her, and that his words had left her feeling unworthy and guilty. Naruto gently asked when she had spoken to her father. Hinata answered that it had been earlier that day, over the phone, and that it had been hard for her to talk about it. Naruto comforted her with a tentative caress to her wet cheek and encouraged her to continue. He could not leave her like that. She began to speak about what Minato had said and how it had affected her. I was dishonoring the Hyuga with my behavior. I wasn't following my commitment to my family, our values. And he was right. Hinata paused and looked at him with affection. Her fragile hand brushed his cheek, and Naruto froze as if the air had been knocked from his lungs. Hinata apologized, saying she was sorry for what she had made him live through and that he did not deserve any of it. Still unsteady, she found the strength to sit up and move closer to Naruto. Her pupils seemed to search him, and even with smudged mascara they were striking. Naruto tried to speak her name, but Hinata interrupted with a single question. Why? He realized he had been asking himself the same thing and frowned as her palm rested against his cheek, warm and insistent. Hinata asked why he was so kind to her. She rested her forehead against his shoulder and let her hand fall to his neck, her breath gentle against his collarbone. She said she did not deserve the attention, that she did not deserve him, because she could not shake what haunted her. Her jaw tightened. She gripped his shirt, trying to hold something steady. Naruto started to tell her what he thought she should do, but before he could finish his sentence, she closed the distance between them. Instead of continuing, they shared a quiet, earnest moment of closeness that was entirely about comfort rather than anything else. Naruto pulled back briefly, surprised and uncertain, and then stopped himself from saying anything that might force the moment one way or another. Naruto, worried for her state, told Hinata that she did not seem herself and that it would be better not to push things. He pointed out that she was drunk. Hinata tilted her head and drew close again, only a few millimeters between them, her expression full of complicated longing and hurt. Rather than asking for anything physical, she conveyed that she needed him not for what might have been expected, but for reassurance and presence. Naruto hesitated, torn between the tenderness he felt and his sense of responsibility. Hinata tried to reassure him that she was not as impaired as he feared and asked him simply to stay with her, to hold her hand and be there. His resistance softened. He allowed himself to be led by the emotional honesty of the moment. They held each other as the rain outside set a quiet rhythm, and for a while the world narrowed to that shared warmth. Dream or reality, neither of them quite knew. Later, at a table with the rain still in the air, Naruto asked Hinata why she had been so distant before. Hinata explained that it was not about him. She insisted that the marriage had complicated things for her. She described how they had been raised with different kinds of love. Naruto and Kanomu, she said, had known the gentler sides of love. Their parents had fallen in love before they married and raised them together. Hinata's experience had been more complicated. Her parents had not been in love when she was born and had never understood each other. Silence had become the only way to communicate for her family. Hinata's lavender eyes filled with sadness as she spoke of the pain she and Hanabi had learned to carry. Pretending and hiding their feelings had become second nature, a shell built to protect themselves from life's troubles. Since that conversation, Naruto no longer felt like the innocent young man who believed in love without complication. Reality had caught up with him, less beautiful and more painful. The night he had shared with Hinata had meaning, but it had been about mutual comfort more than anything else. Hinata had tried to trust a man and to ignore her fears, while the image of her father remained an ever-present shadow in her mind. Naruto found it impossible to be angry with her. Where others might have held a grudge, he could not. Nothing was purely black or white. Everything lived in shades of gray, changing with each day. Their marriage, difficult as it was, had forced him to grow and to understand that not all was lost. He realized he could hold on to someone, even if that someone was not his only love. He resolved that he would not give up. A short time later, Temari knocked and then opened the door with energetic haste. She apologized to Naruto and explained that she had been told he was busy but that Hinata had insisted on seeing him. Naruto said that his wife was his priority and asked Temari to leave them alone. She left. With the door closed, Naruto invited Hinata to sit. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata told him that she was pregnant. The news surprised him and filled him with a complicated, radiant shock. Naruto asked, trembling as he held the pregnancy test, whether the child was his. Hinata smiled softly and confirmed that it was. Naruto stared at her, a flood of emotions crossing his features as he took in the weight and promise of what she had just said. Hinata asked if he wanted to come with her to tell the others, and he kept wiping his tears as she spoke in that soft voice. His eyes fell on the photograph on his desk. The two small faces, the same whiskered cheeks and bright blue eyes, encouraged him at work every day. Nothing could bring him as much joy as those two sweet little faces. His innocence felt gone. He was not a child anymore. He was a father, a loving father of twins, Himawari and Boruto, the living combination of his and Hinata's blood. They shone like his love for them. As soon as he had learned they were twins, a girl and a boy, he had sworn to protect them at any cost. Now his heart felt crushed, but his promise remained. At a board meeting years earlier, one of the executives had spoken about alliances in a cold, businesslike way, suggesting marriage prospects and potential deals based on family advantage. Another voice had mentioned the Uchiha Company, and someone else had brought up the KKI. A different board member had said to make a deal. Those remarks, and the way the elders treated his children like assets, had been the worst obstacle to his youth, the last straw that broke him and Hinata. The thought of their families negotiating over the twins made his blood boil. His father had been pragmatic, saying they should make a deal with whichever family proved most advantageous for the company. Naruto remembered the strange, terrifying sensation of seeing his father not as a hero or role model but as someone who looked at life through ledger lines. Naruto confronted them, his voice filling the room as he declared that none of his children would be used as the elders pleased. He warned his father and his father-in-law Hayashi that if they ever spoke to the twins about the company, the family legacy, or the desire for a new heir, he would not allow them near the children. He refused to let anyone manipulate his grandchildren. The memory of Hayashi's wide, surprised eyes when he made that promise still satisfied him. The children were not merchandise, they were free. His family situation was already difficult, and he would not allow the elders to decide who his children would marry. Hinata had stood by him. United by the knowledge of the PRNCY, they had gone up against their parents. Despite their private conflicts, they had to fight together to protect the children. Her support gave him hope. The 20-year-old optimism he once had returned. He thought they might be able to try again. There were signs. She had never suggested abortion. The PRNCY had brought them closer, and as he helped her, he tried more than once to break through her emotional barriers. Their friendship had grown stronger, so he let himself hope for love. But he had to face reality. Hinata would never love him the way he loved her. One day, when things had seemed to be going well, he tried once more to ask about their future. Naruto told her he had always been honest with her and then asked if there was any chance she might one day fall in love with him. Hinata asked him to wait, and then she asked him not to wait for her. That was the answer he had dreaded. It felt like a blow to the gut, and he realized that she could not reciprocate his romantic feelings. He questioned what another person had that he did not. He brought up Deidara, asking why that man, what Deidara had given her that he had not. Hinata cut him off and told him he had misunderstood. She said she could not love Naruto in the way he wanted because she simply could not. She apologized repeatedly, as if the situation were her fault, and denied any betrayal of trust. Then Hinata revealed the truth that had been quiet for a long time. She had loved Ino from the beginning. The confession was emotional for both of them. Naruto felt the knot in his chest he had held in for so long explode. They embraced one last time, a tight, nostalgic hug. After years of confusion, he finally knew the truth. For a long time after, he wondered if he would regain his footing, if he would ever smile again. How could he feel whole after living years with someone only to discover the truth about their heart? He thought about the good moments and about Hinata. He held on to one comforting memory. Hinata insisted she had never been unfaithful. She said Naruto had been a wonderful husband, selfless and kind, and that in another life she might have fallen in love with him. That admission did not soften the heartache, but it did not stem from hatred. That realization tightened his chest, but not solely in pain. A surprising flicker of joy came with it. He began to feel some confidence returning, despite the wounds. He remembered that even his parents had never shown him that kind of affection, and that his own self-worth had been low in spite of his qualities. But the fight for his children's future remained. The old conversations of business and advantage would not dictate the lives of Himawari and Boruto. He remembered the flattering words people had offered him, telling him the company could count on him, that they were proud because he honored the Namikaze family, that soon it would be his turn to run everything. Those fancy, superficial phrases always reminded him that he was the eldest Namikaze son. When Naruto became a father, no one supported him. Despite being pushed further into an unhealthy situation with Hinata, no one asked whether he really wanted that or how he was doing emotionally. He thought back to his youth and felt how foolish he had been to pretend to be someone he was not. He wished things with Hinata had been different. He should not have been so insistent or intrusive. He should have told his parents no and shown that he did not have to follow his father's path. His whole life might have turned out differently. For a while he had been there for Hinata and she had been there for him. That relationship had shown him that life could offer more than romantic love, more tears, sleepless nights, and family tensions. But all of that was behind him now. It had been before his children, before he learned the truth, a harsh reality he still felt. Maybe it was jealousy that clouded him. For a time his relationship with Ino had been awkward, perhaps because of his ego. Still, he saw how the kind blonde could make Hinata happy and comfortable enough to open up in ways Naruto could not anymore. Accepting that, he conceded defeat. Ino was not a bad person and she had not chosen the situation either. There was nothing to be angry at. The only thing left for him to do was break the cycle that kept Hinata trapped by her duties. If making her happy meant giving her freedom, he resolved to do so. He would give her the power to fly. The sun shone in a cloudless sky on a fine spring afternoon. The ice cream vendor displayed his best flavors in a colorful array meant to attract hungry children: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, lemon, salted caramel. The line was already long and would be longer by the minute. The twins begged for ice cream, their pleading faces full of innocence. Himawari flailed her arms, asking for lots of chocolate. Boruto demanded chocolate too, while Himawari requested strawberry. Naruto felt the familiar warmth at being called dad and could not say no. Hinata sighed beside him, watching him with an amused but anxious expression. She wore a pretty purple dress and her hair had been cut to shoulder length. She crossed her arms and glanced at Naruto with a raised eyebrow, hinting that she would only agree if certain things were arranged properly. Naruto reassured her that he knew the schedule. Monday was swimming for PE and music had been marked on the calendar. He promised not to forget to comfort Himawari during nightmares and to do the bedtime story about the Sandman. He also reminded her that Boruto's teddy bear was in the car trunk. The fairy tooth was supposed to come that night while the twins slept, a small domestic note he would not let slip. Hinata admitted she worried, and Naruto told her not to panic. He put his hand over hers and offered his most comforting smile, promising to call if anything happened but trying not to make her more anxious by sounding overprotective. She relaxed into him, still sad at the thought of being away from the twins but determined she needed this time to find and accept herself. She asked for one last tight hug, holding her children close as they showered her with the kind of sweet things a mother loves to hear. Even as a mother, she remained a beautiful woman, almost dancing as she walked away, her dress catching the breeze and her heels clicking softly. She went to meet her partner, Ino, who had arrived by car and gave Naruto a small, warm wave. Ino looked radiant and friendly. Hinata planted one last kiss on Boruto and Himawari. They tried to catch it in the air, and Naruto could see gratitude and quiet thanks shining in her eyes. She smiled at him and then stepped away with Ino, leaving the trio at the ice cream stand. Naruto offered the children ice cream with a playful, childish grin. The twins ran ahead, their eyes bright as the sun as they chose their cones. Summer was coming and it was snack time. Naruto liked to spoil them when it was his turn. That arrangement had been one of the few solid decisions after the divorce papers were signed a month earlier. When the divorce was finalized, a calm peace had settled over the household and over Hinata's expression, and Naruto had no regrets. They had remained friends, and he now cherished that friendship as a single father with two lively twins tugging at his shirt. The children's impatience interrupted his thoughts. They leaned on the counter, eager and nearly drooling at their chosen flavors. Naruto laughed, content, and watched them enjoy the simple pleasures of a spring afternoon under a clear sky. In a pink and white blousey t-shirt, she tucked a loose lock of brown hair behind her ear. Her green eyes shone as she watched the two small, excited children, his two little monsters. He explained that they were really good at this, after all they were Namikaze. She found them very sweet and asked how old they were. He answered that they were 8. She remarked that fraternal twins must make everyday life difficult. He shrugged and tried to keep his composure. He admitted that he loved kids and had always wanted children. She mentioned that she had a 2-year-old son who was lively, and he observed that things were always like that at the beginning. She expressed admiration that he had twins. Their eyes met and a comfortable silence fell between them until the machine nearby made a harsh noise and she jumped. Distracted by his blue eyes, she almost knocked over the ice cream cones but caught them with precision and added a few more sprinkles to make them even more delicious. She handed the cones to the children, chocolate for the boy and strawberry for the girl, and the twins eagerly began liking. Her smile rivaled the brightness of the sun. Naruto noticed a delicate necklace at her throat and saw her tuck another strand of hair into her bun, which was not thick enough to hold all of it. As he reached for his wallet, she placed another cone into his hand. He fumbled that he had not ordered anything. She told him that it was on her and urged him to take it, asking him not to tell her boss and adding with a playful wink that a lemon ice cream would be welcome on such a hot day. He reacted with surprise that she knew his favorite flavor and became momentarily speechless, rubbing the back of his neck. The twins nearby giggled and teased him about his awkwardness. He muttered that she had guessed his favorite, and she assured him that he did not have to pay and that everyone should enjoy their treats. He thanked her and asked how he could return the favor. After asking the twins to stay close, he looked at her while she considered. She invited him to come back whenever he could, saying it would be a pleasure. Naruto laughed nervously at her boldness. Her dimpled smile and warm tan skin left him flustered. He repeated her invitation aloud, cleared his throat, and agreed that he would return. He tried to regain his composure, drew a breath, and gave her what he hoped was his best smile, which made the employee giggle. Flirting was clearly not his strong suit. She smiled again and said she would see him next time. Almost bumping into someone, Naruto began to walk away with the twins in his sight. They moved across the park along a gravel path bordered by trees. Gusts of wind ruffled the leaves and the happy shouts of other children blended with the sounds of nature. It was pleasant, and the memory of the lemon ice cream made him laugh. He thought perhaps it was time to move on and maybe to ask her something more. He suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask her name and slapped a hand to his forehead in embarrassment. Himawari teased that their father was in love. Boruto complained that he did not like girls, calling them annoying, and the siblings bickered as siblings do. Seeing Himawari's hurt expression, Boruto regretted his words and gently took his sister's hand to make her smile again. The tender, understanding look they shared reminded Naruto of Hinata. Their daughter pointed out that his ice cream would melt if he did not hurry. He had not even noticed he had stopped to watch his children. In that quiet moment he felt how much joy they brought him and how they fed a warmth inside him, a guiding light toward a new life, to be better, to smile, and to love. In the Canadian Rockies, Hinata looked out of her small kitchen window at the familiar white veil of winter. Snow blanketed the mountains and the surrounding provinces, large flakes falling as if to mute human activity. Nature here asserted itself, heavy snow bending even the majestic pine trees under its weight. The scene was beautiful and relentless at once. It was a normal evening and she tried to avoid slipping back into her old habit of worrying. The little annoyances of winter had long lists in her head: freezing feet if shoes were not snug, the sun hidden behind clouds so the warmth could not be felt, fog obscuring the view, country lanes made more difficult by snow, ice on the roads, hail that could wreak havoc, and night closing in earlier than daylight. Still, the smell of her cooking lifted her spirits and she checked the cassoulet with a spatula. She glanced at the clock above the sink and bit her cheek to stop herself from worrying. She pressed her palms to the counter to keep from picking at her nails and reassured herself that in a few minutes he would be at the front door, his boots leaving traces of snow on the floor, and that his first thought would be to greet her warmly. She thought of the small comforts she missed, sometimes a sea view, warm sand underfoot, the scent of lavender, the sound of summer cicadas, a glass of lemonade, and then remembered that moving here had been their choice together. She had not been following him, she had chosen to come with him. And as long as they were together, she would never be sad. He was her other half. When he was there, she was not cold. She did not need the sun because his energy, good mood, and optimism warmed her heart and made her feel at peace. With Naruto, she was not scared anymore. Naruto announced that he was home, but his arrival barely registered in her head. Her thoughts were loud, and she had been so anxious that she did not even hear the car or the unlocking of the door. He called her because he must have been surprised not to see her waiting. Hinata adjusted the burner's blue flame and ran to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and the tall collar of his coat. When he embraced her, she could tell he was smiling. His presence soothed her torments. Driving in such weather had not been easy, and Hinata could not help worrying. Naruto drove for so long each day that she kept praying nothing would happen to him. His warmth melted her again and kept them in a little bubble where everything was fine. She wanted to stay in his arms forever, but she knew he was tired and wanted to wash away the cold. She stepped back, and he cupped her face between his hands in a tender gesture and gave her a gentle, affectionate kiss. The brief contact made her heart leap. She loved him very much. Naruto produced a pink and black box of chocolates with a bow from the paper bag of her favorite chocolatier and presented it to her as he took off his shoes and hung his coat on the hook. Hinata teased him about trying to make her fat. Naruto smiled and said he had not intended that. He then bent slightly to look at her stomach and asked how she had been, teasing that she must be comfortable. Hinata was only a few weeks pregnant. The surprise had been joyful but had also sent her mind into a familiar spiral of worry and overthinking. Naruto noticed immediately and comforted her. She found the courage to tell him the news, and despite the complications of their situation, he had cried tears of joy, repeated that he was happy, and promised his love. Since then, even though her body did not yet show, he had become more attentive. His eyes shone with a new innocence and his energy overwhelmed her. She would laugh and blush, telling him it would not make the baby come any faster. Naruto teased the unborn child that he, too, would like to be kept warm because it was freezing outside. When his blue eyes met hers, Hinata squeezed the box against her chest, afraid her heart would leap right out. She felt like a college student again, blushing at his closeness. Hinata admitted that she had missed him. Naruto shrugged and reminded her that they had seen each other that morning. He moved closer, sliding his hands on her hips in a familiar, affectionate way. His expression grew mischievous, and she knew how that lightened mood usually ended. Hinata told him he should go change and shower so he could warm up while she finished cooking. Naruto teased about other ways to get warm and suggested he did not have to leave her to warm up, but he softened when she insisted that dinner needed attention. He gently picked her up and she laughed as she held onto his shirt. He buried his face in her hair to breathe in her scent, and they shared a comfortable, ending laugh. Naruto led her toward the bathroom and closed the door, and they each took a moment to freshen up separately. Afterward, they relaxed and talked while getting ready for the evening, and Hinata listened as Naruto described his workday in his usual animated way. Naruto recounted his day as if every task were an adventure, even when it was simply cutting wood and maintaining fires. He liked to remind her that without him, the residents would struggle to stay warm and the nights would be harder to enjoy. Hinata admired how he always looked on the bright side and never gave up, no matter the hardship. He had always inspired her. He was the sun that lit Hinata through the snowstorm of their life. Naruto asked an odd trivia question, and when Hinata realized she had been daydreaming, he smiled and put down his magazine. He looked relaxed in his armchair by the fireplace, his pajama silhouette outlined by the warm light. His hair brushed his ears and shaded his forehead, and his eyes reflected the firelight. Hinata's heart fluttered and she sipped her hot tea, knowing it would not calm her nerves but appreciating its warmth. They shared a quiet, warm moment together, then let the moment pass and turn their attention back to dinner and the steady comfort of each other's company. There she was, losing herself in thought again, swimming in an ocean of sensations he alone could awaken with a look, a posture, and a quiet pull. Her cheeks warmed. He teased that so many things must be happening in her head and that, although he knew she was clever, he would love to know what she was thinking. He raised his eyebrows playfully. Hinata buried her face a little deeper in her cup and shook her head, reminding him not to belittle himself. They did not have the same education, but they had different skills. They were complementary. They were a team. Hinata asked if he thought she was a little old for him to keep calling her babe. Naruto blinked, put his magazine on the coffee table, and sat up in his armchair. Hinata's fingers tapped the rim of her cup. Naruto wondered if she was asking because of their child and whether it made her self-conscious. Hinata admitted that it was a little of both, uncertain as she toyed with her nails. Instinctively, Naruto knelt before her and took her hand, letting his thumb smooth the back of it. His touch moved gently from her wrist up along her arm and eased against her shoulder as if offering quiet strength. Hinata watched him, biting her lower lip. He asked her to tell him everything. Hinata admitted that she was scared. Naruto told her he believed in her and that she would be a great mother. When she asked how he could be so sure, he answered that he knew because he was her husband. His hands rested lightly beside her knees and he pressed his nose to her cheek in a playful, tender gesture. Hinata threaded her fingers through his hair and their foreheads met. They looked at each other without words, smiles spreading across their faces. It was true, they were together, and for the moment there was nothing to worry about. Hinata spoke her love for him, and he said he loved her too. He suggested continuing the conversation somewhere private in a way meant to be flirtatious, which made her flush. Naruto had not had nightmares since the beginning of their relationship. They had tried everything to calm his restless nights: herbal tea, yoga, relaxing baths, comforting reading, pillow talk, and other calming routines. Nothing had fully solved it. Naruto was a ball of energy no matter the hour. Hinata understood that it was not his fault. His teenage years had been difficult, and trauma did not disappear overnight. He had told her about his remorse. She could see it in his eyes. The man who had once kept his emotions tightly guarded had changed because of his love for her, but guilt from past actions still gnawed at him. As soon as his eyes closed, his demons returned and his sleep could fracture. Traveling helped him sometimes. New environments and changing landscapes kept his senses engaged and prevented him from falling into the same patterns. He was not a naturally sedentary person. Hinata did not entirely approve of that method. He was falling back into restless habits and not allowing himself proper rest. He had promised to find another solution, but when or how remained uncertain. One night, Hinata felt an unsettling absence beside her. She opened her eyes and saw that Naruto had left the bed. The door was slightly ajar and a sliver of light cut through the darkness. She told herself there was no need to panic. He could have gone to the bathroom or to get a glass of water. They had only just moved in, so it should not be nightmares. She massaged her forehead, rolled onto her back, and smoothed the sheet with her hand to keep from worrying. She listened for the sound of the toilet flushing or a noise from the kitchen. Nothing came. She tried to remain calm. Naruto liked to tease by moving quietly when she was not looking, and he would always make it up to her with affectionate gestures. A cold draft brushed her arms. She pulled the blanket up to her nose and realized she was shivering for no obvious reason. Her hair at the nape of her neck rose as a creeping unease crawled across her skin. Naruto was taking his time. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, but something felt off. Biting her lip, she sat up, unsure whether she wanted Naruto to return and comfort her or to check that the windows were secure. When the door opened, she looked and found two blue eyes that were not Naruto's. Her heart fell. Before she could cry for help, the intruder moved quickly. He forced her back down onto the mattress and used a hand to muffle her. He pinned her in place and held firm, trying to keep her from calling out. Hinata struggled, panicked as the room seemed to narrow. She fought to free herself, but the man's weight made it difficult. The air felt tight and her movements grew sluggish. Fear clouded her thoughts and her heartbeat pounded against her ribs. Her stomach knotted with fear even before she fully woke. The baby. Hinata opened her eyes. Her baby. She had to breathe. Goosebumps ran across her skin as she pushed harder with her arms. She needed to get rid of that crushing weight, to break free. An intruder taunted that she would be a great mother, and another voice insisted he was her husband. Hinata needed to protect her baby. Her jaw clenched. Instead of wasting her strength, she let go of the man. Surprised, he moved, and Hinata seized the chance to catch the pillow and push it away. A tiny gap of air reached her. Hinata called for Naruto in fear. She drew a fresh breath before the man could cover her again. This was not the moment to drown in tears. She had to stay awake and keep believing he would come. He would not let them down. Meanwhile, it was up to her to hold on for him, for herself, for the baby. The pillow she had been forcing away was suddenly thrown clear, and Hinata gulped in air while her hands cradled her belly. She whispered sorry to the small life inside before the adrenaline drained from her. Still trembling, she curled a little more to protect the baby, her chest aching and throat raw. With the little strength she had left, Hinata turned on the bed and saw Naruto. His face bore the marks of the fight. It was contorted with rage and exhaustion. He tore a blanket and wrapped it around the intruder's head. The other man, equally skilled, did not need all his senses to continue fighting. He grabbed Naruto's arms and sent him crashing into the wardrobe mirror, which splintered. In a brief pause, Naruto pushed himself up and regained his vision. The two men collided again with precise, dramatic movements, rapid kicks, blocks, and footwork that sent furniture and framed photos tumbling. The room felt like an arena, intense and chaotic but without anything gruesome. Naruto dodged and checked Hinata with anxious glances each time. She knew he was holding back to avoid hurting her. She should move, she thought, but her body felt frozen, as if her breathing had been wrenched away again. The sounds of blows echoed in her ears. The struggle looked ferocious, like two lions clashing in a cage, and the destruction around them made the scene all the more terrifying. A grunt from Naruto snapped her out of her daze. His right hook sliced through the air. The intruder tackled him, but Naruto trapped the man's wrist and neck, rolling on top to gain control. That was the opening Hinata had been waiting for. A surge of adrenaline pushed her to her feet. She jumped down to the floor and, despite jagged glass cutting the soles of her feet, she kept going. She stumbled but caught the door frame and forced herself toward the hearth where a hidden phone lay at the foot of the fireplace. She knew what to do: send their position, press the right sequence, answer the questions. The speaker on the line asked for a code name. Hinata rasped the code name, Nine Tails. The man in black stared at her, his blue eyes glowing in the dim light, and Hinata tightened her grip on the phone. He lunged, but she did not look away. Fear had been replaced by resolve. Naruto was there, between his family and the danger. Under the firelight, shadows darkened Naruto's face, and Hinata realized he had already fought other opponents before arriving to her. He looked less like the gentle husband she knew and more like a trained operative, efficient, relentless, and frightening in how composed he remained. The intruder grabbed a candlestick as a weapon while Naruto used a book as a shield. The makeshift clash sent them careening across the room, and it became clear the intruder was aiming for the exit. Naruto yanked on the arm that had tried to pull him away, rammed an elbow into the man's torso, and landed heavy, bone-jarring blows. The force of the fight felt brutal and dangerous, but without graphic detail. Naruto pushed forward, wrapping his arms around the man to subdue him, refusing to be broken by the other's frantic struggles. Hinata felt ill watching the intensity of it all and begged silently for the phone line to respond. Her call was transferred to Hatake Kakashi. Hinata reported that Nine Tails requested permission to detain the intruder. Kakashi granted permission. At once, Naruto relaxed his grip and the man went limp, falling unconscious to the floor. Hinata set the phone down and pressed a hand to her mouth to keep from sobbing. Across the wreckage-strewn room, their eyes met. Naruto ran to her, and Hinata opened her arms. He collapsed into her embrace, holding her with every ounce of strength he had left, and his warmth began to steady her shaking heart. Naruto checked her for injuries and asked if she was all right. Hinata nodded. His hands moved to her belly to make sure their child was safe. Relief washed over them when they realized the baby was okay. Naruto praised her gently, telling her she had done well. Tears slipped down Hinata's cheeks as she clutched at his t-shirt and brushed a hand across his face to feel the cuts and scrapes he bore. She apologized for the danger they had faced. Naruto soothed her, assuring her it would be all right. He pressed a brief, comforting kiss to her forehead before pulling her close again. In that moment, strength and tenderness held them together, and they clung to each other, grateful to have made it through. Naples, Italy. Looking at the pictures on the wall, Hinata told herself that she was perhaps the only one able to tell the difference between Naruto's blue eyes and Menma's. Or, as she sometimes thought, clone too. For her, he was not a clone. Menma's greasy, dull hair, the vacant look in his eyes and his lack of expression could not be compared to her husband's soft, thick hair, bright eyes and genuine smile. Yet there had been a time when Naruto himself had worn that same mask. A sudden memory overwhelmed her and she struggled to steady herself. Naruto immediately took her hand. He laced their fingers together and gently pulled her away from whatever had been gripping her. He reminded her that she had promised not to do that anymore, and then he kissed the back of her hand. His fingers rubbed her knuckles and his thumb traced slow circles on her palm, giving her an anchor to escape her darker thoughts. Seeing her still distant, Naruto raised one blonde eyebrow. He still had some plasters on his right cheek and brow, but otherwise his face had mostly healed. As always, he had managed to prevent the worst. Hinata tightened her grip on his hand to remind herself that he was there with her. Naruto suggested visiting Naples and mentioned its partnership with Kagoshima City, clearly trying to distract her. It was her hometown, so of course she already knew, but she accepted the diversion. He asked what they could see in Naples, and she began listing museums and theaters. He smiled and, teasing that she was a nerd, said he had something else in mind: the sea. She imagined the roll of the waves, the froth tickling her toes, the endless horizon, and the quiet pleasure of sunbathing despite her pale skin. She pictured the playful moment where she might tease Naruto into buying her an ice cream. The simple thought of it warmed her. Their quiet moment was interrupted when Yamato asked for Naruto's attention. The sterile conference room filled with employees who all looked toward them. Kakashi, still at the front of the room, pinched the bridge of his nose as if trying to concentrate, while Yamato, who had called out to Naruto, seemed more impatient than his superior. Naruto remained silent and visibly uncomfortable. His jaw tightened and his eyes clouded when he looked away from Hinata, but he did not apologize. Kakashi cleared his throat and returned to his briefing, methodically enumerating the information the team had collected over the past few years while his staff took notes. The room felt tense and the employees gave Naruto wary looks. It was strange to many that Naruto Uzumaki, once an overtrained assassin, would sit freely in the same room as Hatake Kakashi, head of national security. The two men shared a history that even Hinata did not know in full. It all began with the Akatsuki, the Secret Service's foremost enemy. That organization hired killers across Japan and, when they discovered a way to replicate their most effective recruits, the threat spread beyond the country. Naruto was the only one to survive the Bijou program. The other subjects died from complications during the procedure. He became prized by the Akatsuki and by powerful figures who paid generously for his services. His frequent missions eventually drew the attention of the Secret Services, and a cat-and-mouse pursuit developed between him and Kakashi. Naruto was as cunning as a fox and capable of slipping away from desperate situations. In the underground, people said he had a gift for striking without hesitation and then vanishing without a trace. To someone forged by missions and combat, that was the life he knew. Yet Hinata believed that even those who had known little love could still feel deep emotions. That conviction explained what had happened when Naruto was ordered to eliminate Tsuchi. Approaching his target, Naruto saw the man's daughter, Ayame, and something protective rose in him. He could not bring himself to take the man's life. He knew what it was to lack a family and to be shocked by violence. He refused to be the one to take a father away from his child. The thought of harming the girl made him recoil, so he fled. When he woke in panic, convinced he had failed and hurt an innocent child, Hinata had been there to steady him and to remind him of his courage in breaking the Akatsuki's hold over him. Feelings were frightening, and Hinata understood that better than anyone. So when Naruto refused orders and called Kakashi to announce his surrender, the Akatsuki reacted with terror. They could no longer control their prized asset. They had created 8 other versions of Naruto and had been ordered to eliminate the original. They attacked him the day he left China by boat to return to Japan. The combat had raged between them. Naruto managed to defeat 4 of the 8 clones but was struck and tumbled off the boat. Washed ashore by the sea, he was found by Hinata. Hinata would later remember how he called her an angel who had saved him from the darkness, gratitude shining in his eyes, while she felt the deeper gratitude. When she saw his injuries that day, she had acted without hesitation and taken him to the hospital. She had never imagined that helping an injured man would lead her into a confrontation with assassins. Naruto protected her even though she had been a stranger. Having been manipulated by her family for so long, she admired his fierce desire for freedom. Without thinking, she offered him her small campus room while he healed. It might also make his pursuers think he was dead, which suited them both. During that time they learned each other's truths. Naruto slowly opened up. His kindness, his innocent delight in small things, and his warmth made her feelings deepen until she fell in love. She confessed when Kakashi handcuffed him, cheeks flushed and eyes bright with certainty. Naruto was at a loss for words, stunned that someone like her could feel that way about someone like him. Hinata understood his shock and did not begrudge him. She had already said what she needed to say. Years later, Naruto still regretted not replying in that moment, though he had developed feelings for her as well. His return to her after his release confirmed everything. Kakashi had agreed to let him go in exchange for information and assistance against the Akatsuki. Naruto promised never to leave Hinata again and to always be there for her. They dated, married, and now were expecting a child. They should have had a happy life, but Hinata never let go of the sense of danger that hovered over them. They moved often for Naruto's peace of mind. He did not like staying in one place too long. He had always said he did not trust the secret services, and over time Hinata began to see that perhaps he had been right. A sudden opening of the door snapped Hinata back to the present. A junior officer hurried in to inform Kakashi that the prisoner had woken up. Kakashi said that it was not the right time to deal with it, but the officer insisted the prisoner wanted to speak to him personally. Everyone in the room tensed, including Naruto. Hinata felt Naruto squeeze her hand. His gaze swept the room, assessing the staff as they moved to observe the interrogation between Kakashi and the man who had fought him. Kakashi walked over to them and asked them to wait where they were. Naruto said they had their own business to attend to and would not be long, and Kakashi left with the security director to follow the officer. The security director was the last to leave, and Naruto and Hinata were left with only guards. The sudden shift in the situation made Hinata uneasy. Her throat tightened and she fidgeted in her chair. Naruto noticed and lifted her chin gently between his fingers to focus her attention. He reassured her that he was there and that everything would be all right. Hinata lowered her voice to say she had a bad feeling, and Naruto admitted he felt the same. He placed an arm around her shoulders and held her close to comfort her, resting a reassuring hand on her upper arm. He rested his head briefly against her shoulder and quietly shared his plan and concerns. He told her he did not trust Kakashi and noted that clones still seemed to be appearing. He pointed out Menma and said the man was not part of the Akatsuki. Kakashi had been stalling to buy time, Naruto said, and they still did not know why. They were going to leave and he promised to handle the guards. He instructed Hinata to secure a vehicle and a way to communicate, the same method he had shown her before. They kept eye contact and released each other. Naruto silently affirmed his love. Hinata returned the sentiment. She drew a steadying breath, and Naruto rose to his feet. A guard at the entrance shouted for them to freeze and drew a gun. Naruto moved quickly, deflecting the weapon while a scuffle broke out. The guard's panic showed in his posture. He gripped his weapon too tightly and aimed to call for backup. Naruto's quick action disabled the guard's radio with a single shot, and the hesitation that followed worked to their advantage. One guard was taken out by Naruto's coordinated moves, and the noise signaled the start of the planned escape. While the other guard trained his weapon on Naruto and demanded surrender, Hinata acted. She rose from her seat and slipped behind the incapacitated man to search his uniform pockets, remaining focused as punches and skirmishes continued around her. She found a set of keys, including a car key, and a phone, everything they needed to leave. She took her phone, a USB cable, and a data transfer card from her backpack. She connected the cable to her phone, removed the SIM card from the guard's device, and inserted it into the transfer card. She waited until her phone confirmed a successful transfer, then returned everything to its place. Meanwhile, Naruto had taken care of his opponent and was now on watch near the window, thinking about how to get out without being seen. He slipped his gun into his belt under his t-shirt and asked Hinata for an update. Hinata said everything was fine. She shouldered her backpack, put the guard's phone back in his pocket, and joined Naruto. Her breathing was broken compared with his steady rhythm. Now that she had finished what he asked, her hands trembled and she began to understand the danger of what they were doing. To steady herself, she slid her hand into Naruto's. He, concentrating, squeezed her fingers to comfort her. Her heart raced every time she thought of her baby. From that moment, they were a trio. Naruto spoke softly to ask if she was ready. She nodded and squeezed his hand harder. Naruto opened the door and moved to shield her from behind. He quickly incapacitated an attacker with a swift, controlled maneuver. The attacker fell and did not move. Hinata covered her ears during the brief struggle and only lowered her hands when it was clear the danger had passed. Naruto urged her to try to look relaxed as he pulled her out of the room. It was easier said than done. The third guard by the door was also down and the sight tightened her chest. She liked her dry lips, felt her blood pounding in her ears, inhaled and exhaled, then forced herself to look straight ahead. They walked down an empty hall where only their footsteps were heard, though Naruto's were almost silent from training that made him move like a shadow. Not seeing anyone made her more uneasy, and Naruto stopped in a corner to let her regain her composure, his thumb caressing her hand once more. He tore the evacuation plan from the wall to buy them time. Before he could speak, she reached for it. She could do it. He handed her the plan while he kept watch for anyone approaching. Reading the map, she found the yellow arrow and told Naruto that a fire escape led to the third floor. She returned the plan and they set off. The farther they went, the more people they passed until they reached the main hall, crowded with employees and civilians. Hinata noticed uniformed police among them. Naruto realized they were at the embassy. Hinata could not hide her alarm, but Naruto was determined not to go back. They pushed forward through the crowd, the noise and movement narrowing their options. Naruto muttered his frustration at not being at the Secret Service's headquarters. Someone suggested it was Hitaki's idea, a secondary security measure that explained their arrival at the back of the building. Hinata's phone buzzed. Naruto guided her through the crowd as she answered. Kakashi's voice came through the earpiece, demanding a situation report. The guard on the line stammered that the suspects had gotten away and that one had attacked them, and Kakashi warned sharply that Uzumaki was dangerous and ordered the area secured, demanding a better report next time. The call ended after Kakashi instructed someone to check the security cameras. Naruto noted that the guards were likely in the security room, and Hinata realized that the security room sat on the same floor as the emergency exit. They needed another way out. At that moment, Japanese police officers began scanning the hall. They kept their heads up and exchanged polite smiles, but Hinata knew they were searching for someone. Pressed against Naruto, she felt trapped and expected to be spotted any second. Her gaze found a service entrance she had seen on the plan that led to the roof. She pointed it out to Naruto and he agreed. Trying to stay calm, Hinata searched her backpack while Naruto guided her to the door. She handed him his Swiss Army knife. Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he knelt and worked on the lock. She hid her face behind her short hair as she watched the hall. It was impossible to tell why no one had noticed them yet, and she silently hoped it would stay that way. Then she met Kakashi's gaze as he approached with fresh guards. Kakashi called for Naruto as he drew near. Naruto efficiently forced the lock and opened the door, then took Hinata's hand and pulled her behind it. Once clear of view, Hinata began to breathe normally again. She had not realized how erratic her breathing had become. Naruto pushed a storage unit against the door and stepped back. He took her hand again and urged her to move. They climbed the stairs to the roof, walking as if they belonged there. The higher they went, the brighter the walls became under artificial light, which stung Hinata's eyes. They found their destination, but the roof door was secured with a lock. Naruto retrieved a fire extinguisher and used it to break the lock. He returned the extinguisher when he was done, pragmatic as ever. They passed a danger sign, closed the door behind them, and wedged a chair to block it. The electronic hum and dimness of the staircase gave way to the open air outside. A new door blocked their path without a handle. When Hinata looked at Naruto, she saw him. They gathered speed. The door hinges gave as Naruto kicked it open. A gust of wind tousled their hair and cooled their faces, washing away the sweat on their brows. They were out. A relieved smile stretched across Hinata's lips. Suddenly she felt herself lifted. Instinctively she clutched at Naruto's neck, and only then did she notice there was no way down the service staircase had gone. Hinata tried to joke, voice edged with panic, asking if he intended to throw her. Naruto laughed and reassured her that he would not, then pointed to a wall and instructed her to catch it. He told her that once she reached the roof he would come to her, and told her to put her feet on the railing. He promised he had her. Despite his confidence, Hinata's stomach dropped with vertigo. Thanks to Naruto's hands on her hips, she managed to balance on the railing and grab the wall's edge. When she pushed with her legs, the railing gave. She lost her balance and slipped, feet over nothing and hands with nowhere to hold. She gasped before Naruto caught her. Opening her eyes, she met his. His expression was panic-stricken, but a comforting smile softened it. He assured her that he had her. Tears filled her eyes as her fingers tightened around his forearm while he lifted her. Once close to him, she trembled and folded into Naruto's arms, feeling nauseated. She forced herself to calm down, focusing on his presence and his gentle words. Then a metallic sound came from the door and Hinata went pale. Kakashi and his men had arrived. Naruto told her he would carry her on his back and urged her to move quickly. She did not protest and obeyed, careful not to wrap her arms too tightly around his neck. She trusted him. Still, her nerves flared as Naruto moved toward the platform's edge. Rusty iron grated beneath his feet as he balanced on the lip and gripped the wall. The door burst open. They barely had time to hide beneath the platform. Quietly they waited for their pursuers to leave. After a while, footsteps receded and Naruto declared that the others were not there. When silence returned, he began moving again. Steadily he climbed down the wall while Hinata concentrated on not interfering and, above all, on not looking down. Her stomach tightened a few times, but everything went well. Naruto landed softly and helped bring her down without injury. She stayed still, inhaling his scent until her muscles started to work again. Slowly she placed her feet on solid ground and was surprised not to feel dizzy. Naruto reached for her arms and looked up at her. He offered a tender, reassuring kiss and praised her quietly for her courage. Hinata, worried again, asked what they would do next. Naruto told her that they were going to Japan. Konoha, Japan. Hinata had always been observant. Analyzing her surroundings while remaining still and silent had helped her manage her anxiety and overthinking. At her 10th birthday, her family recognized that talent. She could memorize vast amounts of information quickly. Without asking her, they pulled her from school, separated her from her sister, and set her on a single task, to serve her family's interests with that gift. Hyuga needed her, Hayashi insisted. Hinata wondered then if her father had tried to control her mind. She knew she had been manipulated, but at the time she had wanted to make her family proud. In doing so, she lost sight of who she really was. She began to refuse being adored like an object. She was simply Hinata. Yet others continued to look at her as if she were priceless. She felt out of place and increasingly unwell. Overthinking provoked powerful panic attacks that left her vomiting and collapsing into exhausted sleep. Starved for affection, she became unstable and thin, fading day by day. No one stood beside her to help her understand herself. One day she was hurt badly enough for the doctors to say her retina had been damaged. The pain left her unable to cry. Only after she recovered did she leave the Hyuga household. She could not live like that any longer. She refused to be used until she broke. She had to care for herself if no one else would. She fled Kagoshima City, entered college, and worked relentlessly to ensure she would never be controlled by her family again. Despite her determination and knowledge, she still lacked a purpose. For the first time, she understood many things but could not see the problem she was meant to solve. She could not envision a future, freedom, or happiness, or an end to the suffocating pain. Then she met Naruto. His desire to pursue what was right and seek justice for himself helped her realize what was wrong in her life. Yet fear of being hurt again gnawed at her. Part of her considered hiding quietly beside this new protector. Everything would be easier that way, like when she had lived under her father's influence. But Naruto's gaze changed that. His blue eyes carried pain and sadness but also intensity and curiosity. He communicated to her that it was acceptable to remain quiet by his side if she wished. He could speak for the two of them. He had been silent for a long time, too. He did not judge her. He carried his own regrets and demons. He would wait to see her true self if she chose to show it. With no rush, he was searching for himself as well. Most importantly, he treated her as a person, not an object. He understood the feeling of betrayal that made someone feel worthless. Never had Hinata seen a more genuine, brighter smile than Naruto's. Hinata flushed whenever he complimented her, the warmth reaching the roots of her hair. They balanced each other and contrasted at the same time. It felt intriguing, unexpected, and real. With him, she could simply be Hinata. She wondered if she could allow herself to be selfish, to want to keep him just for herself. Naruto reached for her, and his hand on her thigh roused her fully. She blinked away sleepy memories from the plane and stretched in the passenger seat, chastising herself for having slept so little. Naruto told her quietly that they were being followed. She sat up, watching the left wing mirror. A line of cars tracked them closely. Konoha was small but crowded, the kind of place where schemes could hide and poverty left lasting scars. Knowing that Naruto had grown up here with so little tightened Hinata's chest. He had tried to cut ties with his past, and returning to the start felt like the only way to close some old chapters. They had left the airport, gone to the port, and come to Konoha under one of Naruto's aliases. They had rented a car and hoped to remain unnoticed. The sight of a glossy black car a few meters behind erased that hope. Naruto asked if he could reach them. Hinata could only stare. The situation felt worse than at the embassy. On the road, with speed and other vehicles, control could slip and become dangerous. She felt trapped. Her nails bit into her palms. Naruto told her to breathe and to take her time, and then asked again if he could reach them. She answered that he could and asked what she should do. He told her they should switch places. Hinata unclipped her seat belt and, steadier now, took the wheel while Naruto tilted his seat back and eased himself down out of the way. He told her to go straight ahead. He positioned himself behind her, pushed his seat up, and opened the glove compartment. She noted the familiarity of the gun's weight, the sound of cartridges, the click of the safety effects she had come to recognize because of him. She forced herself to focus on the road. For now they were only being followed. A chill ran through her and the hairs on her arms lifted. Hinata said she would have to stop because a traffic light ahead was about to change, but Naruto told her to turn left when she could. She argued that they would be away from traffic, and he said they would catch it later. She checked the mirrors, cut across into the lane beside them, and accelerated into a one-way street, ignoring horns of displeasure. Naruto noted that their pursuers weren't giving up and that the other car was larger. A sudden noise on her right made Hinata frown, but Naruto had already moved to pull her down. He urged her to get down. Bent over, she couldn't see much, but they avoided the danger. When they straightened, they saw the black car running parallel, shooters presenting themselves each time the vehicles aligned at intersections. Each junction brought the threat into view again and again. Understanding that, Hinata grew more nervous. If they had to duck at every crossroads, she couldn't keep her eyes off the road with pedestrians nearby. The next junction approached, and before she could speak, Naruto leaned close and wrapped his arms around her. When another car came into view, he fired. Naruto's shot struck one of the pursuers. The man collapsed, taken out of the chase. When another tried to respond, Hinata slammed on the brakes after checking the lane behind was clear. A bullet whizzed through the space where Naruto had been a moment before. She floored the accelerator to pull away and keep them moving. Naruto told her that once she got out of the crowded street there would be a bridge, and on the other side an underground car park where they could try to lose their tail. Hinata trusted him and pushed the jeep harder. Traffic resumed around them and a familiar bridge came into view, one Hinata had studied on the map. She maneuvered through traffic and overtook a car. Suddenly the rear windshield shattered. The unexpected explosion of glass made her jump, but Naruto moved to shield her from the fragments. Wind rushed into the cabin and tousled their hair. The black car was close behind. Naruto fired again, and Hinata swerved to shield him from another line of attackers. She tried to zigzag, hoping to shake them off. Her jaw set with the effort and she bit her lip until it stung. Naruto stayed focused and steady behind her. A warning from Naruto made her stop. She stretched a hand to steady him as he clung to the ceiling handle. A DLVY lorry had blocked half the road. For a moment it looked like they were trapped. Naruto indicated that they had to reverse. Naruto shouted for haste and ordered Hinata to reverse. He instructed her to keep her arm on the passenger seat and to watch the other cars. Hinata twisted in the driver's seat to get a better view and to monitor the traffic. Among the cars, a black vehicle drew her attention. Naruto accelerated, but not as recklessly as before because of the other drivers. People around them panicked when shots rang out, the sounds sharp and frightening but not described in detail. Naruto told Hinata to turn right. She put her hand on the gear stick, selected first, and steered into a different street. The bridge loomed ahead. Hinata's eyes darted between the rearview mirror and the road. No car appeared behind them, but Naruto stayed alert. She increased speed as the bridge approached. Still no other vehicle followed. Hinata wondered if there had been only two pursuers and tried to make sense of why no others had joined the chase. The tactics did not match what the secret services would do, and she considered the possibility that someone else had set a trap. She worried about being watched and about the danger of being separated from Naruto. Naruto reached for her shoulder to steady her. The touch brought a flurry of conflicting thoughts to Hinata, fear for herself and for the baby growing inside her. She began to hyperventilate, breath coming too fast. Darkness seemed to close in around her vision. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, and his warmth helped ease the panic as if sunlight melting away frost. She blinked away tears and felt his steady breathing against her back. Naruto told Hinata to breathe with him, and she focused on the sound of his voice. She closed her eyes and tightened her fingers around him. His breath blended with the scent she wore, and she felt his thumb move slowly across her hand. Following his calm rhythm, she managed a first steadying breath, then a second, and a third that came easier. Time blurred while she concentrated on his touch and cadence. With each breath, she relaxed a little more. Hinata leaned against Naruto. He reached for her cheek with gentle fingers and brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, his hand coming down to rest on her belly in a comforting way. He recalled a memory to lighten the moment. He reminded her of the promise to buy a house by the beach with a large garden and a swing set for both children and adults. Hinata smiled at the image of him talking by a fire about playing on the swing with their kids and nodded. Naruto brought up their earlier conversation about which car to buy and their agreement to get a dog before a cat, so the first child would have company. Hinata felt adrenaline and worry ebbing as he spoke, though a light ache in her stomach reminded her of the tension. Naruto said that they had accepted the inevitable challenges, the arguments, the loud nights, and the strains on the budget because of diapers, toys, and family trips, but that they would face it all together. The thought of Naruto as a devoted father calmed Hinata, and a tear slipped down her cheek. They had promised each other these things and were determined to build a normal life after dealing with the past they had avoided for so long. Naruto pressed his forehead softly to her shoulder, his posture suddenly tense. He asked Hinata, with a voice full of uncertainty, whether she regretted their decision to start a family. Hinata frowned at first, then realized where his worry came from when his hand moved again to rest on her belly. She lifted his face with her fingers and looked into his uncertain blue eyes, softening as she answered that she did not regret it. He held her hands and admitted that he feared he had been the source of her stress, and he apologized for adding to her burden. Hinata reassured Naruto that he was not at fault and acknowledged her own anxieties. She told him he had helped her calm down with patience and that she wanted to be the reliable support he needed. She pledged to be that support because she loved him and could not imagine her life without him. Her thumb brushed his cheek with affection as she spoke. Naruto shyly mentioned not to forget the cat, and they shared a small smile. He then buried his face in the crook of her neck and tightened his arms around her, saying he could not imagine his life without her. Naruto told Hinata that she was kind, gentle, beautiful, the mother of his child, and that he loved her, and he feared he might not be able to protect her. Hinata replied that she believed in him, her voice full of emotion. When Naruto looked at her with surprise and a light blush, Hinata brushed a brief, tender kiss against his lips. They held each other close, and when Hinata tried to pull back to soothe him aloud, Naruto kept her near. Naruto asked that she tell him she was all right. Hinata assured him she was grateful that he was there. When he asked again, she confirmed it once more with another gentle kiss. When the question of the baby came up, Hinata stopped and focused on the ache in her stomach. Naruto expressed his worry that given everything they had been through, she or the child might be hurt. He rambled through medical concerns in an attempt to impress, then apologized when Hinata was clearly distressed. Naruto clarified that he had wanted only to make her aware and to protect them both. Hinata was moved, her love for him deepened despite his awkwardness, and he offered a sheepish apology, which she brushed aside. Naruto teased her lightly, and Hinata playfully pinched his cheek when he pretended to be hurt. He called her Mrs. Uzumaki with a silly grin that made her blush. She looked down and he came closer again. They embraced, sharing long, tender kisses and gentle touches, holding one another as if nothing else in the world existed. Their closeness was full of quiet declarations of love, gentle reassurance, and the kind of care that made Hinata's heart beat fast. The moment remained NTMT and affectionate, calm, and heartfelt. Suddenly, Naruto tensed and moved away from her. He had heard something. Hinata felt a cold drop of worry when he reached for his weapon and moved under her. She realized someone might be watching them. Naruto told her he would take a quick look outside and asked her to stay in the car. His eyes fell to her belly and she nodded, locking the door and watching him walk away. She believed in him. Hinata tried to breathe slowly and keep calm, checking the dashboard clock with each exhale. After exactly 5 minutes, she heard 3 gunshots in quick succession and then silence. She forced herself to remain still, refusing to fall into a possible trap, but worry gnawed at her. When no sign of Naruto returned after several minutes, she opened the door and hurried out to find him. He was there, and she ran to him. He took her hand and reassured her that he was unharmed, then led her back to where the shots had come from. Hinata saw a man lying motionless on the ground, his hair falling across his face and a clear sign of a gunshot wound among his piercings. Naruto's jaw clenched with anger as he examined the scene. He told Hinata that he believed the man was one of Yahiko's clones. From the street, the building they had parked in front of looked like an ordinary orphanage. A large garden, a play area, and a sunlit house. Despite the Akatsuki's arrest, the place was well kept. Hinata noticed that the wooden floorboards on the porch had been cleaned recently and with care. Naruto ignored the private property sign and pushed the door open, entering the building with caution. They were conscious they were entering enemy territory. From floor to ceiling, the interior was redwood. The hall was huge. Framed drawings made by children decorated the walls. Not a single speck of dust lay on the ground. It was clear the squatters did not care for this place, someone else did. Hinata felt her hair stand on end and looked over her shoulder. Everything was calm. Too calm. She thought it odd that such a powerful organization had no alarm to signal an intrusion. It felt too good to be true. She moved closer to Naruto and scanned the surroundings. Despite the cleanliness, the atmosphere was unpleasant. All the doors stood open by design, and the absence of sunlight left the rooms gloomy, cold, and unwelcoming. Hinata knew what they were looking for. Or rather, who they were looking for: Yahiko, the Akatsuki leader, the mastermind behind the Biju program who had been put away where he could hurt no one, according to Kakashi. But memories of Menma, the Secret Service's odd behavior, the 2 men in the car, and Yahiko's clone made her suspect the program had started working again. Perhaps it had never fully stopped. They moved deeper into the house, aware that anything could be hidden from casual view. With clones and potentially freed Akatsuki members, they did not know how many enemies they might encounter, so at every door they paused to listen and peer into dark corners. Naruto's tension was almost visible. Hinata feared his muscles would fail when they were most needed. They passed quietly through the living room, the laundry room, and the kitchen. All the rooms were immaculate, as if the building had never been closed by the secret services. Hinata could almost hear the echo of childish laughter in the uncomfortable silence. They entered the dining room, another huge space with dozens of long tables surrounded by children-sized chairs and covered with spotless tablecloths. Near the fireplace, large windows looked out on the back garden, several hectares of green grass that begged to be run through. Trees shaded unused loungers and only a few plants had rotted. Nature was reclaiming the place. It should have been the perfect spot to relax and feel free, but Hinata could see from Naruto's clouded expression that it was a facade. He moved through the room with a distrustful focus on every small object, as if the place were another prison. He tried to hide his emotions behind a hard, unfeeling mask, but Hinata knew him well. She slid her hand into his, this time to steady him rather than for comfort herself. His fingers loosened and he gave a small, quiet smile before motioning toward the floor above. Their destination lay upstairs. The staircase matched the rest of the house in grandeur. Thick red carpet covered the steps, the railing was intricately carved, and every landing displayed a work of art. Hinata recognized pieces by Hiroshige, Degas, and even Dali and thought the criminals must have had an appreciation for art. When Naruto turned left to check the first floor, Hinata saw a children's bedroom filled with cribs and single or double beds with beautiful iron frames, all made as if that morning's tasks had been completed. The second room on the floor was the bathroom and toilets, with separate sections for boys and girls. Adjacent to the stairs was a playroom for babies who could not go outside. On the top floor there was a larger bedroom. A king-size bed bore lavender silk sheets. A rocking chair sat by the window above the fireplace, and a thick carpet covered the floor. The room spoke of wealth and care. As Hinata turned away, she saw Naruto stop at the end of the corridor. His hand slid along the wall, following the railing, the window frame, and the top of a wardrobe. He was searching for the button that opened the attic where experiments and tests had taken place, the attic that held memories that kept him awake at night. She shivered and put her hand to her belly. Naruto's hand joined hers. He brushed her knuckles with his thumb and gave a steadying look. The danger came from behind. Glass shattered as the window exploded inward, showering the room with fragments. They split apart. Caught by surprise, Hinata stepped back while Naruto spun, pressing his back against the wall to cover her and clear space for the intruder. A figure dropped in on cables, hair a new shock of ginger, piercings and a sharp, predatory grin, wielding a submachine gun. Hinata recognized another Yahiko clone, but this one felt different from the one that had followed them in the underground car park. The difference reminded her of Menma, a clone at first glance, but when she looked more closely, something in the expression seemed wrong. She wondered why. Her thoughts vanished as the gun was aimed at her. Everything happened in an instant. Naruto seized the attacker's arm and forced the barrel upward toward the ceiling. Hinata pressed her hands to her ears as the first shots rang out into the plaster. The two men fell into a scuffle on the floor while Naruto kept the weapon pointed away from her. The clone's ammunition soon spent, and with the upper hand Naruto struck, forcing the attacker to drop the empty submachine gun at Hinata's feet. They were back on their feet almost immediately, Naruto positioning himself between Hinata and the clone. Both of them breathed with unnervingly steady control. Naruto reached for his gun, intent on ending the confrontation, but the second man was quick and launched himself with full force. Naruto absorbed the impact and twisted to counter, but the attacker retaliated, using momentum to pin Naruto against the railing. The struggle continued, swift and tense, like a fight from an action scene in an animated show, fast punches, quick defenses, and tight grapples with no need for gore or lasting injury. Hinata cupped her mouth to hold back a scream. From 2 floors above, a gun clattered to the ground. Pinned against the ginger man's body, Naruto took a blow meant for her before countering and forcing the attacker toward the now open window. At that instant the wardrobe door creaked open. Hinata felt her heart drop. A second clone appeared in her line of sight, but Naruto's foot slammed the door shut in the newcomer's face. A harsh impact sounded, but the kick had not been enough to put the attacker out. The new man turned to strike again, and the first clone wrapped his arms around him in a tight, constricting hold. Seeing Naruto struggle, Hinata did not hesitate. She lifted the submachine gun to strike the attacker with but when another figure reappeared from the wardrobe. He moved so quickly that Hinata froze for a moment. Naruto and another voice shouted that she must not be touched, and the clones stopped at once. Silence filled the house for a heartbeat, then the crunch of broken glass underfoot reached them. Because the sound had come from behind her, Hinata spun and swung the gun but at the third person. Her blow was stopped easily, and she found herself looking into two lifeless eyes. In that instant she noticed the new wooden folding stairs that led to the attic, the very stairs Naruto had been searching for. Their plan had worked. The man watching her remarked that she was fearless for a Hyuga. Hinata realized it was Yahiko. He was different from the other clones. His gestures were measured, almost clinical, and that lack of human warmth reminded her of Menma. She could not shake the feeling that there was a connection between Naruto, Menma, Yahiko, and the clones. The pieces of the puzzle were in her hands, but the picture was incomplete. She tried to think through the missing link. Naruto swore that if they touched her he would act. The leader told Naruto to relax and said they would not harm Hinata as long as they received obedience. He reached forward abruptly and gripped Hinata's jaw to get a better look at her face. The contact sent a cold shock through her, leaving her skin numb and her blood chill. He let go and met Naruto's eyes, then nodded to one of his men. Behind Hinata she heard the metallic click of HNDCFFS. She could not see her husband clearly, but she imagined his rage. He had to force himself to stay restrained instead of tearing free. The leader said that their arrival had been planned and that everything in the house had been prepared for them. His voice was neutral, almost clinical, and that only made Hinata more uneasy. When he released her jaw, she smoothed the lingering cold from her face. Hinata asked if they had known she was coming, and she was relieved that her voice did not tremble. He confirmed that they had known. He then said that they would like her to remain with them. Naruto demanded that she be released and offered himself in her place, but Yahiko refused. He explained that they did not want Naruto for himself. They wanted something only Naruto could provide. The words left Hinata pale. A crackling old video pulled her back into a different memory. The recorded voice was excited and thin through the distortion. It described experiment number 1010, Uzumaki Naruto, as having finished training and being ready for the field. The speaker called him extraordinary and admitted concern that Naruto had begun to form a sense of self. To address that, the scientist said he intended to create a new generation of clones using cell culture techniques. Hinata tried to open her heavy eyelids. Something around her waist held her in place. The lack of freedom sharpened her awareness. The man in the white lab coat with wild ginger hair filled the screen, smiling with unnerving enthusiasm as he explained his plan to select the best of Naruto's genes through cell culture to create Menma, a new, more powerful, and more obedient successor. For him, this was the next step toward control. He said he needed to test the method on himself first and showed a small biological sample up close to the camera. He introduced Tendo as his first product from the project and called it the beginning of a peaceful world. Hinata had to look away to steady herself against the image of the sample in the glass. She became aware then of tall incubation tubes around the room. A head of blonde hair floated in yellowed fluid in one. She recognized the features and knew immediately it was another Menma, not Naruto. As her gaze moved along the row of tubes, she counted two more similar forms. She understood then that she had been brought to the laboratory in the attic. She tried to locate Naruto in her mind and to fit the recent events into the pattern she was beginning to see. The scientist's explanation took on background noise while the pieces clicked into place. One of Yahiko's men, Tendo, had injected her with a sedative. She remembered the prick of the needle and the subsequent loss of consciousness. The large room on the second floor, she realized, had been prepared for her specifically. Without a willing surrogate available, the scientist had planned to use her own body to carry the experiment forward, keeping the developing material inside an incubator. Her thoughts stalled. She did not want to admit what she had understood. Panic rose, gathering behind her eyes, and her breath shortened as the realization settled in. And she saw Yahiko's face again. She remembered the cold reasoning she had heard. Humankind would advance through controlled reproduction, and her baby was the key to producing more effective assassins. Naruto was too human for their plans. Selecting genes meant isolating emotions. Since Menma had failed, they intended to run the experiment on true descendants. Vulnerability tightened her stomach. Goosebumps rose on her arms. Her body tensed and sweat beaded on her forehead as her eyes frantically searched for Naruto. She was alone in the room. He was not there. Fear narrowed her thinking. All she wanted was to protect her child and get back to Naruto. She tried to rise, but her arms would not obey. Looking up, she saw she had been handcuffed to the bed. Looking down, she realized her shirt had been lifted and a red mark had been drawn on her belly. The sight fixed in her mind and fueled her panic. The restraints chafed her wrists the more she struggled. Adrenaline surged through her, dulling the pain for the moment. She pushed and pulled but did not move an inch. A frustrated cry escaped her. Tendo observed that they had thought they had more time. He paused the Ultisindi and took a seat near her. Another clone followed. She noticed a gun being slid beneath the mattress. Their movements were mechanical, their postures almost robotic. She begged them not to hurt her baby. The two pain clones assured her that harming the child was not their intention and that they were merely checking that everything was normal. They said Kakashi had reported that she had been highly stressed since the incident with Menma and had even led a dangerous car chase across Konoha in an attempt to escape. She asked whether the men in the car had been clones and whether Kakashi was involved. The clones confirmed the car occupants had been clones and replied that Kakashi was a thief, while Yahiko was the creator of the place where she had been taken. They said Kakashi had claimed the Akatsuki's ideas, had been involved in Menma's creation, and that he worked alone. When she asked where Yahiko was, they said he was dead. When she asked how, they answered that Kakashi had killed him because the Nine Tails had found him. None of their voices carried bitterness, anger, or sorrow. There was a calm, almost detached quality to the way they spoke. It was clear they had not acted out of personal revenge. When she asked why they were doing this, the clones explained that they sought a peaceful world, the same goal they attributed to Kakashi. She pushed back, questioning how peace could be achieved with assassins in the streets and emotionless clones, insisting that sharing an aim with Kakashi did not justify unquestioning obedience. The clones responded that obedience was the reason for their creation. The lack of emotion in their words silenced her. The idea of a future driven by such logic terrified her. How could Kakashi, the head of national security, endorse this? Perhaps he was part of a minority willing to sacrifice anything to reach their goals. Using the cloning formula for secret services did not make it better. Innocence continued to suffer. She could not stand by while her child became a subject of endless experiments. She felt the shape of the gun at her side. The physical presence of the weapon confirmed her deductions. Despite their reassurances, the pain clones remained assassins first and foremost. If she attempted to stop them, they would act. She had to get back to Naruto, but how? Her eyes scanned the room and fell on the computer screen. Tracing his phone might be possible. She knew how to hack codes. Then she forced herself to accept that the clones would have taken any communication tools. She clung to belief in Naruto. He had promised he would come. For now, she needed to stay alive. Tendo murmured that her body already knew how to protect her child despite the stress, and that the situation was interesting. His tone was flat, as if repeating Yahiko's words from memory. The Elter's ND probe returned to her belly and she felt a brief flicker of empathy before it was gone. Her priority remained her baby. Her eyes moved between the other clone and the restraints. Naruto had taught her how to pick a lock with a hairpin, but the clones had bound her hands away from her hair. Despite their polite words, they had ensured control by keeping a weapon within reach. That confirmed Naruto was still nearby, still alive. Hope sharpened her thinking. She needed another way to free herself. She did not pause to weigh the consequences of what she was about to attempt. Distraction was all she could manage. Her attention snapped to a large syringe Tendo was preparing, filled with an unknown substance. Panic returned as quickly as it had abated. She asked what it was. The clones said that the substance would make her baby stronger. The explanation did nothing to calm her. Her heart raced. Her body screamed at her to run, but the restraints held firm. She moved away from the needle and pleaded with them to stop, but their hands kept her still, reminding her of her previous struggle against Menma. She was immobilized and trapped. The needle pressed against her skin. The scene closed with the sensation of the injection as the piston began to move. She could not stop him. Screaming felt useless, but Hinata kept shouting until the syringe burst and a spray hit her. A gunshot rang out, and she realized a clone beside her had collapsed from the blast. Free from the unwelcome hands, she trembled and forced several calming breaths. The scent on her skin told her it was not her or her baby's. Before she could think further, a flash struck Tendo, pinning him to the floor, and two intense blue eyes shadowed by a red veil of anger fixed on the scene. He was here. Tendo had instinctively wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck. Naruto pushed with his feet to roll him, driving a knee into his opponent's nose and an elbow into his chest while taking a punch to the side that forced him to let go. The two men traded blows, dodging and striking with the rhythm of combat. Only their heavy breathing and the whoosh of punches filled the air. Hinata had found Menma impressive before, but compared to Tendo he was nothing. His footwork and timing were different. Whenever one of his attacks broke Naruto's defense, it landed with efficiency, wearing him down. Hinata watched her husband struggle as he wiped at a cut near his eye. He had the disadvantage of having already fought earlier, and Hinata remained handcuffed to the bed, unable to intervene. Naruto kicked Tendo to the ground, but Tendo sprang up and met him, accelerating with a furious onslaught. Tendo's head spun and a crushing blow to his calf forced him to his knees. At that moment, Tendo produced a knife and slashed toward Naruto's leg, upsetting his balance. The movement was so quick Hinata barely registered it. Naruto hissed in pain and had to press himself against the wall, his face tense as he tried to put weight on his leg while keeping Tendo's blade from driving into him. He went down to his knees and used his good arm to hold Tendo's arm steady. A hidden mechanism on the knife engaged, locking Naruto's hand against the wall and trapping it there. Naruto's cry froze Hinata in place. Everything else contracted to a single image of injury and danger. She acted with desperate focus. Her fingers clamped around her left thumb and she wrenched it until her hands slipped free. The sharp sound drew both fighters' attention. Tendo realized she was escaping and broke free of Naruto's weakening grip. Hinata slid her hand along the bed, dug into her hair to unclip a hairpin, and worked at the cuff until it let go. The clone approached, but she freed her right wrist before it could reach her. Seeing Naruto sagging, Hinata felt a surge of protective instinct take over. She shoved the bed toward Tendo with all her strength. He stopped it easily, but he should have watched her. She had positioned herself close enough to reach him while staying behind the makeshift shield. Hinata struck him with a sudden, clean punch that stunned both fighters. Hinata declared that she would not let him hurt her family. Tendo grabbed her wrist and squeezed, the pressure making her wince, but she held his gaze without fear. The distraction gave Naruto the moment he needed to rally. He forced himself to stand and pulled Tendo away so he could not drag Hinata with him. With a kick he sent Tendo off balance. Naruto bit down on a bandage to tighten it around his injured hand and threw himself back into the fight despite his limping leg. His focus sharpened. Each strike and block now carried concentrated energy. He trapped Tendo's arm and landed a headbutt that bought them a few seconds. He hopped back to avoid a slashing attack that would have struck again and found himself backed against a desk, searching for anything to use as a weapon. A pen rose in his fist for a moment, but Hinata noticed a fallen gun beneath the mattress and grabbed it. She met Naruto's eyes, and without words they understood each other. He avoided another move, sank the pen into Tendo's hand to force him to drop his blade, and then landed a punch to the jaw that sent Tendo tumbling off the desk. Hinata walked toward Naruto and, when he failed to knock Tendo out, handed him the gun. Their fingers brushed for an instant, warm from exertion and the fact they were still alive. That small contact steadied them both. Hinata kept the weapon trained on Tendo as Naruto took aim. Tendo accused Naruto of being the anomaly and insisted they already knew it. He declared that Naruto would not shoot, asserting that Naruto could not finish a mission and had been removed from the organization for that reason. Naruto was not a killer by choice, and Hinata knew that. She felt a dangerous light in his eyes, and although fear ran through her, she found herself ready to let him press the trigger if he chose to. She reached out and held his hand in a quiet show of support, uncertain whether she was steadifying him or herself. Naruto then admitted that he had destroyed the other clones. Naruto had once thought that all boys dreamed of being the hero for their other half, but he was wrong. He was standing face to face with the assassin. The assassin asked why he should be spared. Naruto told him that he was not a hero, that he had become the villain of someone else's story because the assassin had hurt the one he loved, and he vowed that they would meet again in hell. Without hesitation, Naruto ended the assassin's life. The gunshot echoed in Hinata's ears even though the fight was finally over. She stood frozen for a moment, feeling oddly numb, unsure why no wave of emotion had overtaken her. When Naruto slid away from her and collapsed heavily to the floor, she looked away from the body in front of them and turned to him. Hinata rushed to Naruto's side. He tried to tell her he was only resting for a moment, attempting a weak smile, but he was not merely sitting. Half lying down, his face was pale and strained from pain. Hinata knelt to examine his leg and saw that he had suffered a severe wound and was bleeding heavily. The sight of it made her tremble. Naruto insisted that she start with stitches on his leg, then tend to his hand. As Hinata moved to rise, his fingers closed around her and pulled her back against him. When his hand brushed her wrist, then her dislocated thumb, he set the thumb back into place. She made a small sound at the sudden motion. Naruto groaned that she had been reckless and muttered that it would be the last time he taught her something dangerous. His voice was weak, but his concern was clear as he begged her not to put herself in harm's way. Hinata soothed him, stroking his cheek and reassuring him that she was there. Tears welled in Naruto's blue eyes. He cupped her face and brought their foreheads together, unable to lift himself for anything more. He breathed in the familiarity of her presence. His thumbs brushed away the tears she had not noticed she had begun to shed. The moment was quiet and tender rather than romantic. There was little time to dwell on feelings. While glancing at him periodically, Hinata scanned the lab for supplies and focused on what she needed to do to keep him alive. Her mind worked rapidly, and her hands began to shake from the adrenaline and the task before her. She remembered the theory perfectly, but the practice tested her resolve. Naruto asked her to talk him through everything she knew, and her narration of the steps helped steady her hands. At each careful movement of the needle, she met his steady, attentive gaze. When she had finished bandaging him and tending to his injuries, she felt sick from the effort and worry. Naruto called her to look into his eyes and told her she had done well. He managed a tired but genuine smile and joked that she was so remarkable their child would admire her more than him. He rested his bandaged hand lightly on her belly, sending a warmth through her clothing that felt reassuring. He thanked Hinata for protecting their child. Hinata wiped new tears away, nodded, and lay down beside him. Being back on the mattress felt strange, but she wanted to feel his arms around her. She traced his torso with her fingers and listened to his breathing, checking his bandages from time to time. For the moment, she felt a sudden pressure from Naruto's fingers on her shoulder woke her. He said quietly that someone was coming. Hinata rose as a team from the Secret Service entered the doorway, weapons raised, and paused at the sight of Naruto and her. Their expressions shifted to surprise before a commanding voice ordered them to secure the area. Yamato stepped forward with his hands visible and approached the group. He asked after Naruto's condition and then explained what had happened. During the escape at Naples, he had interrogated Menma and, by questioning a clone correctly, had uncovered Kakashi's betrayal. Yamato informed his superiors, was promoted to head of Japan National Security, arrested his predecessor, and organized the raid on Konoha knowing Naruto was there. He offered his apologies for having doubted Naruto despite Naruto's past assistance, and he asked if there was anything he could do to help. Naruto, sitting up despite the bandages and blood on their clothes, told Yamato that there was something he could do. He and Hinata would appreciate a ride home. The simple request brought a faint smile to Naruto's face and a flush of color back to his cheeks. Hinata protested but allowed him to stand, holding her bandaged hand as they prepared to leave. The market in Jivuhi was the only place that bustled on a Sunday. Tourists, residents of nearby villages, and locals came together to buy tropical flowers and fruits, mung crafts, and a variety of colorful foods. The busiest time of year for the agricultural community came in December. There was no snow and no cold. It was hot and dry, an ideal climate for the long-awaited festival that sustained the local economy. Naruto loved the Hmong New Year's festival more than anything in this place. Surrounded by foreigners and villagers celebrating the end of the harvest and the good spirits, he never felt as if he stood apart. For 10 days the celebrations lasted into the early morning. During those days, always with Hinata by his side, he paid little attention to the adults talking and found his own joy in the festivities. However, the passing travelers were something else. Curious by nature, Naruto sipped his cucumber juice, ate spring rolls, and listened to their stories about the world or the Amazon rainforest while they drank beer. For a little while he did not feel different. He could act like everybody else and no one's gaze singled him out. Now he could not escape behind his parents' back to wander the village anymore, and there would be nobody at their old meeting point anyway. So many things had changed, and that made him nervous. He felt like he was on unknown territory even though he had lived here until his 18th birthday before leaving for Kian. It was a 3-hour trip to the capital and given the dangerous roads, he returned to see his parents only rarely. 3 years had passed. His friends and the people he had known had grown up and moved on. Many were married and had children. Knowing that, Naruto did not know where he fit anymore. Single and living in a tiny flat, his study of the leatherback sea turtle had become his life, widening the gap between him and the Hmong community. Despite everything, he smiled, or tried not to grimace to his mother's co-workers who had not seen him since he left. He inhaled and exhaled deeply and failed to know what to do. He looked like a child who did not want to let go of his father's leg. His sweaty hands rubbed his black trousers. He adjusted the white collar of his button-up shirt under his black vest. His costume felt like it wanted to choke him today, even though it had fit perfectly yesterday. Maybe he was finally aware of the meaning of the traditional outfit. He had tried to blend in with the crowd, but now he regretted attending this year's festival. Without any ulterior motive, his mother introduced him to some of her students. He greeted them from afar, too uncomfortable to come closer and have a normal conversation. Just the idea of talking to unfamiliar people turned him into a nervous, sweating mess. He also felt guilty, as if he were betraying someone, whenever his eyes landed on a white skirt and its pink-stitched apron blown by the wind. The fabrics were sophisticated and colorful, each costume displaying careful handmade work. Silver chains around some necks and wrists drew appreciative glances, but Naruto kept his eyes down. He knew the Hmong married young. As soon as they were old enough, they took on household responsibilities, helped parents work the fields, and supported younger siblings. He forced himself to look away from the one he had admired 3 years ago. Nearby, the young men watched the women with respectful attention. Their black hair was neatly combed and their outfits reflected the strength they had gained from years of manual work. Smiles were natural and easy. The village accepted the custom that the young man who captured a girl's interest stood a better chance of gaining favor, and social advantages like clan reputation, hard work, or land ownership shifted the balance. Naruto had few advantages. His clan consisted only of his parents and himself. His father did not have steady work, so they could not live in comfort. He had no siblings, no known maternal relatives in France, and only a small garden where he once grew tropical flowers. His studies did not yet earn money. He had just finished his degree and hoped to find work so he could continue toward a PhD. He was anxious by nature and rarely appeared relaxed. He thought of himself as pathetic and could not change. Tension built in his shoulders until it felt unbearable. Naruto decided he would not leave his chair today. His hand went through his hair. He had not managed to look presentable anyway. The thought sank his spirits further. He pretended to watch over his parents' chairs when his mother asked if he wanted to help distribute the eggs, symbols of peace and happiness. Participating would be a good way to see people, but anxiety knotted his throat and he could not form words in front of anyone, not even former classmates. From his corner he observed his parents having fun. The familiar scene eased his apprehension. Like every year, Kushina helped a great deal during the New Year festival. The village teacher was beloved. She taught both children and adults and had quickly become part of the Hmong community. It was different for his father, but that did not stop him from smiling and doting on Kushina. Minato, blonde, blue-eyed, tall and slim, resembled the French colonists that some Hmong refugees feared. That resemblance had always been the root of Naruto's problem. Being his father's replica had made him, since childhood, the target of stereotypes within the community. Even though he was also Kushina's son and bore her name, and had gone to school with Hmong children when he was young, he still felt too different to be fully accepted. The hollow in his chest grew, and it hurt. He wanted to escape. He had nothing to do here. He was not Hmong. Why did he try so hard to be accepted? A scent of coconut milk and hibiscus caught his attention. The perfume was pleasantly familiar, and he told himself it could not be who he remembered. Married women did not carry that same fragrance. Still he looked up. His body stiffened and his heart stuttered with surprise. He feared it might be an illusion, because everything here reminded him of Hinata. Through her sunshade, sunlight traced shadows across her calm, gentle face. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Her skin was pale and seemed untouched by the sun. Under a headdress decorated with small metal ornaments, her dark hair was gathered in a tight bun, revealing the line where her jaw met her neck. Her black jacket, adorned with multicolored geometric patterns, and her white blouse fit neatly, purple accents tinted her sleeves. Naruto recognized her and felt a rush of emotions he struggled to name. Her white skirt, edged with an apron stitched in pale pink, completed the traditional costume. Hinata held out a small paper fortune for him to see. Naruto, who had never cared much for such things, found himself lost instead in her large gray eyes, bright with intensity. Hinata stammered his name and offered a shy good afternoon. Her stutter was a small, familiar flaw he had always found endearing. Her voice remained soft, and he realized how much he had missed her. She was beautiful. Naruto noticed her nervousness and the small ball rolling between her fingers. Realizing he had not yet said anything, he sat up and smiled. Things always felt simple around her. Naruto greeted her with a casual hello. Hinata replied with an explanation about his parents, saying he would be there, her voice fluttering. Naruto offered her a seat and asked if she wanted to sit. He wanted her to trust him, the way she used to. Hinata nodded and thanked him. Seeing her sit, Naruto found himself standing almost without thinking. The motion drew a few glances and he cursed himself inwardly. He opened his mouth to apologize for his manners, but Hinata's gentle smile stopped him. She was not offended. Instead her blush deepened and she seemed touched. Naruto sat down as she did and pushed his plate of spring rolls toward her, a gesture of sharing like in old times. Hinata's face lit up even more. For the first time in a long while, Naruto felt comfortable enough to forget everything around them. In that small bubble of ease, he could only admire the woman before him. Hinata Hyuga came from a respected Hmong family. They had been best friends from childhood. At first they were classmates. Naruto had stepped in to protect her from bullies, even when it was 1 against 3. Afterward she had given him a handmade ointment. Later, when a poacher group hunted a wounded puma, Hinata had slipped between Naruto and the hunters with graceful distraction until Minato intervened. From that day on they had a wild string of adventures together. They helped each other study, not as cheating but as mutual support. They did not allow the other to despair. Whenever one fell, the other was there to lift them up. They wandered the forest and the village, swam in the Mana River, and teased each other until they were older. Over time their friendship shifted into something more. Naruto remembered the first clumsy kiss they had shared, innocent and awkward, leaving them both flushed and dizzy. That moment etched itself into his memory, making his feelings for her both painful and sweet. That same year, Hinata attended her first festival and drew attention from many admirers, some much older. Naruto felt powerless, aware of their different educations, religions, and cultures. Still, Hinata had slipped away from the party with him after midnight and kept kissing him long after the night ended. They were close until their lives separated. When Naruto left for university, they lost touch. He left to pursue his studies and build a stable future, and Hinata stayed to help her family and follow expectations about finding a husband within her community. The thought of that separation had made him sick. The night before he left, he had declared his love to her. Hinata had been so surprised she said nothing. Later he realized that those words had carried different weight for each of them. For him, it had been an honest opening of his heart. For her, it had not meant the same thing. Hurt and pride kept him away, and he regretted the choice. Seeing her now in the traditional costume, a sign that she did not have a partner, he had not expected her to remember him. They began with tentative small talk, awkward at first. Naruto attempted a joke that fell flat but managed to make Hinata laugh. Her laughter and presence steadied him. Their hands brushed occasionally, and each touch made them both pause. Their gazes locked, hers so intense that Naruto had to look away, blushing before glancing back. She blushed too. The conversation warmed as they picked up where they had left off. Their legs brushed and both froze. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, ready to apologize, but Hinata playfully accused him of trying to kick her. He was shocked that she would think that and reminded her that she used to tease him while they ate. Hinata responded with a soft, innocent flutter of her eyelashes. She had not changed. He tried to be casual, but the signs she gave him turned his world upside down. When he changed the subject, asking how she had been, her fingers stroked the tablecloth. Hinata admitted quietly that she had missed him. The confession cut deep. Naruto rubbed his neck and tried to calm the ache. Hinata quickly added that she did not hold his absence against him, placing her hand over his. A shiver ran through him. His heart skipped. He had missed her touch. She told him she understood why he had left and that she was proud of him for working hard. Her words lifted him. He felt almost light on his feet. Still, she confessed that she had hoped he would return more often. The reminder of their differences landed hard. He remembered the expectations placed on her. The plans for marriage within her community, a life he had not been part of. When Hinata said she had thought he had forgotten her, Naruto could not help but speak honestly. He told her he would never forget her. They exchanged apologetic thoughts about past misunderstandings, each acknowledging their own faults and the difficulty of expressing feelings across different backgrounds. Naruto realized he had been selfish when he had kissed her and declared his love without fully understanding her perspective. He wanted to cover her in affection, but he also wanted to respect her and not rush anything. Hinata requested, with a small hopeful breath, whether Naruto would like to toss the ball with her. Naruto heard the simple question and felt something hopeful swell inside him. He was not sure because of the loud beating of his heart in his ears. He had the ball. She wanted him as her game partner? Him, the complete opposite of a suitable husband. Speechless, he continued to stare at her. She blushed but did not look away. The moment between them was intense. He reminded himself that he was here for her. He wanted to be accepted for her sake and was trying to learn Hmong good manners to be with her. No one else. Naruto swallowed hard and forced himself to stay calm. He responded that he would love to be her partner, his voice higher than he intended. He rubbed his hands on his thighs, still sweaty, and stood up. Hinata smiled and came closer. Her perfume was noticeable and made his limbs tremble. He felt their fingers briefly touch. She had always been the bolder one between them. He tried to resist, thinking she should not be so forward, but she reassured him that everything was okay and that she had chosen him. His gaze returned to hers and did not leave. The tips of her ears were flushed. He blushed in turn as she gently tightened her grip on his arm to keep him near. Their height difference was great. She had to tilt her head slightly to see his face and make sure he was all right. That innocent gesture pressed against his chest. He thought that if he were like her it would be easier, but her steady gaze made his legs wobble. She was so close and so confident that his heart throbbed. He let her guide him toward the center of attention. He felt 100 eyes on him as he moved toward the men's line. Even without looking around, he knew he was taller than the Hmong men. Facing him on the women's line, Hinata seemed composed and poised. She stood straight and smiled at him. Only then did he realize they were both in traditional costumes, playing the ball-tossing game and exposing their feelings to others, and she was okay with that. His stomach clenched. In that context, he understood what she meant. She accepted his difference and her feelings for him. Her eyes asked, without words, whether he accepted her. The ball between them felt heavier each time it moved, as if carrying the feelings Hinata had cultivated for him. He blushed, astonished that she had found the courage to come to him after 3 years apart, to face her family to spend time with him, and that her feelings had remained the same. He thought himself foolish. Hinata seemed incredible. The thought lightened his heart and a warm feeling bloomed in his chest. A silly smile spread across his face. Hinata looked down for a moment, embarrassed, then quickly looked back at him and tossed the ball. Naruto did not throw it back immediately, and he did not drop it. He kept it firmly in his hand and surprised Hinata by walking the short distance that separated them without her stepping back. His breathing was uneven, as if he had run. He took both of her hands. He felt like he had crossed a finish line and arrived home. He pushed aside an intense urge and let himself brush her cheek instead. He said that he wanted to marry her, that he wanted to love her openly and do things properly. He wanted to see her father first and knew it would not be easy, but he wanted to do the right thing for her. When he spoke those words, her smile confirmed to him that he had. He told himself that was what he should have said the night they parted. Hinata answered that she felt the same. Then she stepped forward, rose onto her toes, and wrapped her arms around him in a public embrace that startled those watching. Her movement was confident. The presence of the onlookers no longer mattered to either of them. Her hands rested against his face and hair in a gentle, affectionate gesture. Naruto felt warm and grounded as he returned the hug, his hands resting lightly to steady her. When Hinata released him, she whispered that she loved him. He felt his senses rush back. Blue met gray and he shivered at the sight of her eyes sparkling with happy tears. His throat was dry and he was nervous, but he said that he loved her too. The more he repeated it, the lighter he felt. The couple did not seem to mind the spectators' attention and shared another brief, tender kiss. The nervousness that usually accompanied public displays of affection felt less heavy than it might have before. He steadied her and held her close, savoring the simple rightness of being together. They stood there, in their traditional costumes and among their people, two young hearts accepting one another and ready to face what came next. If one of them dropped the ball, they would have to take the other on a kind of date. That was why Naruto never dropped the ball. He also never passed it to Hinata, because he knew what he wanted. A constant sound pulled her back toward consciousness. Her head spun as if it might detach from her body and her eyes felt gritty and sore. The room around her looked like a hospital room, but its impersonality made her uncertain. The monitor beeped steadily at her left. She felt too heavy to move. A man's voice sounded nearby, urgent and familiar. Naruto demanded to know how she was doing. A nurse apologized to Mr. Uzumaki and said that only family could see her. Naruto insisted that he had found her collapsed in an alley and deserved to know. The nurse explained again that only family were allowed. The noises in her head swam together and blurred. Her thoughts clung to a small, warm, familiar feeling in her chest, the same magnetic pull Naruto always made her feel. Pleasant, warm, and soft. The nurse repeated that he would have to leave. Naruto began to say Hinata's name, but she could not make out his words. Her eyelids grew heavy and sleep beckoned. Before drifting off, she wanted to see him, to thank him for whatever he had done. Since her mother and sister had passed away, no one had paid her much attention. He looked worried for her, and that had mattered. A white figure moved into the room and she felt the bed shift. She hoped she was being taken to Naruto, but all she could see was her father. She worried that he had noticed the blonde who had been there. Her father, Hayashi, had never liked Naruto. She struggled to see her father's face. As always, his expression was cold and hard. Hinata told herself she was nothing more than a burden he was trying to manage. A news headline said that the Hyuga heiress had survived an attempted murder. Later, in the darkness of her private room, she worked by the light of her computer, cutting photos with scissors despite the tubes in her arms. Rest eluded her, worry kept her awake. He was at school, and she could not stop thinking about him. The girls who could talk to him, be in his classroom, be near him while she remained confined to her large apartment, waiting for him to return. At 6 o'clock she planned to use her binoculars to check for any small sign that another girl had been close to him. For now, looking at him was all she could do. Her scissors moved with careful precision. She followed the contours of the smiling figure in the photo. His eyes sparkled with joy and her heart raced. She set the scissors down and, with a gentleness born of long habit, pressed the photo to her cheek. In the picture he wore his uniform and his hair was freshly cut. She remembered exactly which hairdresser had made his golden locks look their best. She traced his jaw with one finger and steadied herself. She repeated his name softly to soothe herself. If she could move freely, she felt she would nearly float from the joy of simply thinking of him. She laughed quietly, caught up in the simple pleasure. When she saw a girl beside him in another photo, her smile faltered. She disliked the proximity of anyone who seemed too familiar with him, so she cut the girl from the picture and burned the scraps with a lighter she had taken from the kitchen. As the ashes fell into the bin, she felt a small relief at seeing him alone again. Alone with the images of him, she hugged the photos to her chest, slid them into plastic sleeves, and arranged them carefully. He felt perfect to her. His gaze in the pictures met her lavender eyes and comforted her. A restless longing remained, however. Nothing could replace the closeness she desired. She believed they were meant to be together and counted down the hours until she could see him again. Another headline linked the suspect pain with the facial composite Hinata had provided. Back at high school, nothing seemed to have changed. She kept her head down and walked with her gaze fixed on the ground. Students whispered behind her. No one approached to ask about the attack, and the silence felt like fear. Her father refused to share details about what had happened because he did not want the business to suffer bad press. The police were involved and, for now, he kept the answers to himself. So she has nothing to worry about. She only has to be quiet and try to live a normal life again. It is hard. From time to time she feels watched and a nervous urge makes her fidget with her skin to calm down. She scratches her neck for comfort. It is an aftereffect. Hinata knows her attacker is not really beside her. She knows she is safer when her friends Kiba and Shino are with her. Still, she withdraws into herself. Despite her reserved nature, boys keep turning toward her. She does not know exactly which rumors some students spread about her, but she feels singled out and uncomfortable. As every morning, Hinata arrives early. Her body, still sore, makes her wince when she opens the classroom door. She is surprised to see his blonde head resting on a desk in the center of the room. The open window lets the wind play through his hair and the sunlight makes everything seem brighter. Her face warms at the sight of him. Naruto is here. They rarely cross paths because they do not share classes. She is sure he should be in French at the other side of the building. For a long moment she simply watches him sleep, heart pounding at the unexpected chance to be near him. She closes the door gently and, legs trembling, sits in a chair across from him. Up close she notices a plaster on his eyebrow and a bruise along his jaw. The smile that had stolen over her face fades. She wonders what happened to him and worries it is from his boxing practice. She thinks of how he often returns with little injuries and of all the times she has watched him get patched up. The concern overwhelms the rest of her feelings. She hesitates, afraid to wake him. She decides not to disturb him and to leave him to rest. Before she stands, she slips his watch into her palm, promising herself she will keep it safe. Hinata quietly tells herself she will see him again soon. A bulletin later reported unexplained disappearances at Konoha High School. Facing the mirror, Hinata studies her reflection. In the quiet of her bedroom, a hollow feeling settles inside her. The red mark on her cheek and her disheveled hair should have made her cry. She would have done so years ago. She would have feared facing her father's anger, but now she accepts whatever punishment he chooses without arguing. She braces herself for his temper before being sent to her room. Why was her father angry again? Her fingers smooth her cheek. When her father struck her, she felt nothing, only numbness. She tells herself that a faint color now softens her pale face. It matches the marks that map her body. She looks like a small, broken doll with an expression that does not change. Her recent wounds are already closing, leaving pale pink marks. Her dark hair seems thinner than before. Her smile did not reach her eyes. What was the point of trying to hide it when it fooled no one? A hand rested on her heart and she noticed it beating so slowly, as if the flame of a candle were about to gut her out. Still, a small smile crept across her lips, because only he seemed able to spark it alive again. Naruto had a way of giving her strength. Like someone waking from a long sleep, her pulse quickened every time she saw him. He was comforting and radiant. His presence renewed her. The more she drew from that warmth, the more she wanted it. After all, he had helped her through things she could hardly name. He was her hero. Thinking of him made her legs tremble and her cheeks flush. She closed her eyes and repeated his name inwardly. She trusted him completely. Because he had been there for her during a difficult night. She watched him through her window sometimes, hiding behind the curtains, studying the mask he wore when he laughed and joked. She knew his boisterous facade hid something quieter, a loneliness under the brightness he projected like a little sun. She longed to tell him that his smile inspired her, that he deserved to be loved. Her feelings were already there, steady and indestructible. But her fingers lingered over the red mark on her cheek, and she could not will herself forward. She tightened her arms around her chest as her stomach tightened. Thoughts of the future alarmed her. By the time she reached adulthood, he might have fallen for someone else, someone who did not know him the way she did. He was passionate and open-hearted. He might be swept up by another smile. Of all people, she feared a girl like Sakura would win his attention. He appeared behind her once, close enough that his presence made her aware of every flaw she perceived in herself. He tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear and told her, plainly, that he favored slender girls. The words stung. She fled to the bathroom to steady herself. She faced the mirror and forced herself to breathe slowly. The water on her face did not wash away the ache inside, but she tried to compose herself. His image was always there, in memory. His warm smile, the way his laughter lit a room. She had once felt safe in his company, and those memories both soothed and hurt her. He handed her a pair of scissors and said he liked short, pink hair. The gesture felt like another demand to change who she was. Without thinking, she took the scissors and cut her hair. Locks fell unevenly into the sink. Her hands shook, and the result looked worse than she had imagined. It offered no reassurance. When she was finished, he examined her face and told her that the color of her eyes did not please him. He asked casually what they would do about them. Panic rose in her chest, and she promised she would find a way to change what he disliked if that would make him stay. She reached for him and found only empty air. She looked into the mirror and struggled to breathe. Rage at herself built and rose again and again until, unable to think clearly, she flung the scissors against the glass. The mirror shattered with a loud crash. Her reflection fractured into pieces among the fallen hair on the floor. She wanted to scream, but the sound would not come. She crouched on the tiles, hugging herself against the sudden vulnerability. He was gone. The principal of Leaf Village High School urged everyone not to panic over the announcements that followed. Later, the ramen shop down the street buzzed as usual, a small refuge after a morning of practice. Hinata came there because it had always been a place where Naruto went to unwind, and she hoped to catch a glimpse of him. She had not expected, however, to find Sakura and Sasuke there as well. The three of them laughed easily together, and each time Sakura touched Naruto's forearm her stomach tightened. Hinata gripped the menu until the paper creased. She felt a deep, burning hatred for herself that outstripped anything she felt for Sakura. She wondered why she did not look the way she imagined he desired, why her eyes were not green, why she was not taller or more athletic, why she could not seem more like the girls he noticed without effort. She resented the warmth shared at their table and convinced herself Sakura must have felt her stare. Sakura looked up and met Hinata's gaze. She smiled, then straightened and glanced at Sasuke, perhaps sensing the tension in the room. She watched the girl lean toward the two boys, unable to hear what was said. Hinata assumed it was a rumor meant to push Naruto away. She believed Sakura was trying to win him. She resented Sakura inwardly, thinking Sakura always acted like Sasuke was her only interest, but Hinata suspected otherwise. A loud voice interrupted her thoughts. Tonari stepped in front, blocking her view and hiding Naruto. He believed his reputation gave him the right to intrude. He offered a confident smile and asked if she was Hinata and whether she was alone, then sat across from her without waiting for an answer. He commented on her new hair color, guessed about her choices, complimented the color, and offered to buy her a drink. Hinata was not interested. She moved back to clear her view and discovered Naruto was gone. The trio had left, and she blamed Sakura. Tonari tried another approach. Hinata ignored him, but he persisted and briefly touched her hand in an attempt to get her attention. The contact made her uncomfortable. He suggested they hang out after school and implied she would be better off without her friends, telling her a young woman like her should not be alone. Hinata told him she did not have time and demanded that he leave. She gathered her belongings and left the restaurant. She searched for Naruto outside, looking both ways, but he was nowhere to be found. Once again he had walked away, leaving her to her solitude. The south of Konoha was the poorest part of town, where rundown houses and old warehouses had become refuges for those with nowhere else to go. Addiction and crime had taken hold there, and Halloween only amplified the area's darker reputation. Rumors lingered of a burned psychiatric hospital and of that part of town being haunted. The forest on the edge of the city, beautiful and eerie, tried to hide the ugliness beyond, and sometimes, terrible things were hidden there. In the shadowed trees, two figures worked in silence. A shovel stood in the ground where digging had taken place. In the dark, muffled cries went unheard. Sakura knelt in the mud beside a shallow hole, paralyzed by fear. She trembled, clutching an injured arm and growing weaker from the wound. She refused to look ahead, consumed by denial and regret for ignoring warnings that had led her to this moment. She felt she deserved whatever punishment had come for her recklessness. A hooded figure watched without emotion and ordered her to lie down. The voice was flat and terrifyingly indifferent. The figure checked a gun and told her again to lie down. Sakura begged for mercy, crawling and pleading, looking up at the silhouette that obscured the last thing she would see. She tried to call out a name before the sound was cut off. A single gunshot cracked the night. The sound shattered the stillness and sent birds scattering. Sakura sagged and fell. In the silence that followed, no one nearby answered. Back at the school, more students were reported missing and the police had no leads. Quietly, Hinata ate her sandwich, not following the conversation between Kiba and Shino. She watched the seconds tick by on her phone, afraid to blink. Then, when she felt ready, she asked her friends if they wanted a drink and collected their coins, barely listening to Kiba. She often seemed distant. It was not that she did not want to participate, but her attention was fixed elsewhere. At the end of the hall, near the vending machines, Naruto stood with his back to her. His bandaged hand rubbed at his hair as he hesitated over his drink choice. Hinata guessed he would pick orange juice, since he disliked milk after once getting sick from an expired carton. Her breathing tightened as she gathered her courage. Today she decided she would finally talk to him. Usually she never managed to approach him before he left with Sasuke, but he was alone now and she felt determined not to fail. Silently she moved to the vending machine beside him, listening closely to every small motion. She slid coins into the slot. He still appeared worn and tired, with a plaster on his nose and a cut at his lip, and the marks on his cheeks made him look exhausted. He sighed, rubbed the back of his head, and put his phone away. He looked lonely. Distracted, he picked up a carton of orange juice. Hinata wondered if it was because Sakura had not come to school for a few days. Her heart tightened. Shy and uncertain, Hinata opened her mouth to speak, willing herself to manage the words. Suddenly Naruto's clear blue gaze met hers. She froze, breath caught in her chest. His ocean blue eyes sent her pulse racing and flushed her cheeks. Naruto greeted Hinata tentatively. His voice sounded soft to her, and she shivered, lightheaded from the warmth of the moment. She steadied herself at the vending machine as her fingers fumbled for the selection button. The world felt as if it were tilting. With the straw between his teeth, Naruto offered an embarrassed, gentle smile that made her chest ache. Because Hinata could not think of anything to do with her hands, they kept brushing against his. She greeted him in a stammering, shy way, trying to keep her composure. He was close enough that she could smell the faint spicy scent of his cologne. The idea that their sleeves might touch made her smile and blush more deeply. Naruto asked how she had been and whether she was all right. Hinata admitted that she had not fully recovered, that it had been hard and she was still having unsettling dreams, and that her father was a worry. Naruto told her he understood and that what she had been through must have been very difficult. He then encouraged her, saying she seemed strong and would get back on her feet. Hearing her name from him felt like fireworks inside her. The surge of joy made her hands tremble so much that the drinks she was carrying threatened to fall. Naruto did not hesitate. Using the one unwounded hand, he steadied her wrists and prevented a can from slipping to the ground, laughing as he did so. The brief contact of his fingers sent a warm shiver through Hinata, and she noticed, with a secret thrill, that he seemed a little embarrassed too. They stood closer than before. Her face flushed, her tongue felt tied, and her heart pounded. She resolved in that quiet instant to tell him how grateful she was for his help, for that night, simply for being him, even if it was only a small thank you. Suddenly, noises came from the other side of the vending machines. Naruto turned, alarmed by the agitation, and Hinata followed, taking in the sight of Tonari. His silver hair stuck out in all directions, his nose looked swollen, and one eye was bruised and discolored. He held himself less rigid than usual, and a group of students clustered around him, curious about his condition. When Tonari met Hinata's eyes, she felt no shock, just a quiet pity. He hesitated, then frowned and shot a glare toward Naruto. Naruto answered with his own tense stare, fists clenching briefly as veins showed on his arms. Hinata wondered why such a hostile exchange was taking place and whether something had happened between them. A short time later, a terse bulletin announced that Otsutsuki Tonari had been found dead, the first body discovered since the beginning of the case. At home, Hinata prepared for her birthday with a small, private solace, an orange t-shirt that belonged to Naruto. She clutched it to her chest and inhaled the faint scent, wishing she could be with him in his flat across the street. The thought of him made her smile quietly, imagining him there, alive and ordinary, not as a hero or headline but simply as someone she cared about. Footsteps approached her door. She closed the curtains before anyone could see inside and set the shirt aside. Ko stood in the doorway with a first aid kit. Ko cleaned markings on Hinata's face and bandaged them with practiced, gentle motions. While Ko worked, Hinata thought of the conversation she had had with her father earlier. He knew she had spoken to Naruto, and his anger had been fierce. Her father had confronted her, shouting that Tonari had the presence of mind to tell him that Hinata had spoken to Naruto, and reminding her of everything he believed about that part of town. In his anger, he had thrown a glass that shattered. The sudden action struck her and left small cuts on her face. Ko now patched those wounds with plasters and antiseptic, careful and calm. As her father continued to berate her, Hinata thought about the warmth she had never received at home. She had never been hugged. Her father's harshness had always been the closest thing to attention she had known. Watching Ko press the final bandage at the corner of her cheek, Hinata asked herself, quietly, whether this strained confrontation was what a parent should be. It was the holidays, and she would avoid visitors. Questions about her appearance would be few, if there were any at all. Between now and the end of the break, everything would seem to pass. She had made a decision a long time ago. The only thing she had been waiting for was her majority. Now that her 18th birthday had arrived, she reminded herself she would no longer need to rely on her father. It's out of the question that she stays here. She wants to be able to fully live her romance with Naruto. With that resolve, she goes to bed as Ko leaves her bedroom without exchanging a single word with her. Her hand slides under her pillow and brings out the orange t-shirt from earlier. The smell makes her dream. A muffled noise snaps her out of her dream. The flat, normally as quiet as a cemetery, is suddenly shaken by the sound of cracking wood. Alert, she sits up. An abnormal sound resonates from downstairs. A terrified cry echoes through the walls. The place becomes a scene of chaos. A dark, familiar laugh pulls her to her feet. Without hesitation, Hinata ventures into the flat's halls. The upper floor is dark while the ground floor is lit. Barefoot, she goes down the stairs with one hand on the guardrail. Dark red stains mark the walls and pillars, and thick puddles gather in the entrance hall. At the foot of the stairs she finds Ko's body, motionless with his neck at an odd angle. Hinata narrows her eyes. A small, sad smile touches her lips. Poor Ko, she thinks. She follows footprints through the hallway. The kitchen is a hideous mess. The maids lie motionless. Their faces are unrecognizable. White feathers from torn sofa pillows float through the sitting room, as if a wild animal had rampaged through the flat. The only sound is the squelch of her footsteps on the dark stains until she reaches her father's office. The laugh echoes again from behind the door. She knows it. Fragile objects break on the floor. Books tumble. When she opens the door, the smell of burning plastic stings her nose. Her white nightdress, stained red, clings around her as a cold winter breeze flows into the room. Before her, the mahogany desk is broken in half. At its center a body lies still, arms limp and head unnaturally positioned. Hinata steps forward, narrowing her eyes. A shadow in the corner of the room curses. The shadow reveals two azure irises beneath a hood. Those haunting blue eyes belong to Naruto. Naruto appears before her, pushing his hood off. His hair is disheveled and his eyes are wild. His face is streaked with dried dark stains. He looks different, tense, controlled by something fierce. He reaches for Hinata and grips her arm, pulling her close. She freezes, unsure how to react, her pearly eyes taking in the change in him. A tense, confusing moment passes between them as Hinata struggles to make sense of what she is seeing. Naruto observes the marks on her face and says that someone had hurt her and that it was over now. He insists she need not fear that person anymore. He speaks with a fierce protectiveness, promising that no one will hurt her again. He claims she is with him now and that no one will stand between them. His words are possessive and unsettling, and Hinata feels overwhelmed and disoriented by the intensity of the moment. He gently tucks a lock of her hair behind her ear and asks Hinata if she likes the present he has given her. Later, authorities would report no survivors at the Hyuga residence. Hinata could not see. The seal on the BLNDFLD prevented her from using her Byakugan. She had tried to remove it, but every time she fiddled with the fabric a powerful shock wave would make her convulse, and her throat would burn as her screams echoed off her cell walls. Pain pierced her retinas and brought tears that took their time to dry on her chilled skin. Electricity crawled along her nerves and left her with a pounding headache. Unable to rely on sight, her other senses had grown accustomed to her surroundings over the time she had been held there. She was fastened. The clinking of chains on her wrists and ankles against the cold metal bars had revealed the truth when she had tried to escape. The length of her ties allowed only a short range of movement between the mattress and the small area by the toilet. She knew the feel of each stone in the cell walls and the location of a crack she intended to use when the right time came. She could hear the footsteps and voices of her jailers. Omoi and Karui would say that Naruto deserved the beating they had given him, as if Hinata herself had no standing in their judgment. The Reikage had also visited. His steps were different, quick but thunderous, heavy with resentment toward Konoha. He had not forgiven what had happened. Darui had been named Reikage after A's body had been found in his office. Orders came. Naruto had been seen at the Kumo border. The Reikage instructed Team 8 to support Team. It was an S-ranked mission: track, analyze, and capture the rogue ninja at dusk. When Hinata recognized the warm, bright, unhidden chakra with her Byakugan, her heart had ached. Hinata rushed toward him, ignoring Kiba's and Shino's calls behind her. Instead of returning to the village with the one she had been chasing for months, Hinata and her team arrived at a crime scene. The room was empty and eerily quiet. The atmosphere tightened around them. As sensorial ninjas, they were baffled by the lack of hidden presence. The air still hummed with the residue of a powerful chakra, prickling at their skin and lifting the hair on their necks. Akamaru whined, and even his owner reacted to the lingering fox scent. The tang of blood lingered in the air. A storm broke outside, rain drummed on the roof and thunder flashed across the sky. The Reikage lay dead behind his desk, the scene indicating a violent attack. Hinata had seen death and injury before as a kunoichi, but knowing who had caused such devastation made her shudder. She covered her mouth and tears filled her eyes. All three ninjas felt the message the attacker wanted to send. Vengeance demanded in return for vengeance, a demonstration that the Akatsuki had to be feared and respected in the brutal world of shinobi. The implication was clear: an eye for an eye, Uchiha Sasuke for the Reikage. Security teams arrived faster than the ANBU group had expected. Hinata wanted to leave. Naruto was no longer there and there was nothing to gain by staying. They had to inform Team since they were outside the village. They still had a chance to catch him. Kiba suggested fighting back, but Shino believed Team 8 could prove their innocence by speaking calmly with Kumo's counsel. As team leader, Shino was shocked to find he had been wrong. The Lightning Nation ninjas attacked without questions, driven by hatred and a desire to avenge their Reikage. Kumo took advantage of the chaos to capture an ANBU alive, knowing they were a valuable source of information about Konoha and the Hokage. When Hinata was shown to the officials, unmasked, and they saw her eyes, the dignitaries demanded to see her. Their small glazed eyes widened and they were momentarily at a loss for words before the Hyuga princess who had escaped the kidnapping. The very attempt to kidnap her had been orchestrated by those officials from the start. Her chakra was sealed away and she was locked in a cage, treated as a specimen. Scientists restrained her, handled her roughly, and subjected her to invasive tests and analyses, all in search of the Byakugan's power. Tied hand and foot, Hinata had no knowledge of how Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru were faring. She forced herself not to imagine they were dead. She did not know where Naruto had gone. She hoped Team 7 was still in pursuit. She did not know whether Tsunade would act. She prayed the leaders would not choose war. She felt powerless, just as she had the day she had realized Naruto was turning his back on the village. When news that Kumo had killed Sasuke had badly affected Naruto, Hinata had rushed to convince Tsunade to send her to the Land of Iron, but she had been too late. Naruto had already disappeared. Someone asked whether it had been Uchiha Madara. Yamato reported that Madara had tricked them with genjutsu. He explained that when they had taken aim, Madara spoke of Sasuke and Itachi, throwing Naruto into turmoil. Once Kakashi noticed the deception and broke the illusion, both Naruto and the other figure had vanished. Shino listened carefully to the captain's report. Hinata watched the pale horizon through her Byakugan but was elsewhere, tracing the last traces of Naruto's chakra as the cold wind of the region tried to erase them. Then she felt a hand on her head. Kakashi apologized to Hinata and admitted that if she had been there sooner she might have been able to get Naruto to listen to reason. Even now, she was uncertain whether Kakashi knew about her feelings. But she told herself that it would not have mattered. She was not his teammate in the same way Sakura was. She was not the first person Sasuke had bonded with. She was not an extraordinary ninja meant to stop a powerful Jinchuriki. She felt weak, and with the only person she had ever loved gone, her world felt bitter and colorless. Rock Lee's encouragement lingered in her memory. They had shared a hospital room after their defeat during the Chunin exam, and he had sensed her growing worry the night before Naruto and Niji's fight. He had reminded her that Naruto had promised to show Niji that losers could still win and that Hinata had inspired him. Hinata had blushed and doubted the praise, but Lee had insisted that Naruto had found her example powerful and youthful. That memory had given Hinata courage the next day. She had pushed herself to cheer Naruto, to remind him of his strength and to tell him she would always admire him. She had sworn she would not break that promise. She made it her mission to speak to Naruto. If succeeding meant being Kumo's test subject for days, weeks, or months, then she resolved to endure. As a ninja, she would withstand hardship. She began a new regimen of push-ups and sit-ups, forcing her mind away from thoughts of his laugh and his smile. She controlled her breathing to keep from dwelling on what she missed. She rolled onto her back, chains clinking as she moved on the hard, uncomfortable floor, and held a steady pace in her exercises. Her heart raced, her wounds throbbed, and dizziness threatened, but she did not stop. She had to be ready for the day a mistake would be made in the struggle between her and Kumo. On that day, she would not hold back. Suddenly, the door at the end of the hall opened. Two loud male voices masked the clink of Hinata's chains as she shifted. Feeling her way along the cold wall, she returned to the foot of her thin mattress and sat with her knees against her chest, listening to every sound. A scraping across the floor vibrated through her toes. It was time for the evening meal. Pleas and murmurs from the other prisoners reached her, begging to be freed, begging for the nightmare to end. She stiffened when a food tray scraped against the stone and stayed curled in her corner, hugging herself tighter as the guards made coarse remarks about her. One guard commented that she was no longer interesting to watch and wondered what they were doing to her in the lab. Another admitted he did not mind when prisoners were compliant. A third warned that it was forbidden to touch her, reminding them that she belonged to the Lightning Leader and that her eyes were too important to be harmed. When the door closed, silence reclaimed the cell block. Hinata stood, stretched, and cracked her neck, privately determined not to be broken by their words. She smiled at the thought of surprising anyone who tried to underestimate her. Fooling them had become almost too easy. She picked up her tray and returned to her mattress. The food was meager, but she tasted each bite carefully. She felt thinner and weaker than before, but she could not give up. That was what he would have expected of her. Naruto told her she could take off her mask since they were alone. She obeyed, setting her mask on his table and letting the small act of color brighten the dim room. Her heart clenched when she noticed he was not fully healed. There were still marks on his face. He stepped closer, closing the distance that protocol usually required, and his tall silhouette and broad shoulders blocked the sunlight, casting her in his shadow. She remembered his battle against pain, but she also felt at once whole in his presence. His embrace gave her a fragile sense of paradise. When his hands touched her face and moved through her dark hair, she felt the flutter of butterflies in her stomach. Their eyes met, and she could not pretend indifference. His gaze held so many unspoken things she had learned to read in their quiet moments together. They both wanted to speak of fighting the violence in the world and protecting what they cared for, but they remained silent. He led her to sit with him, and his touch lingered as he looked at her pupil-less eyes with palpable tenderness. Naruto explained that he had to travel to the Land of Iron to ask the Lightning Leader to forgive Sasuke and that he did not know how long it would take. He removed his necklace and offered the blue gemstone pendant into her hands, the stone catching the setting sun. Hinata asked what he was doing and whether he was going back on the promise he had made to Tsunade. Naruto reassured her that he would still pursue his goal of becoming the village leader. Hinata gently accepted the pendant and promised to take care of it. He smiled, flushed with emotion, and she felt certain again of what she had vowed to protect. Dawn reminded them that they could not linger in that small bubble of peace. They dressed, and she replaced her mask. Then an alarm pierced the air, dragging them from sleep. The floor trembled under the thud of hundreds of running footsteps, and tension rose among the prisoners. It was not a drill. Something had slipped from the Cloud Village's control, and it might be the chance to escape. Hinata braced herself against the wall and grabbed at her chains, preparing to pull with all her strength when the whole building shook as if struck by an explosion. A detonation to the left startled her, and a low, menacing sound came from the right. She could not tell where to look, but she readied herself. The cell door creaked open. She trembled and swallowed hard at the sound. Naruto's name formed in her thoughts as a startled, hopeful breath. The deep intake of his breath and the low hiss of tension in his voice made everything certain. Naruto knelt before her. His steady presence and the scent of his chakra dissolved most of her fear. She allowed herself to be held as he moved close, and she felt the warmth of his healing chakra as it flowed through his hands. Rather than reacting from pleasure, she simply shivered from the sudden relief of having her wounds tended. With one controlled motion, Naruto struck the surrounding restraints. The chains split and fell away. He smoothed the raw skin of her wrists and ankles and reached to loosen the BGMI. Naruto's chakra worked against the sealing technique around her head, breaking it down like intense heat-melting frost. She cried out softly from the sting when the pressure that had clouded her vision released. His fingers pressed gently to her temples as she blinked and adjusted to the brighter light. Through the haze of fresh tears and pain, she recognized the familiar stubble on his tanned cheeks and the firmness of his expression. Naruto said that they needed to move quickly. He checked her for injuries and helped her to her feet. Together, they prepared to take advantage of the chaos beyond the cell bar, each determined to protect the other and to seize whatever chance for freedom had opened. His usually sky-blue gaze held a worried darkness. The shade of orange on his eyelids stood out more than usual between his black forehead protector and his high-collared cloak patterned with red clouds. His hair had grown and shone a luxuriant blonde that might have made the sun jealous. Her world brightened again. Tears threatened to spill as she reminded herself he was the enemy now. The crossed-out leaf symbol on his forehead protector was proof. She closed her eyes, refusing to cry in front of him. He pressed a gentle forehead-to-forehead contact that eased the seal's effects a little. Gradually, the warnings from her teammates, her Hokage, and her family fell away as he held her and offered comfort. They drew close and she allowed herself to be soothed, wrapping her arms around his neck, hoping it would tell him how she felt and that her resolve could change everything. A clone approached and reported that backup was coming. It was the Raikage. The clone sounded amused. Her hands still clung to him. He told her he had to go, lingering for a last moment before stepping back. When she opened her eyes, she noticed a shade of blue and the necklace Kumo had taken from her before locking her up, the one she had to keep safe because it belonged to Naruto. The necklace rested at her chest as his hands cupped her face for a final, gentle farewell. He begged her not to die. She only reacted when his warmth was gone. She rose on unsteady legs and searched for him with blurred vision. Even wearing the Akatsuki uniform, he remained radiant. She called his name and grasped his wrist, not hiding the quiet tears when he looked at her. She thought she could feel his heartbeat echoing with her own. She could not believe he was standing there. She told him she had to take him back to the village, trying to make her voice firmer than it was. He began to pull his wrist free. With a lingering hand, he brushed hair from her face to look at her properly and told her they both knew she would not be able to do that. She swallowed the lie she had almost spoken. She admitted she was selfish and apologized for not being with him when he needed her. She promised she would not give up on him. She intended to catch up with him one day, to walk beside him without fear that anyone might see them. She meant to choose him again and again. He gently silenced her with a fingertip to her lips and said she could not say those things here. Walls have ears. She was too confused to notice that Naruto and his clones were not the only danger. His presence was overwhelming and bright. She rubbed her eyes, the sensation harsher than facing the sun with her injured sight. It was beautiful and painful. Still, the gleam in his eyes and the careful choice of words suggested he was hiding something. He touched her forehead once more. She watched their hands slowly part and saw the necklace. He asked her to wait for him a little longer. Her hand, which had held him a moment before, was now empty. She stood alone with the small piece of him around her neck. It was his promise, his confession of feelings, a symbol of who he had been and who he might become but could not be right now. No matter how long his absence might be, she believed he would return. Whether he could set aside the darkness that seemed to be taking hold before he could shine and declare his dreams again, she did not know. Hinata believed in him, and if she had to stand between him and the world, she would do it again and again.